Inside the old rental house, I could hear the rustling sound of a shower. A splash of cold water fell on me, and the icy feeling made me slowly open my eyes. I had just turned 20, but my eyes were filled with a deep and steady feeling that did not belong to this age. I let out a long sigh. The chaotic memories in my mind were as clear as yesterday, as if they just happened yesterday. I turned off the water valve, wiped my body, put on casual clothes, and lay on the bed. The sound of the news broadcast on the old-fashioned TV next to me was a little blurry. Today's news report: an extinct species, the boar lion, was found in the forest valley of Nanyun City. Zoologists have already gone there. A mysterious purple mist has appeared in Kunwa Mountain recently. Experts say it may be some kind of weather that has never been seen before. Breathing it for a long time may prolong one's life. There has been a large number of stray cats and dogs attacking people in Tianhai City. They may be carrying infectious diseases and are being killed. The Animal Protection Association has lodged a strong protest. Siru County suffered a mountain flood and requested assistance and support from all parties in the industry. On November 23 this year, the last grand daytime meteor shower of the year will appear at noon. You may wish to gather with your family, friends, and lovers to welcome the arrival of the auspicious year. I lay in bed, listening to the news, muttering to myself, exactly the same, exactly the same. I sat up suddenly, picked up the phone beside me, and the screen showed, November 20, 2049, 12:08 and 56 seconds. Looking at this time, I lowered my head, trembling all over, and suddenly laughed to myself, and finally laughed out loud, with madness in my pretty face and eyes. The shocking murderous aura and murderous intent spread, and at this moment, I was like a ghost walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I can't believe that I, Chen Mo, am actually reborn. I had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for 15 years, but was eventually persecuted by Lin Chu, the son of a high-ranking official in the war zone, and was forcibly dispatched to fight an SSS-level mission. Facing the terrifying and desperate distorted god, I witnessed Yuer's tragic death in front of me. In that battle, hundreds of thousands of people died in the 6th war zone, but Lin Chu, because of his extraordinary background, was released after only 1 month in prison. I hate that deformed god. I hate Lin Chu, the culprit who caused all this even more. Lin Chu, you killed Yuer. I, Chen Mo, will also let you taste the feeling of being chewed up by the gods bit by bit, of being extremely desperate and living a life worse than death. I don't know how long it took, but my crazy expression gradually subsided, and my eyes kept flickering. 3 days, I knew I still had 3 days, because the world would change drastically at 12 o'clock on November 23, 2049. By then, the sky would be torn apart by red meteorites, and the whole world would become a wasteland. The Yellow River and the Yangtze River would turn into giant dragons that could swallow the sky. The gods that people had believed in for a long time would all emerge from the soil thousands of meters below or from countless holy places. And this is not the most terrifying thing. When the end of the world comes, all species, including humans, will undergo a major change. The population will be reduced by 90%, and they will become alien species. Among the remaining people, there will be beings with godlike abilities. This time, I will overturn everything and start over. Control everything. I raised my right hand and looked at the faint black mark on the back of my hand, like a birthmark. This is the awakening dark pattern. Before my rebirth, I was a 6th-level superpower user. In the first 3 years, I was an ordinary person until I met Yuer. I awakened with the crystal marrow fluid she gave me. It was only a B-level, mental interference. The earlier the awakening dark pattern appears, the stronger the superpower is. In this life, the awakening mark appeared before the end of the world, and even the dark pattern of awakening superpowers appeared on my left hand. Not only was I reborn, but even my superpowers have changed. I murmured. Without saying much, I stood up, put on the tattered coat, and walked out of the room silently. I don't plan to build any shelters, because in the middle of the apocalypse, the ancient gods are revived, countless terrifying mythical beasts and mutants are rampant, even the iron wall built by the head organization with countless manpower and material resources, the refuge area, is not an absolutely safe place. What's more, from the moment the apocalypse comes, Tianhai City will become the worst-hit area, because this is the place where the gods sleep soundly. Deep underground in Tianhai City, there is a sleeping behemoth, codenamed 18, Sukii. I came to the center of Tianhai, where there were huge crowds of people, and people were constantly passing by. Office workers, students, and lovers, everything seemed particularly beautiful and comfortable. Looking at this familiar yet strange scene, Chen Mo sighed. 15 years. It really makes me miss it. Peace. But he knew that all this would happen in 3 days. Fragmented. When you step into this place. Suddenly, a series of orderly and dull plop sounds rang in Chen Mo's ears. It feels like a heart beating, making people feel restless and uneasy. The passers-by around were still talking and laughing, completely unaware. It seemed as if the sound could not be heard at all. Chen Mo looked at the ground beneath his feet with some disgust. The image of the terrifying behemoth in Tianhai City at the end of the world emerged in my mind, a mountain of flesh 20 or 30 meters high. Is this where the Sukii is? God. A strong hatred appeared in Chen Mo's eyes. In the early days of the apocalypse, these resurrected gods were almost impossible for humans to contend with. Even a lower-level god like Sukii. It cannot be killed by weapons or artillery fire. Chen Mo came to a large supermarket. As the Chinese New Year approaches, the flow of people in the supermarket is even greater. However, people shopping here all wore masks, and some had bloodshot eyes. He looked haggard and kept coughing. Ahem. Chen Mo ignored the crowd. Those who show symptoms early will become extremely powerful alien zombies in the apocalypse. It is contagious. Although he had the mark of awakening, he possessed the most basic immunity. But still avoid contact if possible. He purchased some compressed foods that were easy to carry. Compressed biscuits, canned food, bread. And most importantly, water. These things will become the most precious things to everyone. In the early stage, it is equivalent to the representation of money. The value of a piece of bread is much more precious than a human life. You know, in the last days, most people can only get food. It's the people around you. Chen Mo also bought a huge backpack and put the things in the cart to check out. When I saw the dozens of fully loaded carts and the large barrels of water lying on the ground, the passers-by around, including the cashier, were all stunned, and everyone had a look of surprise on their face. Is this guy here to escape famine? Someone asked in shock. Oh my God, there are so many things, can you finish them, young man? Even the cashier found it difficult to understand and asked again and again to confirm. Sir, are you sure you want to buy so many things? Chen Mo nodded, not caring about the looks of the people around him. Said lightly. Let's pay the bill. Can you deliver directly to your door? Ah. The cashier was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. Of course, sir. Just leave your address here, and we'll send someone over shortly. The total charge is 23,433.5 yuan. Chen Mo scanned the code and paid directly. Byte. Account ending in 324 * completed transaction, 23,433.5, balance 13,510.5. As you can see, Chen Mo is a poor guy. The very poor kind. Chen Mo looked at the supplies behind him. Thought secretly. These things should be enough for the short term. The early days of the apocalypse are the best time to hunt purple crystals to improve your superpowers. He planned to develop in Tianhai City for a while before going to Huab City. Of course, before that, there are 2 things to deal with. The Emperor of Tianhai City even devoured the alien species of Sukii in the end. Codename 46. Qiongqi. In mythology, Qiongqi looks like a tiger, is as big as an ox, has wings and horns, and is extremely ferocious. In Chen Mo's memory, when the early Qiongqi was discovered, it's just a special and very ferocious big orange cat. And when this orange cat appeared in people's sight again, it turned out to be a terrifying beast with a body length of tens of meters. He even tore the god of Tianhai City, Shoshishen, into pieces and devoured him, taking his place. Become the new overlord of Tianhai. Because its appearance is extremely similar to the mythical Qiongqi. It was given the code name, Qiongqi. Chen Mo kept recalling information about Qiongqi. Fortunately, before his rebirth, He was a psychic with a high status in the 6th war zone. Plus he is a psychic. So I remember these records very clearly. Chen Mo walked out of the supermarket. He pulled up the map on his phone and muttered. If I remember correctly, Qiongqi first appeared in the Taing community. Vicious and aggressive, lost his right eye. This is the complete record of Qiongqi. Chen Mo searched for the address of Taing community. I hailed a taxi and came here. In Taing community, a group of volunteers from the Animal Protection Association are surrounding a group of security guards. The two sides were arguing fiercely. Kittens are also alive. What you are doing is destroying a living life. Doesn't your conscience hurt? The person who spoke was a young, beautiful, and tall woman. She was wearing a red volunteer uniform, with an angry look on her face, and she questioned the security guards in front of her in an extremely forceful manner. Meow meow. Meow. Volunteers from the surrounding animal protection associations. He was guarding a large iron cage on the trunk of the van. There were dozens of wild cats inside, both big and small. They all had their hair standing on end and their teeth bared. Just try to touch us. I'm calling the police. One of the volunteers shouted. One of the older security guards glanced at the aggressive woman in front of him. He said with a somewhat embarrassed look. But girl. There have been several incidents of these cats injuring people. Look at my hands. The security guard rolled up his sleeves, revealing deep claw marks on them. The security guard smiled bitterly. It was the unanimous agreement of the owners of the community to euthanize these cats. Why are you doing this? Wang Luyao said loudly. The cats are just stressed out. It just hurt your hand. And you want to kill them. Can this be the same? At this time, a handsome young man in a suit next to Wang Luyao spoke. All right. Yao Yao, don't be too angry. These people don't understand the value of life. Li Yuan straightened his collar. Looking at the security guards opposite, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Open your mouth and speak. Isn't your goal to get rid of these cats? Well, I'll pay you 50,000 and you'll give me these cats. I promise that from now on these wild cats will no longer appear in the Tianxing community. How about that? He comes from a wealthy family and his father is a well-known local entrepreneur with tens of millions of assets. As soon as these words came out, the volunteers around said with envy. Mr. Li is not only rich, but also so kind-hearted. A bunch of wild cats are actually willing to spend so much money to buy them. Yao Yao, you are so lucky to have such a good man willing to accompany you. Wang Luyao also looked at Li Yuan with some emotion. Li Yuan. She knew that Li Yuan did this because of her. The security guards hesitated for a moment. And just at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Please make way. This sudden sound made everyone look over. When she saw the person coming, Wang Luyao's beautiful eyes were startled, full of surprise and astonishment. Lost his voice. Chen Mo. Why are you here? Chen Mo ignored her. In fact, he had noticed Wang Luyao from a distance. She is his ex-girlfriend. Because my parents died when I was very young. Chen Mo's conditions have never been good, so he started working early. Wang Luyao was a girl who was working and studying while he was working. The two were in similar situations, and over time they developed feelings for each other and became lovers. In order to allow Wang Luyao to study better, he used his meager savings to support her until she graduated from university. But what Chen Mo didn't expect was, Wang Luyao broke up with me at the speed of light as soon as she graduated. Turned around and was with Li Yuan, a senior from the same school. This caused me to fall for a long time. But after experiencing the desperate apocalypse in the 15th year, where people ate each other and stabbed each other in the back, now Chen Mo only feels that his past depravity was ridiculous. When I saw Wang Luyao again, there was no wavering in my heart. It's like facing a stranger on the street. Chen Mo's gaze stayed on the iron cage. Meow meow. In the iron cage, only a ginger cat with its fur standing on end was meowing the most shrilly. The orange cat had a ferocious look, its pupils were shrunken, and there was a hideous scar on its right eye. Those eyes full of violence and rage don't look like those of a cat at all. Instead, it looks like a ferocious tiger. There was a dark pattern appearing in the center of the orange cat's forehead. That's it. Chen Mo was delighted and stared at the orange cat. And at this time on the other side. After seeing Chen Mo, Li Yuan frowned obviously. A little unhappy. He remembered Chen Mo. Just a poor boy. Wang Luyao's expression was very complicated as she looked at Chen Mo and said, Chen Mo. We've broken up. I want this orange cat. Before she could finish her words, Chen Mo then spoke. He didn't even look at Wang Luyao. He opened the door above the iron cage directly. He reached out and grabbed the orange cat by the scruff of the neck. Lift it up. An ordinary cat will remain motionless if the scruff of its neck is lifted. But this orange cat was extremely special, constantly hissing and waving its forepaws. That extremely ferocious look seemed as if he wanted to tear Chen Mo to pieces. Chen Mo grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Finally found it. The future emperor of Tianhai City. Alien species, Qiongqi. Chen Mo grabbed the struggling orange cat and turned away without looking back. From beginning to end, he didn't even say hello. Wang Luyao was shocked when she saw this scene. Froze in place. She never expected it. Chen Mo appeared here and didn't say a word when he saw him. Isn't it because of myself? But for a cat. Wang Luyao couldn't believe it. Her face looked very ugly, and she felt like she was the one who couldn't leave, like a clown. Watching Chen Mo's back gradually walking away, Wang Luyao shouted unwillingly. Chen Mo. We are impossible. She tried to attract Chen Mo's attention. But Chen Mo seemed not to hear it and remained indifferent. But that didn't stop me. Li Yuanjian realized that Wang Luyao beside him was clearly his person. I actually still think about this poor loser all day long. He shouted in displeasure. Chen Mo, stop right there. These wild cats were all bought by me. If you dare to touch my things today, I will make sure you never see the sun in Tianhai City tomorrow. Li Yuan's words were full of hidden meanings, and he threatened viciously. Chen Mo stopped. He turned around and slowly walked towards Li Yuan. Seeing this, Li Yuan looked at Chen Mo's shabby outfit. He smiled even more proudly. Are you scared now? You are smart. I am telling you that Wang Luyao is already engaged to me. She is my woman. I remember that you, a poor loser, don't have a job yet, right? That's right. Your parents died early, unlike my father who has some financial resources and connections. For the sake of your previous care for Yao Yao, if you kneel down and beg me, maybe I can arrange a decent job for you. How is it? Li Yuan looked at Chen Mo in front of him with disdain. Snort. A poor loser is a poor loser. Why don't you express your gratitude to me? And at this moment, a black shadow flashed by. Bang. No one even saw when the move was made. Li Yuan was knocked heavily to the ground by Chen Mo, and even some of his teeth were broken. Chen Mo sat on Li Yuan's body. He was holding the cat in his left hand and his right hand was squeezing his neck tightly like a pair of pliers. His eyes were fierce, filled with murderous intent and killing intent. He whispered hoarsely. You. Try saying that again. Li Yuan's face turned red and he rolled his eyes. Two hands kept pulling at Chen Mo's right hand. His legs kept kicking and struggling. It seemed as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. Looking at Chen Mo's eyes full of murderous intent, great fear and death directly filled his entire mind. Li Yuan kept making painful sounds of begging for mercy, and Spare my life. Chen Mo, are you crazy? Wang Luyao at the side reacted and screamed. She had never seen Chen Mo so ferocious and violent. In her impression, Chen Mo has always been an honest man. And now, why is it so strange? Is this really the same person? And the other side? Chen Mo's ferocious behavior made everyone around him dumbfounded. The security guards present felt a chill down their spines after seeing the terrifying look. For the first time in peacetime, they felt murderous intent from a person's eyes. Even criminals don't have this kind of murderous aura. The old security guard was trembling all over. He had been a soldier when he was young, and this kind of murderous intent had only been seen in the eyes of old leaders. Stop. Wang Luyao became furious when she saw that the volunteers around her were indifferent. He ran over quickly. She wanted to pull Chen Mo away, but Chen Mo in front of her seemed like an iron man and didn't move at all. The appearance of the awakening dark pattern has begun to strengthen Chen Mo's physical fitness at all times. With his current physical fitness, he can easily face those special forces. The murderous intent in Chen Mo's eyes gradually faded. Looking at Li Yuan, who was almost dying and had a blue face, gradually loosened his hand, staring at him with a captivating smile. Lower the ear canal. You should be thankful that it is not the end of the world yet. Otherwise, you're already dead. Li Yuan's pupils widened, his eyes full of horror. He shook his head heavily and was actually frightened to the point of fainting. There are only 2 days left. During this period, Chen Mo didn't want to delay his progress because of some trivial matters. Chen Mo slowly got up from the ground. He glanced sideways at Wang Luyao, who was wearing a volunteer uniform. His eyes were indifferent and emotionless. Holy Mother, you will be a burden to everyone in the last days. He didn't say much, but just stood there under the shocked gazes of the onlookers. He turned and left without looking back. This look full of murderous intent and strangeness made Wang Luyao tremble. She looked at Li Yuan, who was lying half dead on the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching. An inexplicable feeling of regret welled up in my heart. Why? Would Chen Mo change so much? Did I hurt him? But soon, Wang Luyao's beautiful eyes became unusually firm. She has suffered and knows how difficult life is without money. After all, Chen Mo is not his best choice. He can't give you what you want. Wang Luyao hurriedly helped Li Yuan up and glared at everyone who had remained indifferent. Reprimanded. What are you all standing there for? Call an ambulance. This incident did not cause any ripples in Chen Mo's heart. In the next period of time, Chen Mo came to a furniture factory and ordered a batch of iron doors and windows. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the zombies that had transformed into alien species were not very powerful. Even a wooden door can hold out for a while. The iron gate is enough to completely block its attack. But as time goes by, it gradually evolves. Those powerful alien movements can cause the entire floor to collapse. It will be useless no matter how well the house is defended. Based on my 15 years of experience, even without any superpowers, ordinary zombies can't hurt themselves. The reason for doing this is to rely on these iron doors and iron windows to protect the food. Once food is touched by alien species, it can no longer be eaten. Chen Mo didn't want his things to be robbed when he came back home after going out hunting. Inside the furniture factory, a big man in work clothes with a black face wiped the sweat off his face and joked with a smile. Young man, you are preparing to build a fortress. You keep your home so tight. Chen Mo said with a smile. There have been a lot of thieves in the neighborhood recently, so I feel more at ease if you keep it tight. The man nodded and clapped his hands in assurance. Then you have found the right person. Our products are of excellent quality and at a low price. All those famous brands from outside have cooperated with us. Young man, you've come to the right place to buy from the original factory, haha, said the man proudly. Chen Mo looked around the huge factory where rumbling processing sounds were heard constantly. This is indeed a good refuge. Here, as long as there is enough food, it is enough to get through the early stage safely. Chen Mo said, I'm in a hurry here, I need it today. There are no requirements on the appearance, as long as the quality is up to standard. So urgent, the man said after thinking for a moment. Of course it is possible, but the shape may not be that delicate. Chen Mo, that's enough. How much? The man grinned and said honestly. 14970, I'll give you a discount of 13,000, cash on delivery. After all, if we don't have to be so meticulous, we can save a lot of effort. Meow, meow. At this time, the orange cat that Chen Mo had been holding in his hand made a shrill cry again after resting for a while. Chen Mo glanced at it and asked, "Do you have an iron cage here?" Iron cage. The man looked at the cat in Chen Mo's hand with a strange expression. Said, "It seems that there is no such thing. But there are some scrap iron rods. We can cut and weld them with tools to make an iron cage." After purchasing these supplies, Chen Mo returned to the rental house carrying an iron cage. The orange cat was very restless and agitated in the enclosure. Squeak. Opening the door with the key, Chen Mo casually placed the iron cage on the balcony. Looking at the orange cat in the cage, it was grinning at him. Chen Mo smiled indifferently and spoke. "Be honest. I also have to store the food that was delivered to me in the rental house. The house is on the 5th floor. It is not big, about 60 to 70 square meters. In order to reduce useless space, make full use of it." These supplies were neatly stacked on both sides by Chen Mo. But even so, it still occupies most of the area. Looking at the mountains of supplies in front of me. Water, compressed biscuits, bread, frozen food. It's enough for me to use for 4 or 5 months. If you live frugally, it can last even longer. Chen Mo, almost done. Next, we just have to wait for the iron doors and windows for protection to be delivered. Chen Mo looked at his hands. The dark patterns above became increasingly visible. "Is it about to wake up?" Chen Mo murmured. "Don't wake up on the day of the end of the world. Because when a person with superpowers first awakens his superpowers, that is when he is at his weakest. Once I awakened my B-level supernatural power, mental interference, and was weak for 3 whole days. The awakening of superpowers also varies depending on a person's physical constitution. Some people can recover in a few hours, while others may need several months to adjust." Chen Mo was busy until the evening. Just when I was about to sit down and rest for a while, the cell phone beside him suddenly vibrated. Buzz 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 dash. Telephone. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Your furniture order has arrived. Please come down and sign for it." It turned out that the delivery person from the furniture factory had arrived. Downstairs. Byte. Account ending in 324 * completed transaction, 13,000, balance 510.5. Another 10,000 plus went out. If it were in the past, Chen Mo would probably feel the pain for a while. But now I feel nothing. In the end times, the most useless thing is money. No matter how much money you have, it is not as useful as a piece of cloth. At least the cloth could stop the bleeding. "Mr. Chen, do you need me to help you take it up?" "There's another person in the car who can help," said the delivery man. "No need, just leave it here, I can do it myself," Chen Mo said. The deliveryman was stunned when he heard this. You know, these things are not light. It was hard enough for 2 of them to lift it, could this young man really do it alone? Rumble, just as he was confused. Chen Mo was already walking upstairs, carrying the iron door in one hand and an iron window in the other. Superman. The delivery guy was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he had not woken up yet. But the facts told me that this handsome young man in front of me actually lifted an iron door single-handedly. There is also an iron window. Night, 9 o'clock. In a small restaurant a few miles away from home. Next to Chen Mo, there were 7 or 8 large bowls filled with leftovers. Chen Mo took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. He looked at the stunned middle-aged man standing aside and said with a smile, "Uncle Jiangwo, another serving of duck leg rice." Looking at Chen Mo, who was wolfing down a big bowl of duck leg rice at the table in a flash. Lu Jiangwo was dumbfounded. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Uncle Jiangwo, what are you doing?" "I'm here to do business." "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I'll eat and dine for free?" As the superpowers are about to awaken and the physical fitness is improved, the amount of food needed is naturally much more than that of ordinary people. Lu Jiangwo took a deep breath, walked up to him and gave him a displeased look. "Isn't there enough food?" he said as he was clearing the dishes. "But Xiao Chen, how long have you not eaten, little kid? Why are you eating so much today?" Chen Mo was silent for a while after hearing this. His eyes were dim and he didn't speak for a long while. "Uncle Jiangwo is a good man. I used to work nearby to save money for Wang Luyao's studies. The cheapest mixed noodles for 3 meals a day here are 5 yuan a bowl. This place is almost like my second home." Uncle Jiangwo would give himself a bowl of duck leg rice for free every night. Then he chuckled and cursed. "You little brat, we don't even keep these leftovers to sell overnight, so if you don't want them, you can just throw them away." But Chen Mo knew that those who came here to eat were regular customers, as Uncle Jiangwo had been doing business here for a long time. "Of course, I know how many portions I can sell every day. It will be less, not more, so how can there be any leftovers?" "Lu Jiangwo, is it that little girl again? I've already told you that girl isn't a good person. You didn't notice the look of disdain she gave me every time she came here to eat." Chen Mo looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a weathered face. He shook his head and said, "Not her. Lu Jiangwo, what's the matter? Talk to your Uncle Guo and I." Chen Mo, "Nothing. I just miss you a little, Uncle Jiangwo." Hiss. Lu Jiangwo took a breath when he heard this. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and he had goosebumps all over his body. He waved his hand with a look of disgust. "Get lost. It gave me goosebumps all over my body. Why are you so nervous? It's like you've become a different person." Chen Mo chuckled. "I am still the same Chen Mo. It's just, Uncle Jiangwo, if this world has come to an end. What will you do? Doomsday." Lu Jiangwo stopped what he was doing. With a weird expression, he walked up and touched Chen Mo's forehead. "I don't think I have a fever. Did you watch too many science fiction movies? Now that I'm here, let's do what we need to do. Anyway, that woman and I have lived for so long, and we've had enough. If the end of the world really comes, the only thing I'm worried about is my little daughter. As long as she is fine," Lu Jiangwo said with an extremely gentle look in his eyes. "Let me tell you, my little daughter is very pretty. He's fat and always loves to cry." When talking about his daughter, Lu Jiangwo said a lot. Chen Mo listened patiently. "Although I was reborn, I am not omniscient and omnipotent. After the end of the world, he was too busy to take care of himself and had no idea whether Uncle Jiangwo had become an alien or what had happened to him." Lu Jiangwo waved his hand, seeming to feel that he had said too much. "Hey, you're old now, why am I talking so much to you, kid? Do you want the duck leg rice?" Chen Mo said with a smile. "Want. Pack." He took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the table. Entered 500. It was also his last 500. Ding. XXX received 500 yuan. Lu Jiangwo, who had just packed his things, was stunned when he heard the voice. Said hurriedly, "Xiao Chen, what are you doing?" Chen Mo smiled. "Uncle Jiangwo, did you really think I didn't know before? This is the money for the duck leg rice. Uncle Jiangwo, if you are willing to believe me, you and your family should bring a lot of supplies before the 23rd. Go to Yuanqing Furniture Factory and stay there. Don't go anywhere else." Yuanqing Furniture Factory was the place where he purchased the iron doors and windows this morning. There are few people there, and it is relatively remote and closed. A large number of survivors will gather there in the future, so it will be relatively safe. Regardless of whether Lu Jiangwo listened or not, Chen Mo looked at him deeply. Said it very solemnly. "Uncle Jiangwo, take care of yourself." After saying that, he left with the duck leg rice. Looking at Chen Mo's receding back, Lu Jiangwo's expression was extremely complicated. Xiao Chen, this child. Something seemed to have happened. He was very familiar with Chen Mo, but he didn't know why. After seeing the kid Chen Mo today, he always felt that he was on Chen Mo. There is a vague sense of strangeness, and Feeling of loneliness. What exactly did Xiaoqin say? End of the world. Lu Jiangwo walked out the door, looked at the dark sky, and shook his head. He went back into the store and closed the door. At the last moment, he didn't know what he was thinking. Chen Mo returned home and lay on the bed. My mind is filled with all kinds of fragmented images of the last 15 years of the world. I am not a saint. The end of the world is approaching, and there are still many important things to do. In this life, I vowed to control everything, as there are still many grudges that have not been avenged. Can't be held back by anyone. This is all I can do for Uncle Jiangwo. Meow, a scream rang out. The orange cat in the iron cage was constantly hitting the cage, even though his body was covered with bruises. Still refused to give up. Chen Mo looked over. I noticed the orange cat's sinister and hateful look under the cover of night. I almost forgot about you. Qiongqi. Chen Mo took out the duck leg rice on the table. The aroma of duck leg rice wafted, and the orange cat in the cage was stunned, staring straight at the duck leg rice in Chen Mo's hand. I can't believe it. Qiongqi was once the overlord of Tianhai City, and he was once so famous. It turned out to be a big fat cat. Chen Mo put the duck leg rice directly into the cage and said with a smile. The orange cat curled up in a corner of the cage, still grinning. But when he saw Chen Mo put the duck leg in the rice, there was a strange light flashing in his eyes. He walked forward, smelled it, and then swallowed it in big gulps. Ah! Chen Mo stood on the small balcony, opened the iron window and looked at the unusually bright moonlight in the sky. An imperceptible and strange red color is covering it. A day and a half. So. Next, Lin Chu, how do you want to die? Chen Mo's face looked extremely crazy and he sneered. Lin Chu. The son of the mayor, his mother is a business tycoon with countless properties. My grandfather was once a big boss in the military region. He had made great military achievements, and all the soldiers under his command are now high-ranking officials in the military region. At the beginning of the end of the world, Lin Chu was immediately taken out of the province due to his family's advantage of huge material and military forces. Survived safely under numerous armed forces. Then the Sixth War Zone, known as the City of Peace, was established, and several major scientific and technological resources were produced. They also have an inseparable relationship with the Lin family. This is why, even at the end of the world, Lin Chu can still live so freely and unrestrainedly. But in Chen Mo's eyes, he was soon dead. Because of Lin Chu at this point in time. In Tianhai City, a cool breeze blew in the evening. Chen Mo felt the chill running through his heart, his eyes as captivating as a wild beast in the dark night, flashing with a bloodthirsty and ferocious light. Suddenly, it seemed as if something was about to burst out. Chen Mo's heart suddenly skipped a beat and his body shook. Ahem. A sharp pain came from inside the body. The awakening dark pattern on the right hand actually flashed an extremely strange purple light at this moment. This is. Chen Mo's pupils shrank. This familiar feeling. Powers. Wake up. As if he had thought of something, Chen Mo hurried back into the house. Locked the windows and iron doors tightly. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and he lay on the bed with a groggy head. Sweating all over. I didn't expect it to happen at this time. Chen Mo was breathing heavily. The awakening pattern on the forehead of the orange cat in the iron cage also emitted a strange glow. The orange cat stared at Chen Mo lying on the bed. The expression is very human. When the superpowers are awakened, it is the time when one is at the weakest. During this period, no interference from anyone is allowed. Otherwise, there is a high possibility of backlash and becoming an alien species. Chen Mo's mind became increasingly dizzy and his vision became blurred. Hope. It won't be long. Finally, Chen Mo slowly closed his eyes. Layers of purple ripples actually appeared on his body, as if they were constantly washing and cleansing his body. The surrounding iron doors and windows began to vibrate. The entire old building seemed a bit shaky. That night, countless residents living on the same floor were awakened from their sleep. This is an earthquake. Only the very special orange cat in the iron cage was meowing softly. The next morning. Chen Mo, lying on the bed, frowned in pain. He opened his somewhat blurry eyes. At this moment, in his vision, everything around him became so clear. The dark pattern of awakening on his right hand also disappeared. Instead, there is a pattern with a strange beauty. Chen Mo rubbed his head and slowly got up from the bed. The bedding and sheets were soaked. The first reaction upon waking up. I'm just hungry. Very hungry. Fortunately, there were mountains of food and supplies in the rental house. Chen Mo picked up a piece of bread and started to gobble it up. He kept drinking water, gulp gurgle. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Looking at the divine pattern on the right hand that belongs unique to the psychic. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, and the next moment, the divine pattern in his hand began to flash. An ancient voice suddenly sounded. It was like an ancient god whispering in my ear. The god of gold. This is the sound that every psychic will hear when they awaken. When he heard this voice, Chen Mo was shocked. His face showed ecstasy. This time, the power I awakened wasn't a psychic power. But it's the divine spiritual system. Chen Mo was a little bit unbelievable. You know, in the end times, there are 4 categories of people with special abilities. Spiritual system, elemental system, and normal system. And the most mysterious and powerful one, comparable to the gods. Deity system. Among them, the elemental system is extremely extraordinary. And the supernatural powers related to gods are something that cannot be understood by common sense. In the end times, anyone with supernatural powers related to gods would have an S rating at the lowest. Without exception, they are all highly regarded and popular in major war zones. And in this life, I actually awakened the supernatural powers of the gods. Deities, Master. Before rebirth, he also possessed this ability. Shi Yuan was once a 9th level psychic in the second war zone. This man is called the King of the Earth, and he once slaughtered 2 gods by himself. Shocking the world. Chen Mo was shaking with excitement, his eyes revealing endless passion. Lord of Gold. He looked at the iron window beside him, and a special feeling came over him. It's like instinct. Chen Mo slowly raised his hand. The iron window on the balcony began to twist. In the end, it turned directly into a pool of molten iron, which was constantly kneaded and reorganized in Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. A drop of liquid condensed from it and looked at the iron door on the other side. Just a snap of the fingers. Bang. The liquid in his hand instantly turned into a more condensed steel ball and shot deeply into the iron gate. Sizzle, hot steam came out. The power of this attack is no less than any bullet. And this was just Chen Mo using a little bit of his strength. So strong. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the deeply sunken iron gate, Chen Mo had an idea. In an instant, everything around returned to normal again. Is this the power of the gods? Dominate. Chen Mo took a deep breath, picked up his phone and looked at the time. November 22, 2049, 11:29 and 32 seconds. I actually slept for a whole day. Perhaps it was because I had awakened my supernatural powers before. The weak state caused by awakening the supernatural power soon ended. Chen Mo murmured. Tomorrow. At 12 o'clock tomorrow, everything in this world will be turned upside down. Lin Chu, enjoy your last moments of pleasure. Chen Mo looked at the food and supplies piled up around him. Then he looked at his left hand. So, the other ability hasn't awakened yet. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little excited. Unexpectedly, I would become a person with dual superpowers in this life. Just to awaken a superpower, the amount of food consumed is so huge. It seems that the supplies in the rental house are totally insufficient. It seems that we need to search for some more. But the problem now is, I have no money left. It seems that we need to think of a way. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. Raise your right hand slightly. A strand of gray liquid was drawn out and condensed into a steel ball that hovered around itself. In the following period of time, Chen Mo tested the effect of the domination ability. After awakening the supernatural power, both the 5 senses and physical fitness have been greatly enhanced. Now I am a first-level psychic. The physical fitness has reached the top level of current human beings. And under Chen Mo's continuous experiments, the domination ability became more sophisticated. Within 3 meters is your territory. Anything that is metal. All is under your control. Take these steel balls condensed from molten iron for example. The overmind can even strengthen these metal substances. Now I can control 3 at the same time. The maximum power is enough to penetrate the several centimeters thick iron door in an instant. No less than a sniper bullet. Chen Mo grinned. The divine power is indeed extraordinary. Domination powers were originally classified as an extremely powerful category within the elemental system. But when people saw Shi Yuan slaughter 2 gods with his own hands, they finally understood. Ordinary elemental powers cannot be compared with it at all. Not even 1/10,000th of it. As long as Shi Yuan is on the earth, he is almost invincible. Chen Mo looked at the orange cat in the iron cage. The awakening pattern on its forehead was becoming more and more clear. Muttered. Are you going to wake up too? I once possessed a B-level psychic ability, psychic interference. It can influence the intelligence of living beings and can also subtly instill a concept. Chen Mo originally wanted to use mental interference to destroy this future fierce monster after his special powers awakened. Let him recognize himself as the Lord. Now it's a bit troublesome. Cats are animals that are difficult to tame, let alone after they become the alien species Qiongqi. In the end times, Chen Mo heard that some people's dogs were very loyal even if they were deformed. But I've never heard of anything about cats. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and looked at the grinning orange cat in the cage. Open your mouth and speak. Be honest. I'll keep you for a while longer. If you still can't get used to it, I'll keep you for a while longer. Even if you are Qiongqi, I will still kill you and stew your meat for you. It seems like he can understand what people are saying. The orange cat's fur immediately stood up. The scream became even more fierce. Chen Mo opened the door, playing with 3 steel balls in his hand. The door slammed shut with a thump. There is less than 1 day left. Tomorrow at 12 noon, the end of the world will come. Chen Mo is going there now for only 2 things. 1. Obtain a large amount of food supplies. 2. Make money. Tianhai City. In a deserted and dilapidated street. Chen Mo walked into a passage leading underground. He knocked gently on the metal door in front of him. Who is it? A deep and dull voice sounded. Chen Mo smiled and said softly. I'm here to buy some toys. The voice inside was silent for a moment, and then responded after a long time. Come in. Squeak, the door in front of me was slowly opened. A rusty smell mixed with thick smoke blew towards me. Chen Mo frowned. In this underground house, there are extremely sharp weapons placed all around. Tachi, long sword, Damascus knife, Nepalese saber. There are all kinds of cold weapons here. They are neatly arranged and sparkle with dazzling silver light. Sitting at the front desk was a big bearded man smoking opium with a dazed look in his eyes. He is probably in his 30s or 40s. He was wearing a leather jacket and a black tights that stuck to his skin, and he was tall and strong. She was putting her feet up on the table and enjoying herself. The bearded man opened one eye. He glanced at Chen Mo. He sneered and teased. Looking at you, you are still a student, right? My place is very remote. How do you know this place? Luo Tianxong. Before his rebirth, he was the leader of an extremely powerful survivor force in Tianhai City. Before the end of the world, this man specialized in some shady businesses, colluded with various gangs, and had a bold and straightforward personality. And after the end of the world, he relied on these resources and his fearless character. He occupied the largest supermarket in Tianhai City, was extremely ambitious, and wanted to establish himself as the king. Chen Mo once stayed in the force he established for a period of time. So naturally I recognized him. Chen Mo smiled and spoke. What? Luo Tianxong also judges people by appearance. Luo Tianxong narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze became unfriendly. Only people who are very familiar with me know the nickname Luo Tianxong. However, he looked at Chen Mo for a long time and couldn't remember where he had seen him. He couldn't help but laugh, sat up and said loudly. "Ha. Good boy, you are right. Want one?" He took out a soft cigarette from the drawer and handed it over. Chen Mo waved his hand. "I don't smoke." What a pity. Luo Tianxong didn't care, but looked at Chen Mo with interest. "What do you want to buy?" "As long as you have enough money." "Even this stuff, I have some." As he spoke, Luo Tianxong took out another pistol from the drawer and played with it. MP9 pistol. Luo Tianxong wanted to see shock on Chen Mo's face. But to his disappointment, Chen Mo on the opposite side still had a smiling and calm look on his face. Even after seeing him take out a gun, he remained unmoved. Tisk. Luo Tianxong guessed that this person might not be an ordinary person. Suddenly felt bored. "Tell me what you want." Chen Mo looked at him with a smile. Slowly utter a word. "Money." As soon as these words came out, the whole scene suddenly became 3 points colder. A hint of murderous intent appeared in Luo Tianxong's eyes. Click, the safety of the pistol in his hand was also released. "Oh. Then this is what you want." "That might be a bit expensive," Luo Tianxong said calmly in a low voice. "Tell me, who sent you here?" "Those people of Qintian." "Or Zhaoli?" Chen Mo shook his head. Said calmly. "Neither. I need some money. There is still one day left until the end of the world. If I try to rob a bank by myself, even if I succeed, I will be surrounded by countless special police within an hour. Not to mention that Chen Mo didn't want to waste time on this. Even if you really do that." Chen Mo also didn't feel that he had just awakened his supernatural power, able to face dozens of people armed with guns. He quickly loaded himself with several magazines of bullets. And the best way to make money without alerting the outside world. No difference. Black eats black. Luo Tianxong sneered, like a lion hunting prey. He stared at Chen Mo and said, "Since you know my name, Luo Tianxong, how dare you come here alone? I, Luo Tianxong, admire your courage." But before he could finish his words, Luo Tianxong immediately raised the pistol in his hand. He fired several shots at Chen Mo in succession, bang, bang, bang. "If you want my money, Luo Tianxong, then you'll have to see if you have the luck to take it. Take the opportunity by surprise. People like them who live on the edge of a knife. Free from all worries, without even an identity." Luo Tianxong, who has been hanging around in this darkest place for decades, is naturally not a good person. The attack was swift, accurate and ruthless, not even giving Chen Mo any chance to react. But Chen Mo on the opposite side still had a smile on his face. When those 3 bullets came towards me. Buzz. It was hovering in the air incomprehensibly. Immediately following. Plop. Plop, it fell on the ground. See this scene. Luo Tianxong's pupils dilated and his face was filled with horror. His expression was more like he had seen a ghost. The bullet actually stopped. Luo Tianxong's breath was choked. How is this possible? This scene before his eyes completely overturned his entire life's understanding. He looked at the pistol in his hand with fear. He seemed to be doubting whether he had seen it wrong. Chen Mo grinned and walked forward slowly. "I told you, I'm only here for the money. Is it a human or a ghost?" Luo Tianxong roared in horror. Bang bang. Several shots were fired in succession. Chen Mo remained indifferent. When the bullets approached, Luo Tianxong looked at him in shock. He actually turned back the same way. Coming towards me. Luo Tianxong was trembling all over, and he stood there stupidly as if he had been struck by lightning. He immediately closed his eyes. Is he dead? When he closed his eyes for a long time and opened them again, Chen Mo had appeared in front of him without him knowing when. And all those bullets hit the wall behind him, revealing a few small holes from which steam was coming out. Hiss! Luo Tianxong took a deep breath and was frightened to death. In his eyes, Chen Mo seemed to have turned into an evil ghost who came to claim his life. Plop! His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Said in great fear. You. I'll give you whatever amount of money you want. Don't kill me. Chen Mo smiled warmly and said. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier. I only want 100,000. As he spoke, Chen silently showed the payment code on his mobile phone. But when Luo Tianxong heard this number, his pupils dilated. There is constant shouting and roaring in my heart. Considering that Luo Tianxong is alone, his family property may not be much, but it must be over 100 million. This godlike person is not even afraid of guns. He only asked for 100,000. Luo Tianxong felt like crying but had no tears at this moment. God, you should show your skills earlier. Not to mention 100,000, even if it was 1 million or 10 million, he would definitely happily give it to you. But what he didn't know was, tomorrow is the end of the world. By that time, no matter how much money you have, it will be useless. Luo Tianxong took out his cell phone tremblingly. Ding! XXX has received 100,000.00 yuan. It's over. Luo Tianxong looked at Chen Mo timidly, afraid that the other party would kill to silence him. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you very much." Chen Mo looked at the sword beside him, his eyes lit up. Said, "This knife is nice. The price listed above is 300,000 yuan. US dollars. Luo Tianxong said hurriedly. "Senior, take it if you like, take it, you can take it all." Chen Mo nodded and took the sword. Said, "I don't want this money from you for nothing. I'll give you some advice. Before 12 noon tomorrow, prepare a large amount of supplies. The more the better. Then stay here and don't go anywhere." Ah. Luo Tianxong looked puzzled. Why? You'll know when the time comes. Chen Mo didn't say much, turned around and walked out the door. That senior. Master. Please accept me as your disciple. I am willing to pay any amount of money. At this time, Luo Tianxong's voice suddenly came from behind. What a joke. I didn't believe in ghosts and gods before. But I have seen with my own eyes the abilities of this godly man. Chen Mo paused, waved his hand, and didn't stay. Only Luo Tianxong was left standing on the ground in a daze for a long time. Tomorrow. Tomorrow at noon, Luo Tianxong kept repeating the words left by Chen Mo. His eyes flickered, and he seemed to have finally made up his mind. He said while gritting his teeth, "I don't believe that such a god would lie to me." He immediately made a phone call. There was heavy breathing and a carefree voice on the other end of the line. "Brother Luo, why did you have time to call me today?" "Who is it?" came a charming female voice. Luo Tianxong frowned. "This kid is having a good time again." Luo Tianxong said loudly. "Jiangdong. Are you in the city center now? Go, send your men to the supermarket to clear out all the edible and useful things for me." "Hiss, Brother Luo, are you going to rob a supermarket?" "Who wants to rob it? Use the money to buy it for me. I transferred 30 million to you, buy as much food as you can. Call me again if it's not enough. Send them all to me before 12 noon tomorrow. You have to let it go even if you can't. Stop giving me that crap. Just do it when I tell you to. Why are you asking so many questions?" Bang. Luo Tianxong hung up the phone. 30 million. Although it hurt, Luo Tianxong gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. He turned around and looked at the small holes on the wall behind him. This wall is made of alloy, bullets can't penetrate it. Let's go for it. Let's just indulge ourselves this once. This kind of god must know something. Could he lie to an ordinary person like me? Inside a supermarket in Tianhai City, Chen Mo bought a lot of food and water. To be honest, for me, I can never spend all of this 100,000 yuan. Chen Mo had no intention of staying in Tianhai City for long. After safely awakening both superpowers and advancing them to the second level, he prepared to set off for Huab City. In the early stage of the apocalypse, as long as you don't encounter any leader-level alien species, anyone who is in good physical condition or has a gun has a high chance of surviving. But if it comes to next New Year's Eve, the terrifying and ferocious Nian beast, codenamed 55, will appear. Unlike the gods and ferocious beasts in various regions, they will not easily leave their territories. But the Nian beast was different. Wherever it passed, no grass grew, and this lasted for a full month. That month was the darkest hour for mankind. When the Nian beast first appeared, it devoured hundreds of millions of people and alien species. Chen Mo's eyes flickered, and his mind couldn't help but recall the past days. His expression was unusually firm. In this life, I have the power of domination that is comparable to that of a god. No matter who it is, no one can stop me. There was a fierce and ruthless spirit emanating from Chen Mo. This is an invisible temperament that every person who survives the apocalypse possesses. And what a coincidence, it happened to be here. Chen Mo met Wang Luyao and Li Yuan, who came shopping together. Chen Mo. Wang Luyao shouted in surprise. There was no way, Chen Mo in the supermarket was too eye-catching. Next to him, there were dozens of carts full of food. And Li Yuan, who was next to Wang Luyao, saw Chen Mo. His face changed drastically, and he was filled with fear, as if he had seen his nemesis. It was obvious that he had not yet recovered from the shock of that day. Chen Mo glanced at Wang Luyao opposite him. Today, she was wearing light and casual clothes, carrying a valuable shoulder bag in her hand. With black curly hair and light makeup, she looks youthful and beautiful, full of the vitality of a young girl. Chen Mo nodded. Seeing the other party so cold, it was as if I was facing a stranger. Wang Luyao's heart skipped a beat and she bit her red lips. Then he looked at Li Yuan, whose face was swollen as the color of liver and looked ugly. He didn't even dare to look at Chen Mo, he was scared to death. Wang Luyao doesn't want her boyfriend to be such a cowardly person. A little dissatisfied, but didn't show it. Open your mouth and speak. Li Yuan, go take a walk first. I want to talk to Chen Mo about something. I'll come find you later. Li Yuan widened his eyes and his expression became even uglier. He stared at Wang Luyao, who had a cold expression on her face. That expression seemed to say, I am your current boyfriend. And the person in front of you is clearly your ex-boyfriend. Li Yuan felt his chest filled with anger and glared at Chen Mo fiercely. Humph. You better do so. With a cold snort, he turned and left after leaving a few words in dissatisfaction. Seeing Li Yuan walking away, Wang Luyao turned around. Chen Mo was still picking supplies on the shelves. Wang Luyao took a deep breath and stepped forward and said, Why did you buy so many things? Eat. So much. Can you finish it? Didn't you come to see me that day? Chen Mo. Wang Luyao was speechless for a moment. Because she found that no matter what she asked, Chen Mo always replied coldly with only one word, or no reply at all. Compared with his previous enthusiasm, he is like a completely different person. Chen Mo, are you doing well? Wang Luyao asked softly, biting her lip. Chen Mo stopped what he was doing. I turned around and looked at her, who looked aggrieved. Then they started to load the supplies. He said with his head down. I didn't find it once. Now I know. Wang Luyao was puzzled. What? You are not only a saint, but also a complete green tea bitch. After packing the things, Chen Mo said calmly. It's disgusting. Boom. These words were like a bolt of lightning. It deeply hurt Wang Luyao's heart. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Mo in disbelief as he looked indifferent. You'd better go see Li Yuan. Otherwise, the rich husband you have finally caught will run away. Chen Mo pushed the cart and delivered them to the cashier counter one by one. Only Wang Luyao was left standing there stupidly, trembling all over. Even after breaking up, I still can't forget the other person, acting as if I'm being wronged. What's more, my current boyfriend is still here. If this isn't cheap, what is? If it is not tomorrow, then it will be the end of the world. I'm afraid Chen Mo will just ask her to pay back the money. Bill, please. It's still the same cashier lady as before. Looking at the dozens of carts of all sizes in front of him, the cashier was no longer surprised. He spoke with a smile. Sir, is it still the same address? Chen Mo nodded. The cashier calculated the price and said, Okay, this is 22,112 yuan. Chen Mo scanned the code and paid directly. Looking at the balance here, there is still more than 70,000. You can't spend it all. You can't spend it all. With these supplies, it is enough for me to stay in Tianhai City for a year. Of course, the premise is that these alien species do not evolve and do not destroy buildings. In the middle of the end times, the major war zones were established. A liquid called supply fluid will be distributed daily in the war zone. After taking it, you don't need to eat for several days. Of course, compared to that bitter and disgusting liquid, those big shots still prefer to eat a table full of delicious food. Chen Mo knew how precious this piece of bread was to ordinary people in the last days. But he doesn't care. After becoming a superpower, the class distinctions between people will become more obvious. People with special abilities are absolutely supreme beings no matter where they are. Chen Mo walked out of the supermarket alone and looked at the endless space. At sunset, filled with beautiful morning glow, everything is so peaceful and tranquil. It's like the calm before the night falls. Chen Mo couldn't help but mutter. The sun is about to set. It's really beautiful. Treasure it. This last sunset. I don't know if it's because of my rebirth or because I've awakened my supernatural powers. This time, Chen Mo is facing the end of the world. There is no fear or terror. On the contrary, there is a faint trace of expect. After Chen Mo left. Suddenly, a large number of gangsters who looked very social rushed into the supermarket. They were all dressed in black suits, looked burly, and wielded knives and sticks, like thugs. Don't move. The leading man in black with dyed yellow hair and a cigar in his mouth shouted. People in peacetime have never seen such a scene. They were immediately frightened and squatted on the ground, holding their heads and begging for mercy. A rough-looking man noticed the young and beautiful Wang Luyao and approached her to tease her. The girl is pretty, would you like to have a few drinks with us? Wang Luyao suddenly woke up as if she had just woken up from a dream. She reacted and screamed, shouting subconsciously. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. The first thing she did when she got scared was to look for Li Yuan's location. But he found that Li Yuan was actually leaning against a corner of the wall, and he was so scared that he fell to the ground. I couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in my heart. The man in black sneered and said, Is this your boyfriend? Humph, what a coward. What are you doing? At this time, an extremely angry voice sounded. A tall man came in from outside the supermarket and cursed. Didn't I tell you everything? We are here to purchase. Purchase, the kind that requires payment. Are you all trying to climb to the sky in this society ruled by law? This is Luo Ge's order. If you keep stalling here, I'll kill you. Do you hear me? Go get it, no, buy something. When they saw the newcomer, dozens of thugs in suits on the scene nodded quickly, like rabbits seeing a tiger. Hey, girl, this is my Weiwei, contact me when you have time. The big man in front of Wang Luyao grinned grimly and left a note reluctantly. Wang Luyao's delicate body was trembling. See this group of people start buying things frantically. He couldn't help but look at Li Yuan, who was scared half to death. Endless disappointment appeared in her beautiful eyes. At this time, Li Yuan is compared to Chen Mo. It's really far from it. And the other side. Chen Mo still has so much money left. I indulged myself for a rare time and enjoyed a luxurious meal. This dinner cost more than 40,000 yuan. Finally, I enjoyed a premium SAP massage service worth 18,888. I returned home feeling refreshed. Put away all the purchased supplies. The entire rental house seemed even more cramped and crowded. As if knowing what was about to happen. The orange cat in the iron cage was very restless and kept meowing. The claws kept rubbing against the iron cage, making a harsh sound. Chen Mo tore open a bag of cat food and put it in the bowl. Meow. When the top of the iron cage opened and Chen Mo reached his hand in, the orange cat let out a shrill cry and grabbed his hand. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Crack! The surrounding iron cages suddenly twisted and changed. The orange cat was instantly stuck in the middle. If you don't listen, you won't get any cat food. Chen Mo glanced at it indifferently. Unexpectedly, the big orange cat raised its head high in pride and meowed a few times in disdain. Obviously, he was very disdainful of this mere cat food. Oh. Recalling how it enjoyed the duck leg rice yesterday, Chen Mo looked at it with interest. Said. You don't want to eat this. Meow. Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he opened the refrigerator directly. Take out the frozen beef that was stuffed so full that there was no space left. I was too lazy to defrost it, so I just threw it over. Here, do you want to eat it? The big orange cat stared at the beef in the cage with one eye. I couldn't help but drool in my mouth. Meow meow. Chen Mo smiled when he saw this. Directly restore this twisted cage. The orange cat was obviously a little afraid and walked forward to sniff the piece of beef. He looked up at Chen Mo again. Eat. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it a long time ago. Chen Mo said calmly. I don't know how long these frozen meat products can be preserved. Just give it to this little thing if it likes to eat them. The orange cat's eyes calmed down a little, as if he understood. Now it no longer gets angry. He started chewing it in big mouthfuls. Click, click. What's surprising is that the frozen beef tastes like a popsicle in the orange cat's mouth. It was crushed by those extremely sharp teeth. Chen Mo looked at it with some surprise and noticed the bite marks on the iron cage. These iron cages were reinforced by myself using the power of domination. All solid. The future overlord of Tianhai City, Qiongqi, was indeed extraordinary. Before the end of the world, it had already shown its difference from other wild cats and dogs. Chen Mo also took a piece of bread and started eating it. While saying, "Can you understand me?" The big orange cat that was gnawing on the frozen beef paused for a moment. Chen Mo, it is said that animals can predict the coming of danger earlier than humans. I think you have noticed something. Do you want to get out of the cage? Chen Mo asked. The big orange cat raised its head, and its only remaining eye flickered with a spooky light under the moonlight. Meow. Chen Mo, follow me and I'll let you out. If you don't agree, you will die tomorrow. In order to prevent the big orange cat from not understanding, Chen Mo tried to speak as concisely and clearly as possible. The big orange cat in the iron cage didn't move. The eyes flickered in a human-like manner, as if they were thinking. I don't know how much time passed. The big orange cat finally crawled on the ground with its two front paws and lowered its proud head. Meow, called out. Seeing this, Chen Mo nodded slightly. Raise your right hand. The iron cage was like a broken glass bottle filled with water. It turned into liquid in an instant, rushing towards the big orange cat's neck. The molten iron actually turned into an extremely strong collar and was put around the orange cat's neck. Don't think about escaping. I think you should understand. Chen Mo said calmly. Meow, feeling something seemed to be around its neck, the orange cat moaned softly. With its tail erect, it jumped onto Chen Mo's bed. She exposed her belly and rubbed her body against his in an affectionate manner. Chen Mo grinned upon seeing this. It actually worked. He couldn't help feeling a little excited. You know, this orange cat will be very extraordinary in the future. He tore the Tianhai city god, Shoshi Shen, into pieces and devoured him and took his place. With my rebirth, all of this has changed. Chen Mo gently stroked the orange cat beside him and murmured softly. Tomorrow will be the day when the end of the world will come completely. Follow me, and I will let you regain the name of Qiongqi. Chen Mo slowly turned on his cell phone. There was overwhelming hatred in his eyes. Lin Chu, your good days are over. On the phone, there was a photo of a handsome young man who looked cynical and rebellious. The young man in the photo is wearing a suit, his eyes full of arrogance and confidence. The following is the brief introduction. Lin Chu, president of Tianhai Xinhuang Group, age 23, male. His father, Lin Chuanhai, was in charge of the Jingyuan military region, and his position was unknown. Mother Su Fengyan, president of Tianyu Group and member of XX Committee. Yi Lin Wanli, former head of the Jingyuan military region. Lin Chu had a very extraordinary background. Before the end of the world, my level had nothing to do with this person. That was why Chen Mo left Lin Chu to deal with him on this last day. This day has finally come. All the hatred in the past will end tomorrow. And this is just the beginning of myself. The distorted god who actually killed everyone is the one he wants to slaughter in the end. One day later. November 23, 2049, 10 o'clock. Chen Mo brought the orange cat. And he went out with the sword he got from Luo Tianxong. Before leaving, Chen Mo had his last breakfast. Soy milk and fried dough sticks, simple. Then he took a taxi and headed towards the Xinhuang Group. Tianhai City Center, Xinhuang Group. Tall buildings stand here one after another. All kinds of luxury cars passed by. A taxi stayed where it was. Chen Mo got out of the car and looked around. Because it was still a weekday, there were a lot of white-collar and blue-collar people coming and going. The only one there was Chen Mo, who was wearing a gray coat that had become a little pale from being washed. It looked somewhat out of place with the orange cat with an iron ring next to it. Chen Mo looked at the entrance of the new emperor group in front of him. Walk forward. Ding. The door opened. Who are you? Chen Mo just stepped in. A scolding voice came from behind. It turned out that the security personnel guarding the place was staring at Chen Mo and speaking. The sound was so loud that it attracted many white-collar workers to watch. However, they all looked indifferent and left in a hurry after just looking for a while. What do you do? This is the new emperor group. No outsiders are allowed to enter. The security guard holding a baton looked at Chen Mo with a bad face. Meow. The orange cat let out a sharp cry and looked at the security personnel with bared teeth. There's another cat. The security guard became even more displeased upon seeing this. Chen Mo's face was calm, and he didn't care about other people's eyes at all. Said lightly. Is Lin Chu here? The security guard frowned. Mr. Lin. What do you want to see Mr. Lin for? Chen Mo grinned and showed a bright smile. There are some things that need to be dealt with by him. The security guard looked at Chen Mo's shabby outfit and sneered. I don't care who you are. If you want to enter our Xinhuang group, you must have a work badge to enter. Boss Lin is not someone that just any random person can see. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. I took a look at the equipment for checking work badges. Dominate the use of supernatural powers. Bang. The equipment for detecting the entrance made a strange sound and emitted green smoke. It's like some parts inside are broken. Chen Mo and the orange cat walked in so arrogantly. What's going on? The security guard was startled by the sudden sound. He suddenly looked at Chen Mo who had already come in and shouted angrily. Stop right there. Don't force us to do it. This time, it really attracted the attention of the employees within the Xinhuang group. The situation was at a stalemate. Chen Mo remained indifferent and walked towards the front desk. Seeing that the other party was so disrespectful to him, the security personnel felt embarrassed. If I let this person in like this, I won't be able to keep my job. He looked at the other security guards nearby and spoke loudly. Stop this man for me. He broke into my Xinhuang group and caused trouble in public. Send him to the police station. Swish, swish, swish. 5 or 6 security guards around picked up their batons and walked over to surround them. They surrounded Chen Mo. Who is this guy? How dare he be so bold? I don't know. Maybe he's a troublemaker sent by the neighboring group to cause trouble. I seem to hear him say he wanted to find Mr. Lin, right? Mr. Lin, wouldn't he know someone like this? The white-collar workers who stopped around to watch the show were talking about it. Stop right there. If you take another step forward, don't blame us for being rude. One of the security guards shouted. Chen Mo glanced at everyone and took out his cell phone. November 23, 2049, 11:03 and 32 seconds. It's 11 o'clock. Chen Mo glanced at them and didn't want to waste any more time. Just when I was about to take action. Meow. The orange cat next to me screamed and jumped several meters high. He bit and scratched the face of one of the security guards. It was so fast that I didn't even have time to react. Several deep blood stains have already appeared. The orange cat landed and licked its paws. Immediately following. Ah! A scream of extreme pain was heard. The security guard was seen squatting down in extreme pain, covering his face, bleeding profusely. Wow! The whole audience was shocked by this scene. Did I see it right? That orange cat actually jumped more than 2 meters high. No, I know cats have good jumping ability, but this is 2 meters. This is a big deal. If blood is seen, then this matter is definitely not a small matter. Everyone thought that this poor-looking guy in front of them was about to get into big trouble. Beast, another security guard, was extremely angry. He swung the baton high up at the orange cat. Seeing this, Chen Mo moved his right index finger slightly. Bang. 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 All the metal equipment around Chen Mo exploded. The baton became bent in an instant. Even the communicators and mobile phones carried by the security equipment suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Countless fragments flew everywhere. The scene was horrifying. What's wrong? What happened? Those batons. The crowd suddenly became panicked. On the first floor of the entire building, red alarms suddenly flashed and buzzed. Look, next to that guy. What's that? Someone's pupils dilated and they looked at Chen Mo in the center of the field with disbelief. I saw silver steel balls appearing beside Chen Mo at some point. In constant circling. Under everyone's incredible gaze. Swish. Swish, these steel balls seemed to be controlled by him. Suddenly rushed towards the security guards. It was just a steel ball the size of a fingernail, but when it hit the security guards, it released a terrifying impact force. They all flew backwards. Boom. Hiss. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Take a breath of cold air. Some white-collar workers stared with wide eyes. He clutched his glasses tightly and muttered in horror. Is that guy manipulating those steel balls? Am I dreaming? The round beads returned to his side again, and they seemed to have a magnetic field on Chen Mo. Keep rotating. Chen Mo looked indifferent. He glanced calmly at everyone present. Just a snap of the fingers. Boom. One of the round beads actually pierced through the wall of the new Emperor group, leaving a small hole with white mist coming out. Everyone held their breath for a moment. You can hear a pin drop. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Chen Mo in shock as if they had seen a miracle. Whoever tries to stop me again will end up like this wall. The sound is not loud, but it is absolutely quiet and silent. It reached everyone's ears. Everyone's heart trembled. I was stunned by this shocking scene. Chen Mo came to the front desk. There were 2 pretty young women in uniform sitting at the front desk. Lin Chu, where are you? The 2 women were still in shock and had not yet recovered. When I saw Chen Mo's deep and murderous eyes, they couldn't stop shaking all over. Even his speech was a bit stuttering. Lin is always here. In the office on the 23rd floor. After hearing this, Chen Mo left without looking back. The big orange cat followed closely behind, with its head raised proudly and its furry tail lifted. After saying this, the two young women gasped heavily. My back was soaked. Everyone present looked at each other. Today's scene directly refreshed their worldview over the past few decades. It is really too shocking to the world. Is this magic? Someone looked at the small hole and said that he felt his limbs were somewhat out of control. No, I don't know. How about calling the police? Yes. Yes. Call the police. Chen Mo and the orange cat entered the elevator. The elevator went straight up, and in front of us was a whole piece of transparent glass. As the elevator rises, you can clearly see the bustling high-rise buildings outside. Lin Chu was located on the 23rd floor of the new Emperor Group building. President's office. Ding, the elevator stopped on the 16th floor. The door opened slowly. Standing at the elevator entrance were a group of tall, young girls wearing OL uniforms, holding coffee in their hands. They were chatting and laughing. When I saw Chen Mo in the elevator, one of the women with big wavy hair and a hot and plump figure frowned. He spoke with some displeasure. Tisk, are the new Emperor's security guards just there to do nothing? How did you let someone like this in? And a cat? The girls in front looked at Chen Mo's clothes. There was disdain on their faces. Forget it, Ran, the supervisor is still urging us. Let's go up. At this time, a girl next to him reminded. Xie Ziren nodded, frowned, and walked in while pinching his nose. It's like facing something unclean. Said. It's really bad luck. Sudden. A shrill scream rang out. Meow. The big orange cat was baring its teeth at everyone. He looked at the women in front of him fiercely. Ah. This frightened them so much that they turned pale. Some people even failed to hold the coffee in their hands properly and spilled it all over the floor. Security. Where is the security? Xie Ziren became even more displeased and shouted loudly. Who allows pets to be brought into the company? Be quiet. Chen Mo said lightly. The big orange cat turned its head to look at him, then turned around with a cat walk and rubbed his trouser leg. Go up. Chen Mo looked at the white-collar workers in front of him calmly and said lightly. Xie Ziren looked at the blind cat with some fear. Disgusted. Forget it, let's wait for the next trip. What bad luck. Chen Mo didn't care. He nodded and closed the elevator door. Bang. Wait for the elevator to continue rising. A group of white-collar workers stood there and talked about it unhappily. Chen Mo looked at the time on his phone. November 23, 2049, 11:30 and 12 seconds. Half an hour left. That's enough. Bite. When the elevator opened again, it was clearly written above. 23rd floor. Chen Mo walked out expressionlessly. On his wrist, which was hidden by his sleeve, an iron ring gradually turned into liquid. It turned into a long sword and appeared on the right hand. Who are you? There were not many people on this floor, but Chen Mo, who was armed, was obviously very eye-catching. Knife. That's a knife. Run away. Everyone was shocked when they saw this and ran away in all directions. Chen Mo dragged the knife, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Walked towards the president's office. At this moment, in the president's office of Xinhuang Group, a woman with a hot and revealing body and heavy makeup was lying in Lin Chu's arms. His face flushed and he was breathing heavily. Boss Lin, you were so brave just now. The woman is an internet celebrity with millions of followers. But in front of Lin Chu, she was as obedient as a kitten. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by doing this here? Lin Chu smoked a cigarette, put his legs on the table, and laughed. Ha ha ha. In the new Emperor Group, I have the final say. Even if they found out. So what? As he spoke, Lin Chu looked at the woman's towering peaks with a smile, and grabbed them and began to knead them. Hate, the female internet celebrity said shyly, but did not refuse. And just at this moment. Bang. There was a loud noise. The door was kicked open by someone. This sudden move gave Lin Chu and the woman in his arms a shock. The female internet celebrity was so scared that she quickly put on her coat. Lin Chu's face darkened immediately as his good plan was ruined. Staring at Qin Mo, who was walking slowly from the door, said angrily, "Which department are you from? Don't you know that what I hate most is someone coming over to disturb me?" He had a defiant look on his face, and his eyes showed that he wanted to kill Qin Mo. But when he saw the sword in Qin Mo's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank. Lin Chu. Qin Mo walked in. He slowly closed the door behind him and spoke in a ferocious voice with murderous intent on his face. "It's been a long time since we last met." Hiss. Feel the murderous aura from Qin Mo. Lin Chu was shocked. He comes with bad intentions. What are you going to do? Where's the security? How did you get in? He suddenly felt an extremely bad premonition in his heart. And the female internet celebrity next to him actually came over and asked in a tender voice without knowing the consequences. "Boss Lin, who is this guy?" "How would I know?" Lin Chu got off the stool and took a few steps back. "I, Lin Chu, have never offended you, have I?" "Calm down. Are you here for money or something else?" As a favored child of heaven, he quickly calmed down. He stared at the sharp and shining sword in Qin Mo's hand, and calmly opened the drawer with his right hand. In that drawer, there was a pistol. Both of his parents are high-ranking officials, and his grandfather is a big boss in the military region. This kind of thing is naturally used for self-defense. Qin Mo stared at his familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face. He showed an extremely creepy smile. "You. Maybe you don't remember me. But I remember it clearly. 15 years after the end of the world, you sent us on an impossible mission to get rid of Yuer. Yuer was eaten bit by that god. I returned from the brink of death, but you regarded me as the sinner of this action. You don't remember all this?" Qin Mo said loudly with hatred in his eyes. "I will never forget it." The scene of Yuer dying tragically in front of him. And returned to the 6th war zone. He became Lin Chu's scapegoat, exiled from the war zone, and surrounded and eaten by countless alien species. What on earth are you talking about? Feeling the breath of corpses and blood. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on me. Lin Chu's breathing was heavy and his back was soaked. What end of the world? What god? Qin Mo looked at the pieces of transparent glass behind Lin Chu. In the sky, meteors had fallen at some point, and countless people gathered in public. I took out my cell phone and looked at this beautiful scene in amazement. You will know soon. Qin Mo chuckled. But before that, let's settle old scores. Qin Mo dragged the sword, and with every step he took, the sword made a sharp scraping sound. Plop. Plop. Lin Chu only felt his heart beating violently, and the female internet celebrity next to him screamed in fear. He fainted instantly. Don't come over here, Lin Chu kept backing away, looking at Qin Mo with a look of extreme horror. I'm the president of the new Emperor Group, and my grandfather is the former head of the military region. What do you want? Money. I can give you anything you want. He was screaming and roaring in his heart, wondering why no one from the new Emperor Group had come yet. Are those security guards downstairs a bunch of rubbish? Don't worry, I won't let you experience what I've felt. I won't let you die so easily. At this moment, Qin Mo looked like a ghost walking out of hell. With a crazy look on his face, he came forward step by step. I told you not to come over. Under such pressure. Lin Chu's heart was broken, and he immediately took out the pistol he had picked up earlier with his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. A string of bullets fired. Ding. Several steel balls collided with each other, and sparks burst out. The bullets were crushed and fell to the ground. Make a crisp sound. Lin Chu was simply dumbfounded. His legs continued to weaken and he leaned back. What kind of monster are you? Why, even bullets can't hurt him. Want to kill me, Lin Chu? Then you die first. Lin Chu roared and fired several shots in succession. Bang. Bang. The gunshots continued. Until all the bullets in the pistol are empty. Lin Chu collapsed to his knees, panting. Breathing heavily. But when he raised his head, he found Chen Mo right in front of him. My pupils shrank and a huge feeling of suffocation suddenly came over me. This is impossible. How come you're not dead? Bang. He was suddenly lifted up by someone. Chen Mo's right hand was like a giant clamp, tightly gripping his neck. Lin Chu's feet left the ground, his face flushed, and he kept struggling. You mean this? Chen Mo smiled. The bullets trembled violently on the ground, and then floated up. Came in front of Lin Chu. Lin Chu noticed the bullets out of the corner of his eye and his eyes almost popped out of his head in fear. Monster. It's a monster. Who on earth is this person who can even ignore bullets? He was pressed against the wall by Chen Mo. He couldn't breathe and his whole body was twitching. A foul smell came. Chen Mo frowned and looked at the liquid that fell to the ground. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Cough, cough, cough. Mercy, mercy. Lin Chu's face turned blue and purple, and he begged for mercy hoarsely. Have I ever offended you in any way? Money, I have a lot of money, I can give it to you, I can give it all to you. Chen Mo grinned and spoke slowly. This is really not like you. Mr. Lin. While talking. Several bullets floating beside Chen Mo instantly shot into Lin Chu's limbs. Puff. Puff. Countless blood splattered everywhere. A feeling of weightlessness and intense pain came over me. Ah! A scream of extreme pain was heard. Lin Chu curled up on the ground, sweating profusely in pain, rolling around with a grimacing face. Chen Mo, with half of his face stained with blood, touched the hot blood on his face. The ha-ha expression became even crazier. Ha-ha-ha. Lin Chu, do you know that the people you killed back then were 100 times more miserable than you are now? My intestines and internal organs were pulled out by that god. When I was conscious, I watched myself die bit by bit. And you? With the most contemptuous expression. Said a word. Do you want to know what that is? Chen Mo stroked the sword in his hand and said softly. Lin Chu gritted his teeth and opened his eyes with a weak breath. His eyes were full of fear and pleading. No, I don't know. Mercy. He doesn't want to die. He was born a child of destiny and had everything he wanted. Even if I really killed someone, my parents and grandfather would help me settle it. At most, it would be a compensation of several $1,000,000. Chen Mo squatted down and looked at Lin Chu, who was in extreme pain, with a creepy smile on his face. She leaned over to his ear and whispered in his tone. That is. It's just the lives of a bunch of inferior people. I don't care how many die. Lin Chu's breath was choked. And now, those dead people have come back from hell to seek revenge on you. Chen Mo's eyes were full of coldness. A silver light fell. The knife fell with a sudden movement. Ah! Lin Chu's eyes widened, his eyes full of bloodshot as he wailed. His limbs were cut off cleanly and neatly. There were 4 bloody holes, and blood was constantly gushing out. The intense pain caused Lin Chu to faint instantly. At this moment, there were suddenly countless hurried footsteps outside the door. Why don't you stop? You've been surrounded by us, and the sniper has locked onto your position. It's not too late to surrender now. An angry shout rang out through a loudspeaker. Outside the Xinhuang group, countless police cars and special police appeared at this moment, and the sound of sirens was endless. It's really fast. Chen Mo glanced at the cell phone that fell from Lin Chu. It clearly shows that the call is in progress. If he had not awakened his supernatural powers, he would have killed Lin Chu 2 days earlier. I am afraid that we will face siege by hundreds or even thousands of people. But now, it doesn't matter anymore. Chen Mo looked at the time on his phone. 11:5732. 3 minutes left. Chen Mo waved his hand and used the power of his supernatural powers to the extreme. The surrounding objects began to tremble violently. It transformed into countless molten iron and swarmed towards the door. Gradually it condensed into an indestructible metal door. Bang. Outside the door, the Special Forces soldiers holding guns saw this scene after breaking open the door. His eyes were shocked. This. When did this door appear? In the president's room. Chen Mo stood up and glanced at the half-dead figure on the ground. Lin Chu's vitality gradually faded away. Use the iron liquid to wrap his limbs to prevent him from bleeding to death. Chen Mo lifted him up from the ground. A hard punch to the stomach. Puff. The huge pain made Lin Chu wake up suddenly. His face was pale and bloodless. Look at everything around here. Lin Chu was suddenly overwhelmed by fear. This is not a dream. This is not a dream. Spare my life. Please, this was the nth time he had said this. Chen Mo pressed him against the wall with an expressionless face, looking towards the direction of a tall building opposite. There was a sniper crawling there. An angry shout came from the headset. That's that adult's grandson. I allow you to shoot and kill the criminals. Shot. Bang. A deafening sound was heard. The surrounding transparent glass shattered into pieces in an instant. Just when the sniper thought he had killed the enemy with one shot, the sniper bullet suddenly stopped in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo's pupils shrank. Boom. The bullet passed by his cheek and hit the iron door behind him heavily. Smoke burst out. The sniper on the opposite side shuddered all over, his expression filled with horror. Lose. Failed. How is this possible? Did I see it wrong just now? The bullet actually stopped. Falcon, did it work? The sniper swallowed in disbelief and spoke in a hoarse voice. Captain, we failed. You idiot. Why didn't you shoot this man dead? Instead, you exposed your position. Get down. And in the building opposite, a bloodstain slowly emerged on Chen Mo's cheek. Lin Chu was extremely desperate at this time. Even sniper bullets can't kill this person. He really couldn't think of any other way to kill this monster. Chen Mo made a tisk sound. The power of sniper bullets is not comparable to that of pistols. After all, the master's supernatural power has just awakened. If you reach the second level, even sniper bullets cannot get close to your body. Chen Mo watched the time gradually pass by on his phone. His face became more and more crazy. After the tempered glass was broken, there was no protection and it would fall down if you took another step. Chen Mo lifted Lin Chu and held him up to the 23rd floor. Looking at the scene below that I once overlooked. Countless densely packed crowds. Lin Chu was trembling all over and his pupils were dilated. Shouted in fear. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. And this scene was also clearly noticed by countless people below. A hot-blooded man in military uniform noticed this scene through a telescope. Take a breath of cold air. Hiss. Put your guns down. That's Mr. Lin's grandson. Go prepare the life-saving airbags. What on earth does that guy want to do? The man in military uniform looked horrified. Before coming, they investigated everything about Chen Mo. Chen Mo and Lin Chu are totally unrelated and have nothing in common at all. His resume is extraordinary. Why on earth would it go to such an extent? What terrified him even more was, how could a mere person stop the fully armed special forces? Lin Chu was so frightened at this moment that his whole body went limp. I was so scared that my soul flew away to the sky. Chen Mo glanced at the time and laughed. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. The second hand keeps turning. Chen Mo muttered quietly. 3, 2, 1. When the time came to 12 o'clock. November 23, 2049. Buzz buzz buzz. Everything seemed to stop at this moment. Countless buzzing sounds rang in the ears of people all over the world. Boom. A loud noise that shook the earth was heard. The entire ground beneath my feet began to shake violently. The earth was splitting apart, opening up countless cracks that looked like abysses. The originally cloudless sky suddenly turned as red as the night, and a huge hole was torn in it. The gorgeous daytime meteors in the sky turned into deadly red meteorites, falling on the earth one after another. Boom. At this moment, huge waves were rolling in the Yangtze River and Yellow River basins. The ancient Yangtze River and the Yellow River turned into a black and white dragon that could swallow the sky. It rose into the sky and let out a piercing roar. A huge hand stretched out from the center of Tianhai City. In the ancient Holy Land nowhere, sleeping gods have awakened. Mountain torrents, tsunamis, ground fissures, and the collapse of magnificent buildings. It's like the wrath of the sky and the judgment of the gods. At this moment, everything seemed to cease to exist. The sky and the earth change color, the end of the world is about to begin. Lin Chu's entire body was shaking violently as he watched the buildings before him collapse one after another. There were constant explosions in the distance, smoke billowing, and alarms blaring. His eyes were covered by that strange red color. His lips and teeth were trembling constantly. What happened? Chen Mo, who was standing by, also trembled all over when he saw this scene. However, compared to Lin Chu's fear and despair, he was excited. Bang! Lin Chu was thrown heavily to the ground. Chen Mo turned around in the dim light. The pupils are captivating, flashing with a strange light. Behind him was a dark blood-red sky. Countless meteorites burning with blazing flames fell, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. Countless screams and gunshots were heard in my ears. Ah! Damn it! What's wrong with you? Wake up! Captain! What happened to them? Bang, bang, bang. Chen Mo opened his hands, his face looking crazy and ferocious. He gave a weird smile and spoke slowly. Lin Chu. Welcome to the end of the world. No one would have thought that these daytime meteors representing good wishes would turn into meteorites that took their lives. Natural disasters, man-made disasters, and natural disasters. In various locations in Tianhai City, people were fleeing and wailing was everywhere. The old friends were still talking and laughing just a moment ago. The next second, the alien zombie became extremely ferocious, with sticky saliva flowing from its mouth and pounced towards him. The rats, cats and dogs wandering the streets began to swell, becoming huge and bloodthirsty, taller than a car. In less than 10 minutes, all traffic was paralyzed and dead bodies were scattered all over the ground. In the face of this extremely bizarre apocalypse caused by natural disasters, everything seemed so small and pathetic. And at this moment, Chen Mo in the new emperor group. He looked at the scene in front of him with a crazy look on his face. Here we come. It's finally here. Lin Chu was so frightened that he foamed at the mouth and became incontinent. He was in a daze, his pupils were bloodshot, and he spoke in horror. No, no. What on earth just happened? Did you do all this? Why? Lin Chu knew that he was doomed to die. He roared at Chen Mo with a ferocious face. He seems crazy. But that's true. In this end times, the living. They are all crazy. No. Chen Mo turned his head dimly, looking at him with twinkling eyes. He grinned and said like a devil. I don't have that much ability. Lin Chu, do you know? I have waited for this day for too long. Do you know why I'm here? Those are the souls who died tragically at the hands of that deformed king. They are piled up in hell. You pushed me back. Lin Chu's pupils shrank. Sudden. The severe pain came again. His face was distorted and he screamed in extreme pain. Ah! What are you doing? Get out of here. At this moment, Lin Chu was being pinned to the ground by the female internet celebrity. For some reason, the previously beautiful female internet celebrity had large chunks of rotten flesh on her face and body. The white bones were exposed and the eyes were glowing red. He stared at Lin Chu below and bit him. Lin Chu had no room to resist at all. Oh. Chen Mo was a little surprised. Then he looked at the internet celebrity who had been transformed into an alien species with a smile, and let her tear it apart continuously. On the other side, the big orange cat was lying on the ground, motionless, as if dead. Chen Mo laughed jokingly. It seems that your lover is not so lucky. Enjoy the feeling of being eaten away bit by these dirty things. Chen Mo's eyes were frighteningly cold. No, no, AA. Lin Chu went completely crazy. Kill me. I let you kill me. Chen Mo turned around, his face looking exceptionally calm and indifferent. The dried blood on his face added an even more sinister look. Come to the orange cat. Chen Mo said calmly. I know you're not dead yet. Stop pretending, Qiongqi. The big orange cat on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. When the end of the world is approaching, the world is shrouded in blood. Its second eye was restored miraculously. Meow. The second eye looked particularly cruel and bloodthirsty. The orange cat's flesh and blood kept gurgling, and its entire body grew several times larger. Crack. The iron ring around its neck broke into pieces. In the end, it was actually as tall as half a person. His body is strong and powerful, just like a tiger. Roar, a low roar was heard. The orange cat now. Rather than being a cat's meow, it sounded more like a beast's. He stared at Chen Mo with unfriendly eyes, emitting a terrible oppressive force and momentum. It's like hunting prey. Chen Mo looked at the broken iron ring on the ground calmly. Said lightly. Qiongqi. Do you want to resist? The eyes of the golden-haired beast in front of him kept turning, looking at Chen Mo. It took light steps, its 4 strong and powerful claws, and a ferocious look as it slowly came to Chen Mo's side. Smelling his scent. Chen Mo didn't move at all. An amazing scene happened. Even without the iron ring, the beast seemed to be afraid. She crawled beside Chen Mo and rubbed his body affectionately. Let out a dull growl. Strangely enough, there are quite a few ferocious beasts in zoos and forests. But in the end, only this orange cat stood out, became the great evil Qiongqi, and devoured the gods of Tianhai. Chen Mo smiled and touched Qiongqi's hair. No wonder you can become the overlord of Tianhai City. Just this aspect of crisis perception is enough to help you avoid many risks in the end times. If Qiongqi dares to retaliate against himself, he has just awakened as an alien species and seems powerful. But no matter which aspect, he is not as good as me. I can easily kill it in seconds. Chen Mo looked at the metal gate in front of him. Use the domination power. In an instant, the huge gate turned into a pool of molten iron. A strong smell of blood and a roar hit me in the face. It turned out to be a strange zombie that looked like a soldier. Roar. The Qiongqi beside him jumped up. In an instant, he bit off half of its body, making a chewing sound. Chen Mo did not stop it. Special beings like Qiongqi, who have self-awareness, devour humans. I prefer to eat zombies and beasts of the same species. Even, God. This will allow them to continue to advance and grow. Chen Mo walked out of the door. It was dark and messy outside the door at this moment. The surrounding walls were riddled with bullet holes. There was a large number of incomplete corpses lying on the ground. Obviously, the special forces who had been guarding outside the door had retreated. Ah! Help! 23 on the 3rd floor, a man in uniform and wearing glasses and covered in blood was running away frantically. When he saw Chen Mo appear, his face was filled with ecstasy. There are people. There are still people alive. He hurried towards Chen Mo. Behind him, followed a large group of alien zombies on the 23rd floor. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Noticed the conspicuous scars on the man's body. The dominant power surges. Buzz. A large amount of silver liquid instantly turned into extremely sharp knife handles. Poochie, poochie. It pierced into the center of the zombies' foreheads cleanly and neatly. Even the man with glasses had one on his forehead. A streak of blood slid across the man's sight. He stood still. He looked at Chen Mo with disbelief on his face. Why? Then he fell to the ground with a thump. After the men with glasses died, dark figures rushed out from behind him, biting and tearing at his body. On the other side, the 5 or 6 remaining zombies rushed towards Chen Mo with extremely ferocious roars. Chen Mo didn't say much. Just wanted to use the domination ability again. Suddenly my whole body was shocked. Boom. Chen Mo's eyes changed and he muttered while looking at his hands. Is there a limit to the amount of supernatural powers you can use? That's right, I have used my master's ability too many times today. For a newly awakened psychic, being able to use it 4 or 5 times is already very good. But Chen Mo used it far more than this number of times. Fortunately, I carried a katana with me. Even if I can't use my supernatural powers temporarily. This physical fitness is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Chen Mo held a katana in his hand. With a swing of the knife, he chopped off the head of the zombie in front. Blood was gushing out, countless streams of blood spurting out. Several more zombies rushed over. Roar. The Qiongqi behind him jumped high, waved its huge claws, and slapped the zombie in front of Chen Mo into 2 pieces. But the zombie, which had been broken into 2 pieces, was dragging its intestines and internal organs all over the ground. Still crawling towards Chen Mo. The knife falls with a sudden movement. Plop plop, Chen Mo cut off its head. The other party then stopped moving. These ordinary zombies can only be killed by beheading them. Chen Mo said calmly. He didn't care whether Qiongqi understood or not. He dragged his sword and killed his way out. There was blood all over the floor. Plop. When the last zombie's head fell on the 23rd floor, Chen Mo swung it hard. Shake off the blood stains on the sword. Just the 23rd floor of human zombies is already such a hassle. Not to mention the situation outside Tianhai City. Fortunately, those people can clear a lot of obstacles for me. Through the glass window covered with blood and flesh, Chen Mo saw a sea of fire and gunfire below. Outside of the new Emperor group, the thousands of soldiers who had arrived here before were an extremely strong force. Among this group of special forces, there were also some who had transformed into zombie aliens. Given their physical fitness, they are more terrifying than ordinary zombies after turning into zombies and cannot be killed by ordinary people. Fortunately, the soldiers below, under their command, immediately killed the transformed people around them. The remaining people formed a human wall defense and kept shooting to stop the zombies that swarmed in from all directions. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he murmured. Hurry up. Because a natural disaster has just struck, countless alien species and zombies are rampant. When there were no large number of survivors to join forces with the military to carry out the encirclement and cleanup. It is the most difficult and dangerous moment. But at the same time, it is also the best time to advance your supernatural powers. Chen Mo looked at the zombie corpses scattered on the ground. Towards Qiongqi. Eat them all. Qiongqi tilted his head in confusion. Chen Mo said calmly. Good for you. About 10 days later, an extremely special contaminated crystal will appear in the brains of these zombie species. That thing can advance your superpowers and increase your strength. Although not now. But for the Qiongqi, which is also a different species, it is also a very tonic thing. Qiongqi swallowed the corpses one by one, seemingly not quite understanding what was going on. Its mouth is like an abyss. Chen Mo laughed and scolded when he saw this. Just eat the key parts. He chopped off a zombie's head with his sword and kicked it away. After Qiongqi finished swallowing, the man and the beast rested for a while. Chen Mo also felt that the dominant supernatural power in his body had recovered a little. Go down the escape route. Here, you can see large numbers of zombies rushing towards you on almost every floor. I don't know if it's because it swallowed all the flesh and blood before. Or were these zombies arousing the ferocity in Qiongqi? As an alien species with individual consciousness, Qiongqi is superior in both combat power and consciousness. They completely crushed these ordinary zombies. Click, click. Qiongqi was gnawing on the flesh and blood again, and its body seemed to have grown even bigger. Just keep watching it this way. It is estimated that it won't be long before Qiongqi will be able to successfully advance to a first-level alien species. Chen Mo looked at the back of the Qiongqi in front of him. He remembered the description of Qiongqi before his rebirth. It has a pair of huge fleshy wings on its body. Not only is it extremely ferocious, it is also extremely fast and can fight in the air. In the corridor on the 13th floor of the Xinhuang group. Bang. The door was slammed shut. At the bottom of the stairs, a sobbing sound was heard. Why do I have to go through all this? Am I dreaming? Cry, just cry. Stop crying. Come and block this door, we can't hold on any longer, an angry shout rang out. 4 men, covered in blood, were pressing their bodies against the door. Inside that door, there were countless zombies swarming in, constantly hitting him with their heads, limbs, and bodies. Bang. Bang. Every impact was extremely fierce. The men all had ferocious looks on their faces, gritting their teeth and resisting the zombies' attacks. But as they work overtime 996 all year round here, their physical fitness is naturally not strong. After a while, a bloody hand with exposed bones broke through the glass. Ah! Another scream. In the corridor behind the 4 men, Xie Ziren, the woman holding the coffee, had her hair disheveled. Her clothes were tattered, revealing her beautiful body. She was shivering in a corner. One of the men gritted his teeth and glared at Xie Ziren, who was doing nothing on the side. We can't hold on any longer. Let's fight together. Otherwise we will all die. At this point, who still cares about courtesy between men and women? They witnessed their colleagues being bitten to death by zombies one by one, and they all wanted to survive. But Xie Ziren was trembling with fear, looking at the hideous and terrifying zombies behind the door with a pale face. No. I don't want to die. She screamed and took off her high heels. He actually fled madly downwards. This scene made the 4 men present tear their eyes out. They didn't expect it. Xie Ziren actually chose to escape. Several people roared angrily. Thank you, Ziren. Asshole. Damn bitch. Boom. The zombies inside the door swarmed in and there was another violent collision. This time, even the 4 of them couldn't resist. In an instant, he was drowned by the swarm of zombies and let out an unwilling roar. Xie Ziren. You will die a miserable death. I don't want to die. I heard the abuse and curses from my former colleagues behind me. Xie Ziren, who was escaping, looked anxious and kept comforting himself. Sorry, I want to live too. Sudden. Because he was running away in such a hurry, his right foot slipped while going down the stairs. She leaned forward uncontrollably. The whole person rolled down several steps. All the way to the 8th floor. Such a huge movement. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless zombies. When I saw the wide open door beside me, the wandering zombies turned their heads one by one. Xie Ziren's face turned pale. Feeling weak all over, she curled up in a corner and cried. Don't come over here. Someone come and save me. I'm still young and I don't want to die. Roar. But zombies don't care about so much. Zombies rushed towards her one after another. Xie Ziren screamed and closed his eyes tightly. And just at this moment, a terrifying beast roar was heard. The silver light slashed down. Countless molten iron closed the open door. Qiongqi was extremely brutal and tore several zombies into pieces. Large amounts of blood splattered all over Xie Ziren's face. Am I saved? When she opened her eyes again, looking at the beast in front of him, it was even more terrifying than a zombie. Xie Ziren felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He couldn't help but tremble all over and stepped back. Her teeth were chattering, but her strong desire to survive did not make her faint. Roar after swallowing these zombies one by one. Qiongqi turned around and looked at her ferociously. Xie Ziren said in extreme fear. Don't kill me. At this time, a faint voice sounded. Qiongqi. Da-da-da accompanied the sound of footsteps. A figure slowly walked down the stairs above. Qiongqi growled. He spat out a few bones and returned to the man's side. When I saw this very familiar face, Xie Ziren's body trembled. Then there is a look of infinite ecstasy. Exclaimed. It's you. Country no. Why are you here? Xiaoxiren was extremely happy. I thought I was doomed to die. But I didn't expect to meet the weird guy in the elevator here. And judging from his appearance, he didn't seem to have turned into a zombie. Chen Mo glanced at her. His expression was calm, and he patted the Qiongqi beside him. Eat these. They are all good things. Don't waste it. Qiongqi nodded, walked forward and swallowed the brain of a zombie in one gulp. Viscous blood and brain matter kept flowing out of his mouth. Click, click. It looks extremely terrifying. Ugh. Xiaoxiren's face turned pale. Seeing this horrifying scene, I couldn't help but vomit. For some reason, the more she looked at the beast, the more familiar it seemed to her. He suppressed the chill in his heart and spoke to Chen Mo. Is this your pet? Chen Mo ignored her. Instead, he looked at the door that was blocked by molten iron. Bang. Bang. Obviously, the zombies on the other side of the door were still banging on it. But given their current strength, it is estimated to take quite a bit of time. Seeing that Chen Mo ignored him at all, Xiaoxiren frowned, very unhappy. Think about Xiaoxiren, she was once a goddess who was the center of attention in the Xinhuang group. There are countless people pursuing me in the Xinhuang group. She thinks she is pretty good looking. But there wasn't even a hint of pity in Chen Mo's eyes. The brief peace made her feel superior again. Hello. I'm talking to you. Xiaoxiren said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Why are you here? Did you make this wall too? Chen Mo turned around and stared at her with cold eyes. You'd better be quiet. The moment you see each other's eyes. Xiaoxiren felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. She swore that this was the coldest look she had ever seen in her life. Xiaoxiren was so frightened that he couldn't speak for a moment. But soon, she reacted. There are only me and this guy here. I am a weak woman and I sprained my ankle again. If no one helps me, I'm afraid I will really die here. Looking at the sword in Chen Mo's hand. This guy must be very powerful to be able to come down safely from upstairs. Xiaoxiren thought secretly. Her face suddenly became very aggrieved. He looked very pitiful. Said delicately. I'm hurt. Can you help me? I completely forgot how unattainable I was before. Chen Mo glanced at her. I have to say that Xiaoxiren has a nice body, with curves in all the right places, and is very hot. The LA uniform he was wearing had become tattered for some reason, revealing the beautiful scenery underneath. But Chen Mo has seen too many green tea bitches like this. In the end times, there is this kind of woman who is good-looking but completely useless. Either they become playthings of the big bosses, or they survive by selling their bodies in exchange for food. No. Chen Mo said decisively. Xiaoxiren's beautiful eyes widened, and then she said angrily. Are you still a man? I'm hurt. Aren't you going to help me? Ding. A long sword was deeply inserted into the wall beside Xiaoxiren. Xiaoxiren's pupils shrank and he looked at the sword beside him. Her delicate body couldn't stop shaking. Shut your mouth. Chen Mo grinned and said slowly. Have you forgotten? The one who helped you before. All dead. Chen Mo silently drew out his sword and looked at the Qiongqi beside him. I saw that it had almost finished eating. Said lightly. Let's go. Don't go. The desire to survive ultimately prevails over reason. Xiaoxiren grabbed the corner of Chen Mo's clothes tightly and pleaded with tears in her beautiful eyes. Take me with you. I don't want to die. Please. Chen Mo frowned. Why would I bring a burden with me? A hint of madness flashed across Xiaoxiren's beautiful eyes, and he simply took off the upper half of his uniform. Tear. Revealing large areas of snow-white, attractive skin. There was blood on it, which gave it a strange beauty. As long as you can take me with you. You can do whatever you want to me. Before the end of the world, she was still the goddess that ordinary people dared not even dream of. And now, she is going to do something that only a bitch would do. Just because she wanted to live. Chen Mo said with some mockery in his eyes. Your body. Yes, Xie Ziren said, biting his lips tightly with great humiliation. My flesh. She just didn't believe that anyone could remain indifferent after seeing her like this. Chen Mo had a blank expression on his face, revealing a sneer. Ridiculous chips. After saying this, he didn't give Xie Ziren any room to maneuver. So he walked towards the stairs below with Qiongqi. Zizi, the iron gate beside me began to gradually melt away. I saw their figures getting farther and farther away. A deep look of fear appeared in Xie Ziren's beautiful eyes. She continued to crawl forward, screaming loudly. No. Don't leave me. I can do anything. I can do anything. Roar. A series of roars were heard. Xie Ziren widened her beautiful eyes. His eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. The iron gate that holds back the zombies. It actually disappeared. No. You bastard. You didn't save me. I curse you to die a miserable death. Save me, save me. Xie Ziren struggled frantically, but more and more zombies pounced on her. The body that she was so proud of was torn and bitten to pieces by the zombies. At last. In the end, he ended up like the 4 men before him. Chen Mo listened to the screams and curses echoing in the corridor. There was not the slightest fluctuation in my heart. In this end times where people eat each other. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing is not some alien zombie. But it was the teammate who stabbed him in the back. Food, women, crystal cores, status. All of these may lead to a huge hidden danger. After arriving at the first floor of the new Emperor group. Because most of the zombies on the first floor had been attracted away by the gunfire of the troops outside the new Emperor group. So there are not many zombies left here. Chen Mo held a long sword in his hand and killed the last zombie cleanly and efficiently. Walked out of the new royal building. Looking at the crimson sky, a terrifying blood moon hung high in the sky. In the end times, there is no day or sun. This means that before the major war zones were established, no one could settle down in one place and farm and sell their own products. It's imperative to go out and look for unspoiled food before it runs out. Fortunately, Chen Mo had already prepared a lot of food at home. It is enough to last until his other superpower awakens and both superpowers are upgraded to the 2nd level. The zombies outside the new Emperor group were basically cleared out. Not far away, 20 or 30 remaining Special Forces soldiers stood forming a wall of defense. Constantly resisting the zombies coming from all directions. Fire. Fire. Kill all these ghosts. Wow, I don't want to die. Will we die? I have a wife and children at home, let me go. Let me go. I want to go back. Under the protection of this group of special forces, there are also 20 or 30 employees of the new Emperor group squatting in the center. Zheng Haifeng got angry in an instant. He stepped forward and kicked the middle-aged man who was about to leave. Do you want to kill everyone here? Don't stop him, let him die. He is the commander-in-chief here. This operation was originally intended to rescue Mr. Lin's grandson. But I didn't expect such a shocking thing to happen. Looking at the buildings collapsing around me, in the deep red gloomy sky. And there are zombies swarming in front of us like a tide. Zheng Haifeng frowned as he couldn't even contact the military region through the satellite communicator. He couldn't help but curse angrily. What on earth is wrong with this world? If this continues, we'll all die. At this moment, a scream came from the special forces in front. Ah! Someone got bit again. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out. A man in military uniform hurried over and said in a deep voice. Team leader. No more bullets. Let's retreat. Zheng Haifeng's breath was choked. Looking at the group of survivors in front of him, his eyes flickered constantly as if he was thinking about something. There are only a few cars that can be used now, and there are about 30 or 40 people here. This does not include the fighters who remain here. It is definitely not enough. Ah! Another scream rang out. Zheng Haifeng was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. What is that? Look at that guy. So strong. Wait, isn't he the guy who broke into the new Emperor group earlier? Is he Superman? Zheng Haifeng looked in that direction. I saw it on another road in front of the Xinhuang group. Chen Mo and Qiongqi, the men and the beast, are hunting zombies frantically. Qiongqi's eyes were fierce, like a tiger, and he tore a zombie to pieces with one claw. Chen Mo relied on his strong body and 15 years of combat experience in the apocalypse. Like a dark devil, holding a katana. Even when surrounded by countless zombies, he didn't show any fear. On the contrary, he handled it with ease and chopped off a head cleanly with one stroke. Puff. Puff. This scene is really too exaggerated. This was in stark contrast to the dozens of armed soldiers who were struggling to resist here. Rao is Zheng Haifeng, who has many years of experience as an instructor. After seeing such smooth movements and decisive methods, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and swear. Is that the gangster? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. At this time, the soldier beside him spoke. Captain. He was the one who killed Lin Chu, the president of the new Emperor group. Shoot. Fuck you. Zheng Haifeng glared at him. Cursed angrily. It's already this late, how many bullets do you have left in your gun? Why not use these ghosts on our own people? Take your men and cover the back. Let's retreat behind that guy. Zheng Haifeng glanced at the group of ordinary people who were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, cowering timidly. The more we fight these ghosts, the more there are. In the end, I'm afraid everyone will die here. The appearance of Chen Mo gave him a glimmer of hope. In other words, even if that person killed the president of the new Emperor group. But nearly 100 people present were able to be saved because of him. That's a hero. Special times call for special measures. Zheng Haifeng is not someone who is inflexible. He made a prompt decision and spoke immediately. Let these ordinary people get on the bus. We're taking shelter in the back. You have no bullets. What the hell are you doing with your police knives? Take them out and chop them. After he gave the order, the crowd immediately rustled. These more than 100 people continued to advance and evacuate along the path created by Chen Mo. Chen Mo, who was at the front, naturally noticed the movement behind him. Puff. Another zombie was killed. He turned his head and glanced at the troops following behind him but keeping a certain distance. Didn't say much. Instead, he continued to move forward. Zheng Haifeng, who was holding a telescope in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Muttered. It seems that he agrees. Bring me a gun and cover him. Putting down the telescope, Zheng Haifeng became more and more frightened the more he looked. Who is he? They had seen with their own eyes how terrifying these zombies were. Unless you shoot at the head, the person won't die even if his limbs and torso are shot into sieves, which wastes a lot of bullets. And this guy of unknown origin seemed to be at ease in front of so many zombies. Does Mr. Lin's grandson have a grudge against him? Zheng Haifeng looked at the document recording Chen Mo, his eyes flickering. Looking at the increasing number of zombies around. Chen Mo's body was covered in blood. Even though he had awakened and strengthened his superpowers, he couldn't help but find it increasingly difficult. Coming to the city center on the first day of the apocalypse is nothing short of a risky move. But this is the only chance to kill Lin Chu. Because after today, due to Lin Chu's special status, an armed helicopter will come to pick him up as soon as possible. Take it to the safest place. Roar. Another zombie pounced towards us. Bang. A loud gunshot was heard. A shot in the head. It turned out that it was Zheng Haifeng behind him who fired the shot. Chen Mo took a look and the other party gave him a friendly smile. Nodding, Chen Mo continued to move forward. During this period of advance, more and more refugees gathered around Zheng Haifeng. There's not even enough space for a few cars. Zheng Haifeng looked at the crowd following the car and said with a headache. Hasn't the support from the military region arrived yet? This is not going to be a good thing. And just at this moment, The ground beneath my feet suddenly began to shake violently. The surrounding buildings continued to collapse, shedding large chunks of rubble. Smash into the crowd. Qiongqi's hair stood on end and his expression suddenly became extremely ferocious. He began to growl in extreme anxiety. Seeing this, Chen Mo seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked at the crowd behind him, and a huge crack suddenly appeared in the ground beneath his feet. A giant hand full of fat and extremely fat stretched out from it. The giant hand swept across and grabbed a large number of survivors, including people and cars. Ah! Save me! Save me! Countless screams and cries rang out. Jing Haifeng's breath was held as he looked at the huge and fat arm that stretched out from the ground. It was more than 10 meters long and as big as a baby's. Even a military vehicle was so small in front of it and was caught in its hands. Countless survivors were struggling above, and some even jumped from above and fell into a ball of flesh with a pop. What the hell? What is it again? Jing Haifeng was stunned. Hee from the bottomless crack. There was a faint, weird laughter that was similar to a baby crying. He. When hearing this sound, Chen Mo's pupils shrank and his eyes flashed continuously. God of longevity. Why did you wake up so quickly? He turned his head and looked at the people not far behind him, and spoke decisively. Qiongqi. Let's go. The experience of surviving for 15 years in the last days told him the strength of the early gods. At least equivalent to a 4th-level psychic. It is definitely something that no ordinary person can contend with. Just when Chen Mo was about to abandon all these people and leave with Qiongqi without hesitation, the violent earthquake suddenly stopped. So sleepy. This baby-like voice suddenly rang beside Chen Mo's ears. Chen Mo's expression became somewhat shocked, and he looked towards the ground in disbelief. I even doubted whether I had heard it wrongly. This is Qiongqi's voice. Why can I understand the language of God? Except for those extremely special gods in the end times who can speak. The language spoken by other gods is simply incomprehensible. So sleepy. The voice sounded again. Chen Mo frowned and immediately looked at his left hand. I saw that the awakening dark pattern on my left hand was actually flashing with a faint purple light. Superpower? When the earthquake stopped, the extremely fat giant hand gradually shrank back into the abyss. How could a group of ordinary people have ever seen such a horrifying scene? There was an uproar among the crowd. Wow. I want to go home. I want to go home. I don't want to die in this damn place. What the hell is wrong with this world? Jing Haifeng was also in shock and couldn't calm down for a long time. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But it was just a hand that shattered his worldview. Jing Haifeng looked down at the ground, his face revealing great fear. What kind of monster is hiding in the underground of Tianhai City? Suddenly, it seemed as if he thought of something. Jing Haifeng looked at Chen Mo in the distance. A terrifying guess emerged in my mind. Could it be that this young man chose this day specifically to kill Lin Chu? Did he expect this to happen? Jing Haifeng shook his head violently. Trying to sober himself up, he shouted. Be quiet. We have contacted the military, and someone will come to rescue us soon. You guys are so loud, it will attract those ghosts over here again. Roar! A series of shocking roars were heard. Jing Haifeng's expression froze and he turned his head away stiffly. Behind the crowd, a dense and overwhelming tide of corpses was coming. Countless zombies gathered here, each one covered in blood, roaring and rushing over like a swarm of locusts. Many zombies fell into the huge abyss, but this still could not stop them from moving forward. Finished. This was the only thought in Jing Haifeng's mind at the moment. Bang bang bang. The gunshots rang out again. Even he couldn't help but feel despair at this moment. No. I don't want to die. Run away. The survivors gathered together with great difficulty. After seeing this horrific scene of mountains and seas of corpses, everyone immediately became confused and scattered. Run backwards desperately. At this moment, a rumbling sound of an engine suddenly came from the distant sky. One after another, pitch-black armed helicopters arrived and continuously launched extremely intensive attacks. Boom. Boom. Large numbers of zombies died tragically in this indiscriminate bombardment. Hey! Can you hear me? Jing Haifeng, please answer if you hear me. Please answer if you hear me. The radio communicator nearby was rustling. Jing Haifeng looked ecstatic, he grabbed it and said loudly. Hold on, everyone. Support is coming. I'm Jing Haifeng, I can hear you. Jing Haifeng responded with great joy. There are hundreds of survivors here and we need help. The person on the other end of the communicator responded immediately. Receive. We are the special agents of the 13th War Zone, and we are providing support. Is Lin Chu, the grandson of Mr. Lin, among your team? Lin Chu. Jing Haifeng's face darkened as he looked at the armed helicopters in the sky. I immediately understood why the military district sent such a large firepower team. Lin Chu is dead. What did you say? The person on the other end of the communicator was speechless, sounding extremely shocked. Jing Haifeng shouted, don't worry about it for now. I still have hundreds of survivors here. You are all here now, cover for me and send these survivors to a safe place first. There was silence for a moment before the person on the other end of the phone responded. Understood. I have another extremely special person here. You guys, when Jing Haifeng said this, he looked in the direction of Chen Mo. It was discovered that Chen Mo and the beast in the front had left at some point. Jing Haifeng was stunned. The bullets in the gun in my hand have been used up. He simply picked up a standard police knife, roared, and rushed into the chaotic crowd in front of him. Protect these survivors. Support is coming. Retreat and defend. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Chen Mo was already riding on Qiongqi. There were countless roars and explosions behind him, flames shot up into the sky, and countless smoke billowed. Chen Mo turned his head and took a look at the armed helicopters in the sky. Sneered. Lin Chu's treatment is indeed different. They actually mobilized such a large force to come here. Fortunately, Lin Chu is now dead and cannot die anymore. If he really gets into the military area, it will be difficult to kill him. But Qiongqi, I didn't expect your speed to be quite good. Chen Mo patted the Qiongqi that was running under his seat. Qiongqi growled in dissatisfaction. In the apocalypse, there are ruins of tall buildings everywhere, and vehicles cannot drive far before being blocked by collapsed buildings. However, Qiongqi was extremely agile and kept jumping and shuttling among the collapsed buildings, running forward at an extremely fast speed. The zombie brains that Qiongqi had eaten before have begun to take effect, and now Qiongqi has become huge in size. It is no less powerful than an adult tiger, and even stronger. Chen Mo rode on Qiongqi. Holding swords, the men and the beast smashed and chopped the zombies that rushed over from all directions one by one. Judging from the current level of evolution of zombies, it is impossible to catch up with their speed. In the old town. Left the city center. When we got here, the zombies started to become scarce. Most of the zombies around are transformed from old people, and their speed and aggressiveness have been greatly reduced. Chen Mo rode the Qiongqi around and roughly cleared out the zombies near his residence. Puff. A zombie's head was chopped off. Chen Mo came downstairs of his house and muttered. Almost there. Looking at the Qiongqi beside him, Chen Mo said with a smile. My current size is just barely adequate. If it's any bigger, I'm afraid it won't be able to accommodate you. Qiongqi cried out in dissatisfaction. As soon as I walked into the corridor. Roar. A zombie was coming towards them. Crack. Chen Mo raised his knife and swung it down. He looked at the head rolling down in front of him with an extremely calm expression. He knew this man. Landlord. A few days ago, he came to me to collect the rent. Don't worry, the rent will be paid for. I will burn it for you on Qingming festival in the future. Chen Mo said slowly. As a person, you should have principles. Then go upstairs. Chen Mo almost killed his way through. Blood flowed like a river, and the stairs under my feet were full of blood. Qiongqi, take care of it. Same old thing. Let Qiongqi deal with all these corpses. Chen Mo looked at the iron gate in front of him and opened it with the key. Squeak. A wide variety of food and mountains of supplies appeared before his eyes. Chen Mo let out a long sigh. The satisfaction of stockpiling before the end of the world. It burst out in an instant. He was very hungry. He simply picked up a pack of compressed biscuits and started chewing them in big mouthfuls with some water. The Qiongqi on the side licked its fur and let out a dissatisfied growl. Meat. Chen Mo took out a few pieces of frozen beef from the refrigerator and threw them over. Somewhat helplessly said. You've already eaten so much, why are you still thinking about eating? No, the same. Huh. Chen Mo was stunned. He stared at the Qiongqi in front of him with wide eyes, showing an incredible expression. Etc. Were you the one who was talking just now? Qiongqi let out another low growl. Me. Intermittent sounds were heard. Chen Mo's expression became more and more interesting. Looking at the awakening dark pattern on my left hand, it was indeed flashing with a faint luster again. I met Sukii before. I seemed to be able to hear what the other person was saying. Now, it seems that I can understand what Qiongqi is saying. But the awakening dark pattern on the left hand is not yet complete. And he didn't even hear the whisper when his superpowers were awakened. This means that this ability has not yet awakened. Chen Mo stared at Qiongqi for a long time and said, "Can you communicate with me?" Qiongqi nodded. Chen Mo grinned. Interesting. It seems that my second ability is a bit unusual. In the middle of the last days, humans finally found a place to fight back. Someone once suggested having a dialogue with the gods to find out their origins. But because no one knows the language of gods, and most gods will kill humans when they see them, the matter was left unresolved. If we could talk to the gods, we would have the chance to understand where they came from and what all this is all about. Chen Mo didn't think much about it, but stretched and felt a little sleepy. A bit sleepy. Let's take a bath. Chen Mo shrugged. The most common thing in his small room is clean water. In the end times, it is very difficult to find a clean source of water. In order to accommodate the water, Chen Mo specially cleared out all the tables and chairs in the house. Frees up a large area of space for placement. After a simple shower, Chen Mo used his supernatural power to block off the surroundings. I lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. Early the next morning, Chen Mo was awakened by a repetitive and extremely noisy voice. Unknown changes have occurred around the world. Survivors, please wait patiently in your safe area. The army will come to rescue us soon. Pay special attention. If anyone around you is unfortunately harmed by a zombie, please get away immediately. Get away quickly. Chen Mo slowly opened the iron window. The sky was still a deep red, just like evening. At this moment, some scattered zombies appeared downstairs, wandering around like lonely ghosts. The ground was in ruins, and the air was filled with smoke and the smell of blood. A loudspeaker in the distance was constantly broadcasting this message. It seems like a lifetime ago. Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but mutter. Turn out to be. I'm not dreaming. Slowly open the iron window and recover after a night of rest. Plus there is food and water. His mental state and abilities have recovered a lot. This is only the first day of the end of the world. Even those survivors who did not find food and water would most likely be able to hold on. It's nothing more than some mental pain. But Chen Mo knew. As the apocalypse continues to advance, zombies and alien species are gradually becoming stronger. The space for the survivors will be compressed smaller and smaller. The most important thing is your mindset. Many of them couldn't bear it and went crazy and committed suicide. Chen Mo sat on the bed very calmly. He glanced at the mountain of food and supplies beside him. After another week, crystal cores will be condensed in the brains of these zombies. I am now considered a first-level psychic. If I want to improve, I must have the help of the crystal core. Although the crystal core can enhance the strength of superpowers, this does not prevent Chen Mo from training his superpowers and physical fitness every day. The 9th day of the apocalypse. During this period of time, Chen Mo and Qiongqi hunted the surrounding zombie species almost every day. Under daily training, the range of the domination ability expanded from the original 3 meters to 5 meters. And Chen Mo gradually regained the feeling he had in the last 15 years of the world. The only drawback is that during this period, the other superpower has not awakened. But the dark pattern of awakening became more and more perfect. In a dilapidated street. Roar. A roar sounded. After devouring alien species for many days, Qiongqi's body has become even larger and more ferocious. With a roar, he immediately tore into the large group of zombies in front of him. Wherever the extremely thick and sharp claws passed, huge blood splashed, and the zombies were instantly broken into 2 halves. On the other side, Chen Mo was facing 20 or 30 zombies in front of him. Dominate the use of supernatural powers. The abandoned vehicles around became extremely distorted, and in an instant they crushed towards the group of zombies. With a loud boom, the group of zombies were trapped inside. Chen Mo raised his right hand. In an instant, extremely sharp pieces of iron shot out from the abandoned vehicles and directly pierced through the bodies of the zombies in front of them. Chen Mo stepped forward and chopped off a zombie's head with a knife. The scene was extremely bloody, with brains flowing everywhere. Among them, Chen Mo saw a lavender crystal core sparkling with crystal light. Chen Mo's face lit up with joy, and he reached his hand in without caring about the disgusting, wriggling brain matter. He took out the crystal core, which was the size of a quail egg. Although it is just the most common crystal core, it is not even first level. But for me now, it is definitely enough. Chen Mo looked at the Qiongqi, who was ready to make a move, and spoke. Don't you like eating these heads? Not now. See this? Take all these things out. Qiongqi nodded as if he understood, then bit off the head of a zombie in front of him. He chewed it for a while, then spat out a crystal core covered with saliva, blood, and brain matter. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, took a deep breath and said. Forget it, just eat this crystal core. I can do it myself. He used his master power to condense an extremely sharp knife. He skillfully dissected the zombie's brains and took out the crystal cores. Creaky. A sound of something breaking was heard behind me. Chen Mo's face changed. An iron blade shot out behind him. Who's there? Bang. A loud noise came from not far behind. Then, a scream was heard. Don't kill me. Anyone else? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and stared at the scrapped car opposite. Don't kill me. Chen Mo, it's me. A young man slowly crawled out from behind the car. The young man had an emaciated face, his cheeks were covered in blood, and his clothes were also stained with blood. His hair was messy and he looked extremely panicked. Seeing the person coming, Chen Mo frowned. Li Yuan. Li Yuan's face was extremely pale, without any blood. He was originally planning to look for food, but suddenly he heard a huge noise here and wanted to come over to take a look. I happened to see the terrifying scene of Chen Mo opening the boxes of those zombies. I have a grudge against Chen Mo, so he won't kill me to silence me, right? Li Yuan said with a look of fear. Chen Mo. I was really just passing by. Chen Mo looked him over. Said with interest. What a coincidence. While exploring here for the past few days, Chen Mo also noticed the footprints of many survivors. Because I don't want to have too much involvement with these people, I just avoid them. I didn't expect Li Yuan to appear in this place. Qiongqi growled. Li Yuan's breath choked, and he hurried to Chen Mo, kneeling down and begging for mercy. Don't kill me, Chen Mo. It was my fault before. I shouldn't have stolen your girlfriend. But I didn't know anything at all. It was Wang Luyao, that bitch Wang Luyao, who betrayed you first. Li Yuan grabbed Chen Mo's trouser legs tightly and kept begging. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Suddenly he laughed and said, I think if you don't take out that knife. This sentence may be more convincing. Li Yuan under him shuddered all over. He suddenly raised his head and said fiercely with a fierce look on his face. Die. If it wasn't for you, how could that bitch Wang Luyao betray me? He took out a small knife from the lining of his clothes and stabbed Chen Mo in the heart. Li Yuan's face looked crazy. He had not eaten for a long time since the end of the world. And the person in front of him is his enemy. I remembered what Chen Mo had said to me before, if I don't kill him, he will kill me. Li Yuan's eyes were red and he looked crazy, so he decided to strike first. Just as the knife in front of him was about to pierce Chen Mo's body, the knife in his hand suddenly stopped strangely. No matter how hard Li Yuan tried, he could not penetrate even a little bit. Chen Mo smiled playfully. This thing is useless to me. Li Yuan's pupils dilated and he looked at Chen Mo with shock and disbelief written all over his face. His face was distorted and he used all his strength. But this knife is like a towering Mount Tai, it cannot be moved at all. Monster. Li Yuan trembled all over and suddenly collapsed to the ground. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. I was wrong, Chen Mo. I was really wrong, Chen Mo, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me, please forgive me. I can give you Wang Luyao and everything else. Chen Mo shook his head and sighed. Li Yuan, you may not know that I didn't want to kill you. What does it have to do with me? Li Yuan's face froze. Roar. Suddenly, the Qiongqi on the side opened its bloody mouth. Bite off his head in one bite. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The headless corpse in front of him fell to the ground with a thump. Chen Mo's face was extremely calm. There wasn't even a ripple in my heart. The end of the world can constantly erode a person's will. Even if they didn't turn into zombies, they were suffering from fear and hunger. Li Yuan, who was already a coward, had already gone crazy. The moment he took action, his fate was sealed. Chen Mo looked at Li Yuan's body indifferently, then turned around and continued to collect crystal cores. After taking out all the crystal cores in the brains of the zombies in the field, Chen Mo looked at Qiongqi standing aside and said, "Let's go." The man and the beast left the place together. I don't know how much time passed. When someone comes here, looking at the extremely familiar headless corpse on the ground, his pupils shrank and he quickly stepped back in fear. Li Yuan is dead. Until the evening, Chen Mo returned home. I counted the crystal cores harvested on this trip. 30 in total. Because it is the early days of the apocalypse, not all zombies can produce crystal cores. In addition, the zombies in the old city are relatively weaker, which is also a big reason. However, 30 newly born crystal cores are more than enough for me, who has reached the first level of supernatural power. There are two ways to absorb crystal nuclei. One way is to hold it in the palm of your hand and use your supernatural powers to sense the energy within the crystal core. The second method is to chew it up and swallow it directly. Not much of a difference, the only thing worth noting is there is an upper limit to the number of crystal cores a first-level psychic can use per day. The effect varies from person to person based on the strength of the psychic power, but most people use a range of 3 to 10 crystal cores. The more powerful the supernatural power, the more crystal cores can be absorbed. Excessive use will cause people to lose their sanity and become deformed into alien species. Chen Mo held a crystal core the size of a quail egg in his hand, closed his eyes and began to absorb it. The surrounding iron doors and windows began to tremble slightly. Qiongqi on the side also tilted his head and looked at Chen Mo with great curiosity. Pa. Pa. Crystal cores fell to the ground one by one. 1, 2, 3. The 10th one. Chen Mo did not choose the safest option of absorbing 10 crystal cores. Until it came to the 11th crystal core. A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Suddenly, a crazy killing intent surged in my mind. Countless painful memories of the last 15 years emerged. And just at this moment, Chen Mo's left hand suddenly flashed with a purple light. The violent, distracting thoughts in my mind vanished in an instant. Chen Mo opened his eyes and looked at his left hand in disbelief. This is He felt that the power in the crystal core was suddenly absorbed by his left hand. Chen Mo tried 2 more pills out of disbelief. His eyes suddenly lit up. It's already the 13th one. I actually exceeded the upper limit of the statistics. You know, these are extremely precious experiences in the end times. All of these are summarized from the corpses of countless people. Even a first-order psychic of SSS level can only absorb 10 at most. After absorbing the last crystal core, Chen Mo felt that this was not his limit. It seems to be because of the second superpower. In the subsequent absorption, the previous situation never happened again. 20, 30. Buzz. Dominate the use of supernatural powers. The metal in my home seemed to come alive and establish a connection with me. It turns into liquid and keeps floating. Qiongqi stared with eyes wide open, looking at the scene with great curiosity. Make a low humming sound. Chen Mo came to the balcony, narrowed his eyes, and a steel ball instantly shot out. It didn't fall until it was dozens of meters away. 10 meters. Second level mutant. The mastery of metals is becoming more and more handy. In other words, if the situation of encountering a sniper rifle happens again like before, you have plenty of reaction time. There won't be a dangerous situation like the last time when Lin Chu was killed. Within the range of this dominant supernatural power, the power of the sniper rifle can be completely ignored. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He looked at the awakening dark pattern that became clearly visible on his left hand and muttered. The power of the other crystal cores has been absorbed by you. My second superpower may be even more extraordinary than the master power. At this moment, the old town. Inside an abandoned factory building that has been deserted. Please, give me some food. This food is mine. Please, my daughter is dying. Get lost. Bang. A sturdy, social-looking man in a vest pushed away the middle-aged man who was begging in front of him. And here, there are dozens of people around, both men and women. They were all survivors here, and they all seemed to be used to it. They looked at each other coldly and were indifferent. Wang Hu laughed grimly. Want food? Sure, go outside and find it yourself. If you want food, you have to see if Angkor agrees. The middle-aged man looked ferocious, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, he pounced towards Wang Hu. Roared. It's fine if you steal my food. I just wanted to save my daughter. You beasts. If Chen Mo were here, he would definitely notice the middle-aged man in front of him. It was the owner of the small restaurant, Luo Tianxong. You dare to fight back? Wang Hu got angry and kicked him. With his 1.8-meter-tall physique, this kick knocked Luo Tianxong to the ground. He pressed down on him and punched Luo Tianxong hard on the head. Bang. Bang. A violent beating. Luo Tianxong was beaten beyond recognition, with a bloody head, and had no chance to fight back at all. I can only hold my head continuously. Suddenly, Wang Hu seemed to have discovered something. He noticed a watch in Luo Tianxong's hand and his eyes lit up. He grabbed it. This watch is nice. It's mine. General Wang Hu sneered at the bloody body of Luo Tianxong lying on the ground with ferocious and crazy eyes. He spat and said disdainfully. Why, you're still not convinced? Wang Hu looked at the people sitting on the ground around him and sneered. Do you want to eat? I'll give you a chance. Beat him, don't beat him to death. The one who beats him the hardest will be rewarded with a piece of bread. After saying that, Wang Hu took out a palm-sized piece of packaged bread from his pocket and threw it on the ground. What's mine is mine. Luo Tianxong roared hoarsely. When the people around him heard this, their eyes flashed with desire and greed. He kept swallowing his saliva. Some even immediately stepped forward and pretended to be punching and kicking Luo Tianxong. The dozens of people present could not sit still, and all of them rushed forward like wolves and tigers. When Wang Hu saw this, he laughed even more wildly. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. Just don't beat me to death. Think about him, Wang Hu. Before the end of the world, he was just a gangster and everyone looked down on him. And now? They all treated me with great respect and served me like a master. And at this moment, a creaking sound was heard. A gangster with dyed yellow hair spoke up. Brother Hu, Angkor Wu wants you to come in for a moment. He has something to tell you. Wang Hu was stunned, then walked over and said. What is it? He pushed open the door. Sitting in the middle of the room was a middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing a suit. The gangster stood there respectfully. Wang Hu stepped forward and said loudly. Brother Wu, what do you want from me? The man in front of me was once a wealthy businessman in Tianhai. His name is Wu Qigong. Wu Qigong was crying with his face covered. The yellow-haired little brother beside him leaned over and whispered in Wang Hu's ear. Brother Tiger, Angkor is very sad now. Look, did you see the body on the ground? It's Li Yuan's. Wang Hu was stunned and looked at the headless corpse covered with sackcloth next to Wu Qigong. His face changed. Angkor, what's going on? Wu Qigong squeezed out a few tears with great difficulty and said. Oh, my nephew is dead. How can I explain this to his father? Nephew, you died tragically. Wang Hu stepped forward to comfort her. Brother Wu, the world has changed. There are zombies everywhere. It's better to die. Living is suffering. Although he said this, Wang Hu was secretly complaining in his heart. If you really cared about your nephew so much, you wouldn't deliberately withhold food from him and let Li Yuan go out to find something to eat alone. Li Yuan had begged Wu Qigong many times, but every time Wu Qigong just smiled. He secretly targeted Li Yuan. It drove Li Yuan crazy. However, Wang Hu knew that Li Yuan's father and Wu Qigong were sworn enemies in business. Wu Qigong nodded when he heard this, and his expression changed in an instant. The speed at which he changes his face is worthy of being called an actor. Wu Qigong said with a serious face. Hey, Wang Hu, you are right. It's more comfortable to die early in this world. But I must avenge my nephew. He doesn't look like he was bitten by a zombie, and the food here is almost finished. Take a few people with you to find some food tomorrow and see if there are any other survivors. Take them over as well. After all, there is strength in numbers, and this way we can survive. The last sentence is the key point. Because they are afraid to face the zombies and those mutated beasts. So he deliberately looked for other survivors. Then forced them to join and snatch all the food and supplies from them. The two of them did a lot of dirty things. Brother Wu, you are right. Wang Hu nodded. Wu Qigong nodded slightly, lying on the chair and speaking with his eyes closed. Okay, isn't that a new female college student outside? Let her in for a moment. By the way, take my good nephew's body away. Haven't those people outside been hungry for a long time? Give everyone some meat. Wang Hu's face changed when he heard this and he looked at Wu Qigong in disbelief. This day, Chen Mo and Qiongqi were the same as usual. Hunting zombies near Area C in the old city. After his domination ability reached the second level, the crystal cores of these zombies in front of him had much less effect on him. There is almost no enhancement effect on the domination power. Most of the crystal cores were absorbed by his second superpower which had not yet awakened. Your special ability really makes you a glutton who can never get enough. When will I be able to awaken? Chen Mo said, looking at his left hand. Strange, I remember there should be quite a few zombies here. Why did they suddenly disappear? The zombies in this area were specially kept by myself to produce crystal cores. Chen Mo frowned and didn't think much about it. It seems that we need to go to the city center to have a look. To be honest, he didn't really want to go to where Sukii was. With my current strength, if you encounter a godlike being, you will almost certainly die. Too slow. Chen Mo's eyes flashed as he absorbed the 5 crystal cores he had just collected. In 2 months, the Nian beast will appear. I must find Yuer when the Nian beast appears. At this moment, the Qiongqi beside him suddenly growled with great vigilance. Today, Qiongqi has grown a lot bigger in size. His strength is also within the range of a first-level psychic. However, as an alien species, a first-level alien species is enough to compete with a second-level mutant. Chen Mo looked over, patted it on the back and said. What's wrong? That. There is something. Although the second superpower has not yet awakened, Qiongqi is constantly improving. Communication also becomes more convenient. Chen Mo looked in that direction. A rustling sound was heard in the ruins. An extremely shrill scream rang out. Out of it suddenly jumped out a black mouse as big as a house cat. Make a squeaking sound. Immediately afterwards, dense swarms of black rats crawled out from every crack. It is so densely packed that it looks like a black tide from a distance, extremely breathtaking. These rats were all fat and strong, and their scarlet eyes were fixed on Chen Mo and Qiongqi. Sudden. A huge black shadow pounced towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's pupils condensed, and the sword in his hand instantly slashed forward. Bang. A numbing and shaking sensation came, as if something was happening on steel. Bang. There was a loud noise under the feet. Countless smoke rose up. Among the countless rats, there appeared a giant black rat that was almost the same size as Qiongqi. The black hair stood up and looked as hard as steel. Its body was covered with dense blood holes, and some places were completely bald, without even any hair. There were blood stains on its sharp claws, and it was constantly chewing the remains of a zombie in its mouth, making a crunching sound. Roar! Qiongqi roared at the giant black rat with extreme vigilance. Chen Mo frowned. Looking at the sword in his hand, he could see a series of concave cracks appearing just from the moment of contact. A swarm of corpse rats. Swarms of corpse rats are the most common disaster in the end times. In the early stage of the end of the world, you will inevitably die. This system of leaders and the mice the size of house cats surrounded Chen Mo in an orderly manner and waited. Only the second-level corpse rat can command so many rats. It seems that the zombies I keep here are. They were all eaten by the swarm of corpse rats led by this guy. Chen Mo's face lit up with joy. A second-level alien species, this at least means that there is at least one second-level crystal core in the head of the corpse rat in front of him. The giant corpse rat in front of me should be the Rat King. Qiongqi. Chen Mo said. After many days of cooperation, Qiongqi immediately understood what Chen Mo meant and pounced on the giant corpse rat. At the same time, Chen Mo controlled the metal within dozens of meters around him, and the vehicles, iron plates, and equipment all crushed towards the corpse rat king. Boom. The corpse rat king was directly sandwiched in the middle. Squeak! The corpse rat king let out a long, shrill and painful cry. Tens of thousands of zombie rats rushed towards where Chen Mo was. Chen Mo uses the domination ability. Metal needles suddenly appeared all around, shooting towards the group of rats swarming in front of them like a rainstorm. Squeak! Squeak! The screams of the corpse rats were heard one after another. But there were too many corpse rats, and their offensive did not diminish. Chen Mo took a deep breath. The surrounding metals turned into liquid and formed a metal wall, blocking him in front. Others kept coming out from the cracks around them. We have to kill the corpse rat king first. Without the leadership of the corpse rat king, these corpse rats will scatter. Chen Mo looked at the other side where Qiongqi was constantly tearing apart the corpse rat king. Qiongqi kept roaring and growling, and with one bite he tore off most of the flesh and blood of the corpse rat king. There was another shrill scream, and the corpse rats surrounding Chen Mo seemed to have heard an order. They all went towards Qiongqi. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and used his master's ability to condense two steel balls, shooting towards the eyes of the corpse rat king. This attack is no different from a sniper bullet with automatic aiming, and its power is enormous. Puff! Puff! Two streams of blood spurted out. Squeak! The corpse rat king let out a long howl of extreme pain. It was as if it had gone mad, using its claws to tear apart the surrounding equipment and abandoned vehicles, scratching around in a rage. He actually ran away madly in the other direction. Qiongqi turned around and looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately jumped onto the back of Qiongqi, patted it and said, "Let's chase." At this time, second-order alien species are extremely rare. I'm determined to get this second-level crystal core. And the other side. Li Hu was wandering around with a few of his younger brothers at this moment. What bad luck. These damn zombies can't eat any food they touch. If we can't find any more food, Angkor will go crazy again when we get back. A little brother beside him chuckled. Brother Hu, how about we go to the supermarket? Li Hu glared at him and said angrily. Do you want me to die? There are hundreds of zombies there, go ahead if you want to. I really can't eat that stuff. I can't get over it. Another younger brother said with a pale face. During this period, the food they had snatched from Lu Jiangwo had already been eaten by them. Everyone has been hungry for several days. What is even more terrifying is that those people outside who have no food actually started to share the food of those who died of starvation. Li Hu smashed a stone angrily. Somehow, his physical condition was getting stronger every day, and now he could easily face the siege of 2 or 3 zombies. I get angry when you say that. That bastard Wu Qigong eats so much food by himself and wants to share it with those bitches. We brothers who work for him don't have enough to eat, and yet we are asked to come out and search for supplies. Yeah, Brother Tiger, you're so awesome, why don't we just go it alone? I follow you. Li Hu shook his head, his eyes flickering. No. That old guy knows someone in the military district. Someone will come to pick him up in a week. Then we'll go together. If anyone dares to lie to me, I will kill him. The reason why I am so humble is to go to the safest place. And at this moment, one of them seemed to have discovered something. He said with a look of extreme horror. Tiger, Brother Tiger. What's wrong again? Li Hu said impatiently. Look at that. What's that dark patch? And that giant creature? Li Hu was startled, then looked forward. He saw a giant black rat with a huge body and hair like steel needles coming towards him and others. Behind it, there followed a vast sea of black tide. Li Hu took a closer look. So many rats. What are you still standing there for? Run away. Several people were stunned by the scene. I have never seen so many rats in my life. Each one is bigger than a house cat. Several people made a prompt decision and ran in the opposite direction desperately. At this moment, I wish I could use both hands. Squeak. A series of shrill rat calls rang out. Several people were sweating profusely, but they were fast. How can we defeat so many swarms of corpse rats? Soon, a scream was heard. Ah! A little brother behind Li Hu was directly submerged in the dense group of corpse rats. In just a breath of time, all the flesh and bones disappeared. Li Hu turned his head and looked, his face was extremely pale. He couldn't run anymore and roared madly. What the hell are these? Where do all these rats come from? He swung the weapon in his hand, and with one strike, he swept away large numbers of dead rats. The rest of the brothers were also surrounded by a group of zombie rats. Sudden. An extremely huge black rat emerged from the group of rats. The corpse rat king was blind and was already extremely furious when he sensed the breath of a living person. He bared his sharp teeth, let out a long roar, and pounced towards them, waving his sharp claws. The pupils of Li Hu's 2 younger brothers who had no time to dodge dilated. Ah! There were a few more screams. He was torn to pieces by this corpse rat king. Blood spurted everywhere, and the scene was extremely breathtaking. The remaining few people had never seen such a scene before, and their legs went weak and they fell to the ground with a thump. Said in horror. Don't kill me. Brother Tiger, help. Li Hu was unable to protect himself, so he immediately turned around and tried to escape. When I saw the densely packed, pitch-black swarm of dead rats that had blocked the roads, Li Hu was completely stunned. Don't come over, I'm very brave. Li Hu held a long stick with a knife tied to it. My legs couldn't stop shaking. His face turned fierce and he looked back at the corpse rat king with great anger. Go. I'll fight you. With a roar, he chopped directly at the corpse rat king in front of him. Die. Dang. A crisp sound was heard. When the knife touched the corpse rat king, it actually sank in. And the long stick was broken in an instant. The hair of this corpse rat king is actually harder than steel. At this moment, Li Hu was completely stunned. Shibei goods. He looked at the corpse rat king in front of him somewhat embarrassedly and said in a low voice. That. Do you think this force is appropriate? Squeak. Even though he had lost his eyes, the corpse rat king could still feel the provocative behavior of Li Hu in front of him. It swung its extremely sharp claws directly towards him. Finished. Li Hu quickly closed his eyes. That was his only thought. And just at this moment, a deafening roar sounded in the distance. Roar. When they heard the sound, the rats behind them immediately became restless and suddenly raised large patches of black spots. The corpse rat king also paused. He showed a look of fear and even ignored Li Hu. Hurry and prepare to escape. In an instant, an extremely sharp sword shot out from behind. He stabbed it into the back of the corpse rat king's head. Puff. Squeak, the corpse rat king groaned in extreme pain and fell straight forward. Boom. Dead. Seeing this, one of the younger brothers couldn't help but tremble and said in disbelief. Li Hu opened his eyes and looked at the corpse rat king falling to the ground in front of him. His face was full of shock. When the giant corpse rat king died, the dense crowd of corpse rats around it retreated like a tide in an instant. One by one, they disappeared into the gaps everywhere. Not far away, Chen Mo and Qiongqi arrived at this place. Chen Mo got off Qiongqi and came to the side of the huge corpse rat king. Under the shocked gazes of Li Hu and others, he held the sword and with a swish sound he cut open the corpse rat king's head along the back of its head. He took out a crystal core from it. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. It is indeed a second-level crystal core. Chen Mo put it away and then looked at the crowd. Said lightly. Who are you? Several younger brothers rubbed their eyes. It seemed as if he couldn't believe that such a terrifying corpse rat king could be dealt with by the person in front of him alone. Li Hu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Said quickly. Me, we are all survivors here. I want to come out and find some food. Did you kill this monster? Chen Mo nodded. Glanced at them. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. He looked at the watch on Li Hu's hand. That watch. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Survivor. Li Hu showed a simple and honest look, and said with a smile while touching his head. Yes, we are the survivors around here. Are you alone? You are so strong, do you want to join us? At this time, the younger brother next to him came over and whispered. Brother Tiger, are you ready? He gave a nasty look. Li Hu glared at him and scolded. Are you going to die? How dare you mess with this kind of person? Although they often rob survivors of their food. But he is not a fool. The giant rat that was so scary just now was killed by this man. Li Hu doesn't think he can be a match for Chen Mo. What's more? Li Hu looked at the beast beside Chen Mo. At this moment, it was constantly gnawing at the corpse rat king, tearing off large chunks of flesh with each bite. The picture is not too beautiful. Li Hu couldn't help but shudder, feeling creepy. Although Qiongqi is a first-level species, a corpse rat is still a rat after all. No matter how much it evolves, the increase in its capabilities is limited. Chen Mo's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said a name out of nowhere. Lu Jiangwo. Li Hu was stunned. Lu Jiangwo, do you know him? The younger brother beside him murmured upon hearing this. Lu Jiangwo. Brother Hu, isn't he the one you beat up before? Li Hu's pupils dilated when he heard that, and his face turned red as he glared at him. When he turned around and was about to say something, Chen Mo appeared in front of him without him knowing when. One hand tightly grasped his neck. A living man who was 1.8 meters tall was actually lifted up alive. Let me ask you, do you know Lu Jiangwo? Li Hu's breathing choked, and he struggled continuously with an extremely painful expression. He insisted. I don't know him. Ahem. Chen Mo looked at the watch on his right hand. Yes, this is Uncle Jiangwo's watch. Chen Mo glanced at the younger brothers around him who looked panicked and fearful. Obviously knows something. Turning his head and staring at Li Hu, Chen Mo said with cold eyes. I'll give you one more chance. Think it over first. Lu Jiangwo, do you know him? It seemed that if there was no answer to the next sentence, his head would fall off. Li Hu looked at Chen Mo's murderous eyes and couldn't help but tremble all over. After struggling for so long that he even had difficulty breathing, he spoke with great difficulty. Recognize. No. Bang. Chen Mo put him down. The two younger brothers around were stunned, each with a look of fear on their face. Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger. Are you okay? Li Hu was gasping for breath. He knelt on the ground with his face flushed red. He looked up at Chen Mo and said quickly. He is in the base where our group of survivors are. Chen Mo stared at him with an extremely cold expression. Now, take me there. Li Hu was so frightened that his face turned pale and he nodded quickly. Well. At this moment, in the old city, in an abandoned factory building. Wu Qigong looked at Lu Jiangwo who was tied up tightly on the ground in front of him. He murmured with an extremely indifferent expression. Who let him out? The younger brothers beside him looked at each other and spoke hesitantly. That. It was Brother Tiger who told him to go out and find food for himself. Wu Qigong had a blank expression on his face, but a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He was captured by zombies and can't survive. Take all this food away. Next to Lu Jiangwo was a bottle of water and a few packs of compressed biscuits. A few younger brothers looked at the little girl who had fainted from hunger beside Lu Jiangwo with some pity. Said. Encore. He was captured by zombies because he went out to look for food for his daughter. This little girl is dying, should we? I said take all the food away, are you deaf? Wu Qigong shouted. He looked at them with captivating eyes. Did I give them food? Did everyone eat meat a few days ago? Is it right? Wu Qigong looked at the group of pale and thin people around him with a smile. As soon as these words came out. Ugh! Someone immediately couldn't help but vomit. No one dared to speak or confront him. Wu Qigong sneered. He himself refused to give it to his daughter, so it's not our fault. In another week, someone from the military district will be sent to pick me up. Do you all want to stay in this damn place? At this moment, Lu Jiangwo, who was tied up, had red eyes. His expression was particularly painful and hideous. Give my daughter something to eat. Wu Qigong. Lu Jiangwo raised his head suddenly in anger. Veins bulged on his face and his eyes were extremely captivating. They are exactly the same as the zombies outside. Wu Qigong was startled by this sudden scene. He suddenly felt humiliated and picked up a stick from a younger brother nearby. It hit Lu Jiangwo hard. Bang. I told you to roar. Let you roar. Becoming a zombie is incredible, isn't it? You want food? I'm going to make you watch your daughter die in front of you. Bang. Bang. Wu Qigong vented his anger for a long time, and the scene was horrific. Everyone around bit their lips and dared not look. Even those younger brothers found it difficult to accept. It has only been half a month since the end of the world, and many people present still have some humanity. Mr. Wu, forget it. At this time, someone said while suppressing his fear. Oh. Wu Qigong turned around slowly. The person who spoke was a college student, wearing glasses and looking very polite. Want to be a hero? Okay, throw him out and let him face those zombies outside alone. Wu Qigong said angrily. Seeing this, several younger brothers around stepped forward and dragged the college student out. No. No, I was wrong, Mr. Wu. I was wrong. Ah. Outside this abandoned factory, there are hundreds of zombies wandering around. Only because his supernatural powers were about to awaken and Li Hu, who had good physical fitness, dared to go out to search for supplies with some of his younger brothers. The people around heard the screams and lowered their heads, not daring to look. Wu Qigong sneered. You are a bunch of cowards. If you are so capable, then don't stay here. I, Wu Qigong, have never stopped you. But if you choose to stay here, it's up to me, Wu Qiong, to decide. The people here are, on the one hand, timid. And most importantly, Wu Qiong was able to contact people in the military region. They also wanted to go to the safest place together, so they didn't dare to resist at all. Wu Qiong is like the local emperor here. Seeing that no one spoke, he returned to his previous smiling face. He turned around and looked at the bloody Lu Jiangwo on the ground. At this time, Lu Jiangwo's daughter suddenly woke up for some reason. The little girl was only 6 or 7 years old. She was wearing a dirty skirt, was skinny, and had sunken cheeks. Not having eaten for a long time made her lips and face look pale. Dad. Dad, Lu Ziki kept calling. She sat up from the ground, her head was dizzy, and when she saw Lu Jiangwo beside her, rushed over quickly. Dad. Lu Ziki kept stroking Lu Jiangwo's face with her little hands. Tears as big as beans fell, and the voice was fragile and weak. Dad, what's wrong with you? After seeing his daughter, Lu Jiangwo's drowsy consciousness gradually became clearer. His voice was hoarse and blood and flesh kept coming out of his mouth. Chi chi chi. Dad is useless. Are you hungry? Dad will make you something to eat. Lu Ziki kept sobbing, shaking his head and shouting. Dad. Are you okay? I'm not hungry. Not hungry. Don't hurt my dad. Seeing this scene, even the younger brothers beside Wu Qiong felt anxious and blocked in their hearts. But Wu Qiong remained indifferent and had a kind face. He squatted down with a smile, touched Lu Ziki's head and spoke gently. Don't be afraid, little girl. No one will hurt your father. Uncle is a good man. No. You are a bad guy. You are the one who bullied my father. Lu Ziki shook off his hand. Glaring at him. Wu Qiong's face suddenly darkened. Pa. A slap in the face. You are shameless. Wu Qiong spat. Beast. I will kill you. The tied Lu Jiangwo kept struggling when he saw this. It looked so ferocious that even the hemp rope was pulled out. Wu Qiong. You will die a horrible death. Wu Qiong's face was extremely cold and he sneered. Why haven't you turned into a zombie yet? Tisk, just kill him. He will be a nuisance if he stays alive. What? You're not moving and I need to do it myself. Wu Qiong looked at the younger brothers beside him. The younger brothers looked at each other and took out a knife from their pockets. He stepped forward tremblingly. Brother Lu, don't blame me. We have no choice. We want to survive too. You have been captured by zombies and you can't survive, your daughter. Lu Jiangwo felt resentful. I hated myself for not listening to Xiaomo. I hated myself even more for bringing my daughter to this place. I felt sorry for a moment and took out the food. But these beasts, instead of being grateful, snatched away all of his food. Ziqi. Dad is useless, I'm sorry for you, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help crying. Brother Lu, don't worry, I will give you a quick death. One of the younger brothers held a knife. He gritted his teeth and his face turned grim. Stabbed hard. And just at this moment. Bite. A steel ball hit his hand right on target. It actually pierced through a bloody hole and the bleeding continued. Ah, a scream rang out. Hand. My hand. Everyone present was shocked. Wu Qiong was angry, what happened again? Roar, a dull roar was heard. Immediately afterwards, a huge noise was heard. Boom boom. The gate outside the factory was broken open, and Qiongqi was coming in with the trembling Li Hu in his mouth. Chen Mo rode on its back. Seeing the person coming, everyone present was stunned. That is Li Hu. Is that a mutated zombie? Who is the other person? Chen Mo immediately noticed Lu Jiangwo, who looked extremely miserable in the distance. My heart twitched. Uncle Jiangwo. Boom. The factory building shook violently. This place was originally made of thin metal, and the surroundings twisted in an instant. Chen Mo immediately came to Lu Jiangwo's side, his eyes furious at seeing this. Uncle Jiangwo. You, who are you? Wu Qigong's pupils widened in shock. He immediately looked at Li Hu and shouted angrily. Li Hu. Come here. Li Hu didn't dare to move and was carried by Qiongqi all the way. He had witnessed Qin Mo's methods with his own eyes. This guy can actually control metal. This is simply horrifying. Chen Mo untied the hemp rope on Lu Jiangwo. Looking at Uncle Jiangwo, who was covered in blood in his arms, and the deep claw marks on his arms. How could I not know that Uncle Jiangwo had been infected? Chen Mo felt extremely chest tightness and kept calling out. Uncle Jiangwo. Cough cough. Lu Jiangwo spurted out several mouthfuls of blood again. He opened his eyes weakly, and saw the person in front of him clearly through his blurry vision. He murmured in disbelief. Xiao Mo, is that you? Chen Mo, it's me. Uncle Jiangwo, what's wrong with you? How did you become like this? Lu Jiangwo was trembling all over, and his blood-stained hands tightly grasped Chen Mo's hand. I was wrong. I should have listened to you, Xiao Mo. At first, Lu Jiangwo wanted to listen to Chen Mo's opinion, but his wife at home disagreed. They just dismissed the matter as feudal superstition and the matter was left unresolved. But Lu Jiangwo still stockpiled a lot of goods. After the apocalypse began, his wife unfortunately turned into a zombie, so Lu Jiangwo hid from place to place with his daughter with a small amount of supplies. Finally met Li Hu, Wu Qigong, and others. What are you all standing there for? Catch this guy for me. Wu Qigong yelled. The few younger brothers around him gritted their teeth and rushed forward with weapons in hand. Roar. Qiongqi moved, and slapped one of them, directly tearing the body into pieces. Blood gushed out, and this scene scared everyone silly. One of them's half-arm hit Wu Qigong's face. Wu Qigong's breath choked and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Mo, cough, cough, I can't hold on any longer. My daughter, please. Uncle Guo, I have never asked anyone in my life to take my daughter away with me. They stole my food. They are a bunch of beasts. Ah. At this point, Lu Jiangwo roared in extreme pain, rolling his eyes and gasping for breath. Kill me. I don't want to become that ghost. Lu Jiangwo held Chen Mo's hand tightly and shouted. Chen Mo was trembling all over and kept his head down for a long time without saying anything. Roar, Lu Jiangwo in his arms began to twitch continuously, and suddenly opened his mouth wide and wanted to bite Chen Mo. Puchi. A steel ball pierced directly through his forehead. Lu Jiangwo's eyes widened and his hands dropped heavily. Chen Mo lowered his head and spoke softly. Uncle Jiangwo, I can't promise you. But don't worry, I will put your daughter in a safe place. Chen Mo slowly stood up and put Lu Jiangwo's body away. The scene suddenly became extremely cold. A terrible murderous intent filled the air. Qiongqi seemed to have sensed something and kept growling at the people around him. The 20 or so people present trembled and retreated one after another. Who did it? Chen Mo whispered. I said who did this? His voice suddenly became louder. Chen Mo stared at everyone present with angry eyes. No one dared to speak. Chen Mo looked at Wu Qigong opposite him. Wu Qigong had never seen such a terrifying look before. He was so frightened that he quickly picked up an iron rod and said tremblingly. Don't come over here. Not me. Crack, the iron rod in his hand suddenly bent. The uncontrolled look back strangled his fat neck. Hee, Wu Qigong drooled, his fat body trembled, and he rolled his eyes. Chen Mo walked forward slowly, with a sword in his hand. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he stabbed into Wu Qigong's shoulder. Ah! Wu Qigong was in extreme pain, with countless beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The surrounding metal and iron objects floated up uncontrollably. Let go. Let Angkor go. A younger brother held a knife tremblingly and pointed it at Chen Mo. Chen Mo waved his left hand. Puff. An iron rod floating in the air directly knocked the little brother's head off. Blood burst out like a fountain. Everyone present suffered cardiac and respiratory arrest. What a strange monster. Monster. The survivors around him widened their eyes. This shocking scene made them stand up and want to flee. Qiongqi, no one who is here can leave. Whoever wants to escape will be eaten. Chen Mo said in an icy voice. Qiongqi understood and immediately pounced into the crowd. The screams and cries never stopped for a moment. After 4 or 5 people were devoured and torn apart by Qiongqi, the group of people finally collapsed on the spot and dared not move. Li Hu in the distance felt even more breathless. Puchi. Chen Mo pulled out the knife that was stuck in Wu Qigong's body. Shake off the blood stains. He looked at everyone present and said calmly. I'll ask again. Uncle Jiangwo, why did it become like this? You know what? Now is the end of the world. Even if I kill you all, no one will care. Under this tremendous pressure, they felt that Chen Mo in front of them was 10,000 times more terrifying than the zombies outside. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. We didn't do this. It was him. Wu Qigong and Li Hu. Li Hu's eyes went dark and he fainted. After all the survivors present confessed everything. Chen Mo's face became increasingly cold. He turned to look at Wu Qigong and said coldly. Did you take away all Uncle Jiangwo's food? Wu Qigong was so frightened that he became incontinent and fear flooded his mind. No, it's not me. The silver knife slid smoothly. Chen Mo directly cut off his right hand. Ah. Wu Qigong endured the severe pain and kept begging for mercy. Have mercy, have mercy. I know someone in the military district. If you kill me, the military district will not let you go. Chen Mo smiled, and his smile was particularly cold. Military region. Lin Chu, do you know? Wu Qigong felt a chill in his heart. Chen Mo slowly came to his side and spoke softly. He's dead. Wu Qigong's breath was choked. Swish. Another arm was removed. Wu Qigong was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He began to convulse and foam at the mouth. Chen Mo, Uncle Jiangwo is a good man. But it was this kindness that also hurt him. You did the right thing. In the end times, if you have power, you can do whatever you want. It's just that it's my turn to be the master now. Chen Mo stared at him and used the sword to cut open his stomach bit by bit. The scene was extremely cruel. Some people even fainted from fright. You will die a horrible death. Wu Qigong watched his intestines flow out bit by bit. His face was filled with fear and he roared with his mouth open. Chen Mo's eyes were exceptionally cold and murderous. But you won't see this day. Ha! Wu Qigong's eyes widened. The sword pierced into his heart little by little. Just a few seconds passed, but it seemed like a century had passed. Finally, the head drooped heavily, and there was no life left. Wu Qigong, dead. Chen Mo looked at Lu Jiangwo's body beside him, stood there, and remained silent for a long time. In this life, he has the ability to protect himself, and even more so, the ability to change Lu Jiangwo's fate. However, not everyone can survive in the apocalypse. He has his own weaknesses after all. And what I can do for Uncle Jiangwo? He simply sent those who persecuted him to hell one by one with his own hands. The scene was silent. All the survivors present held their breath. Chen Mo spoke calmly. Where is Uncle Jiangwo's daughter? The crowd pointed in one direction. Chen Mo came to Lu Ziqi's side. Looking at Lu Ziqi, who was extremely thin, with weak breathing and unconscious. Pick it up. Lu Ziqi was also wearing a beautiful princess dress. She is Uncle Jiangwo's treasure and the most beloved daughter. Chen Mo still remembers eating duck leg rice there that night. When talking about his daughter, Lu Jiangwo's expression is diligent and extremely gentle. Chen Mo looked deeply at the indifferent and heartless survivors present. They did not interfere in order to survive. Chen Mo didn't say much, but turned and came to Qiongqi. He placed Lu Ziqi on Qiongqi's back and gave him instructions. Keep an eye on her. Let's go. The man and the beast left towards the gate. When passing by the unconscious Li Hu. Puchi. The sword stabbed down. Right in the heart. Ah. Li Hu suddenly opened his eyes full of confusion and disbelief. The watch on his right hand slowly floated up. It fell into Chen Mo's hands. Only dozens of survivors were left standing there, unable to calm down for a long time. I don't want to die. Some people couldn't help sobbing. Wu Qigong is dead, who will come back to take us away? That guy is a devil, a demon. Sudden. Outside the gate, low growls were heard. One by one, zombies appeared outside the gate following the smell. His eyes were fierce and saliva kept dripping from his mouth as he rushed into the factory. Zombie. Run. Run. In the old town. Chen Mo and Qiongqi headed towards home. The murderous intent in Chen Mo at this moment even frightened Qiongqi. Wherever the two men passed, the surrounding metal continued to tremble and groan. Whenever a zombie attacks. Before he even got close, his head was chopped off by the blade. Wherever they passed, rivers of blood flowed. All the way home. Squeak, Chen Mo opened the iron gate. His eyes went dark and he fell downwards weakly. Roar, Qiongqi stood in front of him. Chen Mo sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Have you overdrawn your supernatural powers again? He couldn't remember how many zombies he had killed today. His whole body was covered in blood, the blood of zombies and humans. Chen Mo picked up the little girl on Qiongqi's back. Put it on the bed. She was fed some water and porridge, and then she took a shower. Only this cold water can calm Chen Mo's angry and impetuous heart. In just half a month, Uncle Jiangwo has become like this. What will happen to Yuer in the North China region? He couldn't quite imagine it. I must go to the North China region as soon as possible, Chen Mo muttered, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. But before that. Chen Mo looked at the little girl lying on the bed, his eyes flickering. Chen Mo took out today's harvest. A total of 1 second-level crystal core. 32 low-quality crystal cores. These inferior crystal cores are not even first grade. As expected, they were all absorbed by his second superpower. And when Chen Mo began to absorb the crystal core of the second-level corpse rat king, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Boom. Boom. The second supernatural power awakening dark pattern on the left hand actually flashed with a dazzling purple light. At this time, Chen Mo was shocked and immediately looked at Qiongqi beside him. Watch this place and don't let anyone get close. Afterwards, his head became dizzy and he fell into a dark sleep. I don't know how much time passed. Woo-woo daddy. A sobbing sound came from my ear. Who is crying? Dad, don't you want Chi-Chi anymore? Chen Mo slowly opened his hazy eyes. Hungry, very hungry. Suddenly, the whispering voice when the first superpower was awakened sounded next to my ear. Heavenly power. As if he had learned it by himself, Chen Mo immediately understood the effect and function of his second superpower. His pupils shrank, and his eyes revealed an expression of extreme shock. How is this possible? After being surprised for a moment, Chen Mo immediately noticed the little girl next to him. At this moment, Qiongqi was constantly rubbing the little girl, as if to comfort her. Around, there were some empty bags of food. Chen Mo didn't know how long it took him to awaken this time. He came to Lu Ziqi's side and said softly, "Don't cry. Uncle." Lu Ziqi was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chen Mo pitifully. Are you awake? Uncle Chen, where is my dad? She had met Chen Mo before, so she knew him. Chen Mo held her in his arms and kept patting her shoulders to comfort her. Chi-Chi, your father has gone to a very far place. He handed you over to me. Can I let my uncle take care of you for the time being? No. I want my daddy. Lu Ziqi burst into tears. Chen Mo continued to comfort her for a long time. She gradually calmed down and fell asleep holding Qiongqi. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He was so hungry that he opened a lot of puffed food and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. After feeling full, Chen Mo looked at his left hand. The second superpower is heavenly power. Even I have never heard of this ability. Chen Mo looked at Qiongqi standing aside and let go of his hand. Buzz. A flash of purple light flickered. Qiongqi suddenly became restless and uneasy. Accept it. Chen Mo said. Qiongqi's huge pupils flickered for a while. Then, a strange mark similar to the awakening dark pattern suddenly appeared on his forehead. A subtle feeling came over me. At this moment, the men and the beast seemed to have established some kind of mysterious connection. Chen Mo tried to communicate. Qiongqi. Master. This time, Qiongqi didn't even need to make a sound. Chen Mo could feel the thoughts coming from Qiongqi. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. The effect of Tianquan's supernatural power is not limited to this. He tried to activate his Tianquan supernatural power. In the left hand, a purple light suddenly bloomed. The huge Qiongqi in front of him was disappearing bit by bit. Finally, it just disappeared. Chen Mo looked at his left hand in disbelief. Roll up your sleeves. On his left forearm, there suddenly appeared a hideous tattoo that looked like Qiongqi. Tianquan was actually able to take Qiongqi into his own body. At this moment, Chen Mo even felt that his five senses and body had become clearer and stronger. Able to share the abilities of Qiongqi. Chen Mo's eyes were filled with shock. It was only after a long while that he murmured in amazement. The power of Tianquan. Even more terrifying than the overlord. This is at least the top-level supernatural power of the divine system. If you can subdue more alien species. Even God. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with extreme excitement. The first person he thought of was Sukii. Maybe, you can give it a try yourself. Chen Mo once again released Qiongqi from Tianquan. The tattoo on my arm disappeared. Qiongqi shook his head in confusion and looked around. Chen Mo was trembling with excitement and kept muttering to himself. Tianquan, Tianquan. This is an unheard of, never heard of supernatural power. It's so powerful and terrifying. Because of the uniqueness of this power, Chen Mo spent half a day getting familiar with this Tianquan power. It was not until the evening that he looked at Qiongqi and murmured. Qiongqi, how long have I slept? Qiongqi tilted his head in confusion. Obviously, this question is beyond the scope. At this time, Qiqi beside her let out a moan. Wake up. She sat up in bed and stared blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing this, Chen Mo took a bag of candies and went up. He forced out a smile that he thought was very kind and said. Qiqi, are you awake? Are you hungry? Uncle will give you some candy. Qiqi glanced at Chen Mo, and then seemed to think of something. A layer of mist appeared in her big eyes and she almost started crying again. Fortunately, at the last moment Chen Mo stuffed a piece of gummy candy in. Then she started chewing with a smacking sound. After all, he is just a 7-year-old child, and his mood comes and goes quickly. Qiqi blinked her eyes and felt better after eating some candy. Look at Chen Mo and say. Uncle Chen, when will my dad come back? Chen Mo was silent for a while and then said with a smile. Soon, you'll be back when you grow up. Qiqi lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. In Chen Mo's 2 lives, this is the first time he takes care of a child and he has no experience. In order to divert her attention, Chen Mo hurriedly spoke. Qiqi, is this candy delicious? Yeah. Qiqi nodded absent-mindedly. Uncle, you eat too. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, then ate one as well. It's really good. Am I that old, though? Call me brother. Chen Mo pinched her thin little face. Are you starving? Eat more. Qiqi shook her head and said naively. I'm not hungry. I've eaten a lot. As she spoke, she patted her belly. Chen Mo was stunned, then said softly. Qiqi, how long have I slept? Qiqi thought for a while and snapped her fingers. Then said. 3 days. Not 4 days, 5 days. At the end, even she herself was a little confused. So long. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he thought secretly. I couldn't help but feel more anxious. Looking at the innocent Qiongqi in front of him, Chen Mo did not plan to take her to Huab City. Huab City is more dangerous than Tianhai City. The god that exists there is not comparable to Sukii. For some unknown reason, every region has a special god or alien overlord. The more powerful the ruler is, the more dangerous the area will be. Now the second superpower, Qiongqi, has awakened, and the dominant superpower has reached the second level. Even in Huab City, I have a certain ability to protect myself, so I can go there with Qiongqi. Yuer must be found before the Nian monster arrives. Time is tight and it is impossible to take care of a child all the way. Chen Mo couldn't help feeling a little conflicted. How about sending Qiqi to the military area? After all, that is the safest place, and a safe zone will be established in the future. But Chen Mo quickly rejected this idea. Now in the military district are all high-ranking officials and dignitaries, let alone saying that I have no connections. What's more, since he killed Lin Chu, he has already become the most wanted man. He was also worried about leaving Qiqi there alone. Looking at Qiongqi who is eating candy. Chen was silent. Suddenly, I seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up. That's right. There is one more person. Luo Tianxong. Even before rebirth, there was no reminder from myself. Luo Tianxong also survived the apocalypse, and relied on his equipment to become the leader of the largest survivor team in Tianhai City. Chen Mo had been in his team for a long time. It is clear that Luo Tianxong's armed forces are not weak at all and are extremely powerful. In this life, I don't know if Luo Tianxong listened to my advice. Chen Mo made up his mind and planned to leave Qiqi with Luo Tianxong temporarily. Once Yuer is found, it won't be too late to come back and settle her down. At this moment, on her road street, Tianhai City. There were guards all around with guns and weapons. Luo Tianxong's #1 younger brother, Qiongqi, is armed to the teeth. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, a Nepalese army knife on his waist, and a rifle in his hand. He swaggered over with a cigar hanging from his lips. Behind him, dozens of people followed closely. Seeing the newcomer, the guards around began to flatter him. Brother Dong. How much supplies did you collect today? Brother Dong has gained weight again. Hey, are these new survivors? You're lucky, you've come to the right place. Qiongqi took a puff of his cigar and grinned. Not much, just went to Waldema and got some good stuff from the police station. Waldema, the largest supermarket in Tianhai City. Qiongqi, where's boss Luo? Brother Dong, the boss is in the basement. Hey, there are a few more schoolgirls. They are having a great time. It makes me feel itchy. Qiongqi chuckled and said. You still have to be the boss. Life is nourishing. As he spoke, Qiongqi looked at the survivors behind him who had haggard faces, tattered clothes, and were cowering. Laughed. Don't be afraid, we lions are not those crazy people. The boss said that as long as there are survivors, they will be treated to delicious food and drinks when they come here. If you become my lion, you will have the best food and the best drinks all day long. You guys, send someone to take them to clean up, and take out my bottle of 1982 Sprite to treat them well. Just tell me what you want to eat. We only have things you can't imagine. There's nothing we don't have. Ha ha. Qiongqi laughed and walked towards the underground passage. The survivors behind him swallowed when they heard this. Someone said in disbelief. Really? Is there really food? They have been hungry for a long time. At this time, a man with a rifle and a hippie look on his face walked up and chuckled. He walked up to them and patted their shoulders. Haha, don't worry, eat as much as you want. Just don't overeat later. Look at us, we are all strong and healthy. Do we look like we are short of food? This is the result of our boss's wisdom. Anyone who is a lion will have great respect and awe for Luo Tianxong. Because the day before the end of the world, Luo Tianxong spent a huge sum of 30 million yuan and almost robbed the entire Walmart supermarket. The stored resources filled up several large warehouses. It is precisely with these resources that Luo Tianxong can continue to expand his power and gather survivors. With the help of abundant food and a batch of munitions stored by Luo Tianxong, this fearless little brother has managed to reach this point today. Normally the zombies would just crush you. Even those who are stronger will be worn down by so many people. Among lions, none is afraid of zombies. He is in great glory and is a real local emperor of Tianhai City. At this moment, Luo Tianxong was lying comfortably in a chair, smoking a cigarette. Two young and beautiful female students were giving him a massage beside him. Around Luo Tianxong, there were guns and cold weapons placed one after another. Squeak, the door was pushed open. Boss. Jiang Dong came in alone. Luo Tianxong opened one eye and said lightly, "You're back." Jiang Dong, yeah. This trip has yielded fruitful results. We carried a load of supplies back and found 6 survivors, who we also brought back. We also got a batch of unknown things, which were placed in the minds of those who lost their minds, like stones, and were also placed in the warehouse. Luo Tianxong nodded and spoke. We will treat them well with delicious food and drinks, and satisfy them with whatever they want. Jiang Dong was a little puzzled. Brother Luo, I heard that other survivor teams distribute supplies according to their abilities. Will we do this? Are we lions short of supplies? Luo Tianxong suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him with captivating eyes. The warehouse is full of supplies. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to finish them in your next lifetime. In this chaotic world, we, the lions, must treat others with courtesy, so that they will willingly become our people, understand? Luo Tianxong said in a defiant tone with undisguised ambition burning in his eyes. I just want to let those survivors out there know that as long as they come to my lion, I will treat them to delicious food and drinks. No more suffering from hunger, cold and lack of clothes. This chaotic world will also be the time for me, the lion, to show my skills. Jiang Dong's face was shocked, and then he knelt down excitedly. We are willing to follow the boss till death. Luo Tianxong nodded with satisfaction. As if he had thought of something, Luo Tianxong spoke. By the way, where is the senior I asked you to find before? Did you find it? I will never forget the young man's miraculous skills in my entire life. Moreover, if he hadn't told himself to stock up on supplies in advance. If I had given myself enough time to recall my younger brothers, I might have died outside for food. That guy is a god. The more he enjoyed his current life, the more Luo Tianxong respected Chen Mo. Such a god who can predict the end of the world in advance must not be missed. Jiang Dong said with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. That one has not been found yet. Could it be that person has already left Tianhai City? Luo Tianxong's eyes flickered as he murmured. It's possible. Go ask the survivors and see if anyone knows. I remember seeing a name when I was paying before. It seemed to be called Chen Mo. Payment. Jiang Dong was a little confused. Luo Tianxong's face turned dark and he cursed angrily. Just go if you're told to, get out. Bang. After Jiang Dong left, Luo Tianxong lay comfortably in the chair and squinted his eyes. Enjoying the massage from 2 young and beautiful women beside me. I don't know why, but I always feel a little sleepy lately, Luo Tianxong murmured. On his right hand, there was a dark pattern of awakening. After resting for a few days, Chen Mo and Qiongqi cleared out all the zombies around them. Chi-Chi is very obedient. Without Chen Mo's permission, he stayed in the room alone and played with the doll. Although these dolls are a bit worn out, they were specially found for her by Chen Mo outside. At this time, several mountaineering backpacks that I had specially purchased in the supermarket came in handy. Chen Mo stuffed all the food and water stored at home into his backpack. Kiki, who was playing with Qiongqi at the side, blinked her eyes. Said puzzledly. Brother, what are you doing? Chen Mo stopped, turned around and said with a smile. Chi-Chi, we are going to a place soon. Chi-Chi tilted her head, where? Chen Mo, that's a very safe place, Chi-Chi, you can sleep well there. Chen Mo slowly stood up, looked at the bags in front of him, and clapped his hands. It's almost done. It's time to go. Uncle Jiangwo had just passed away, and in order to comfort Kiki, Chen Mo had been spending most of his time with her these past few days. But I don't have much time, and there are more important things to do. It's impossible to stay in Tianhai City forever. Qiongqi. Chen Mo shouted. Qiongqi climbed up from the ground, and its body became even bigger. The golden hair was shiny and smooth, without a single stain of blood. In this end times when materials are extremely scarce, water resources are extremely precious. But because Kiki likes to hold it while sleeping, Chen Mo would simply wash off the blood on its body almost every day. After tying all these large and small bags on Qiongqi's body, Chen Mo then looked at Qiqi on the bed and said gently, "Qiqi, go get Qiongqi, we are about to set off." Although Qiqi didn't understand, she still climbed onto Qiongqi very sensibly. By the way, he also picked up his tattered little bear. "You guys go first, I'll be down in a while." Chen Mo looked at Qiongqi and said. Qiongqi nodded because of the existence of the supernatural power of Tianquan. The communication between the men and the beast became increasingly smooth. After Qiongqi went downstairs, Chen Mo looked at the food and supplies placed in the small rental house. More than half is here. I came to the calendar hanging at the door, which was full of circles. Chen Mo tore off the November calendar, his eyes flickering, and muttered. "Everything has changed in the last days. Wait for me." December 15, 2049. In the next few days, Chen Mo planned to send Qiqi safely to Luo Tianxong. Then head directly to Huab City. Won't be back. He did not close the door, nor did he destroy the food that could not be taken away. The zombies in the old city were almost completely cleared out by himself and Qiongqi. Although there is no guarantee whether zombies will wander here in the future. But this place, with its abundant food and water, would also be a good shelter. Perhaps, after I leave, the next survivor will arrive. In this inhumane doomsday, this place is also the last piece of pure land in Chen Mo's heart. Your own journey has begun. Goodbye. Chen Mo said softly. Then he took the sword, left the place without looking back, and walked downstairs. Qiongqi and Qiqi were waiting outside. Qiqi looked at the ruins, the dark bloody sky, and the messy and dilapidated ground, her eyes flickering, revealing a maturity that does not belong to this age. Under Chen Mo's guidance these days, she also learned a little about the situation outside. But she believed that since Brother Chen said that Dad was fine, then he must be fine. When Qiqi saw Chen Mo coming down, she spoke. "Elder brother." Chen Mo nodded and looked around. Took out a map of Tianhai City. Luo Tianxong's location is on Anha Road, Tianhai City. It is more than 60 kilometers away from here. Because of Qiqi's existence, it was impossible for him and Qiongqi to rush around without restraint. To be on the safe side, Chen Mo decided to take a more remote and safer road and walk there. Using her own strength as a dual-powered person, Qiqi rode on Qiongqi's back. It will take about 4 or 5 days to reach Luo Tianxong. Chen Mo looked into the distance and said, "Let's go." There are extremely few zombies in the old city. The two walked about 2 or 3 kilometers without encountering any zombies. There were no survivors. Suddenly, Qiqi, who was eating candy on Qiongqi's back, seemed to have discovered something. He spoke crisply. "Elder brother." Chen Mo, who was at the front, turned around. Qiqi, what's wrong?" Qiqi looked towards a certain direction on the left and pointed at that location with her little finger. "Brother, there seems to be something there." Chen Mo frowned and looked in the direction Qiqi pointed. It was a shop blocked by vehicles. It was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen clearly. Sudden roar. A hissing roar came from it. Qiongqi immediately became alert. Bang. Bang. A series of collision sounds were heard. Through the vehicles blocking the store entrance, Chen Mo saw 2 zombies among them. Half of their flesh had fallen off, and one of them had a missing eyeball with a sticky blood line hanging on its face. Judging from their tattered clothes, they looked like the owners of this store. Chen Mo looked at Qiqi with some surprise. "Qiqi, don't look." Qiqi closed her eyes. Whoosh. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. Dominate the use of supernatural powers. Chen Mo directly controlled the abandoned vehicle and ran towards the two zombies in the store. Boom! The small shop suddenly collapsed, drowning the two zombies. Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he came to Qiqi's side. He spoke softly. It's okay, Qiqi. Qiqi opened her eyes, her big eyes full of innocence. Blinking and looking at Chen Mo. Chen Mo touched her head and said softly. Qiqi, tell me, how did you find out there was movement there just now? Qiqi tilted her head and said after thinking for a while. I don't know either. It just suddenly felt like there was something there. Chen Mo pondered for a while. Then he grabbed Qiqi's two little hands. On Qiqi's right hand, a faint dark pattern of awakening suddenly appeared. Really? Chen Mo was shocked and looked at Qiqi with a complicated look. Having superpowers means having the ability to protect yourself in this doomsday. But it's not without its drawbacks. After gaining power, wanting to become stronger means facing greater threats in the future. Since Qiqi can sense the existence of zombies, perhaps it is a psychic ability. Chen Mo touched Qiqi's head and said. Good job, Qiqi. If you find anything in the future, remember to tell your brother. Qiqi nodded obediently, smacking her lips while eating the candy and said. Brother, I'm a little sleepy. Still a child after all. Chen Mo smiled. Then get some sleep. Yeah. Qiqi nodded. After Qiqi fell asleep, Chen Mo began to think about whether he should teach her some things while he was still with her. Originally, he had the protection of Luo Tianxong, so he went to North China to find Yuer and sent Qiqi to the safest war zone. Qiqi hardly has to face this apocalypse at all. But it's different after becoming a superpower. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a headache. Taking care of children is really a mental and physical job. Keep going. During the rest of the journey, all the zombie species encountered were dealt with by Chen Mo alone. The domination ability is almost reaching the second level, and now its range is as long as 12 meters. The number of metal steel balls that can be perfectly controlled reaches 5. At this moment, it was already night, and the scarlet sky became even darker. It seemed as if it was about to collapse. Chen Mo walked alone in the front. Like a ghost in the night. Looking at the group of zombies wandering aimlessly in front of me. Before they could react, he appeared at that position and swung the sword in his hand. At his side, 5 steel balls shot out like bullets. Puff. Puff. The powerful metal balls pierced through the heads of the zombies. Then, leaving a trace of blood, he headed towards the other zombie. Puff. Vigorous and resolute. Blood splattered everywhere. Plop, heads were chopped off cleanly. It didn't even cause much commotion or noise. Chen Mo glanced at Qiqi who was sleeping soundly on the Qiongqi in the distance. After awakening his superpowers, his facial features were doubly strengthened. Even in this dark night, his eyes are as sharp as torches and can be seen clearly. He skillfully cut open the heads of these zombies. The crystal core was taken out from it. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, it was a whole circle larger than the crystal cores produced by the zombies in the old city. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. It is so. It seems that it won't take long for the zombies here to advance to the first level. Roar! A roar suddenly came from deep ahead. Chen Mo's face changed, and he quickly went towards the direction of the voice with a knife in hand. It turned out to be a first-level zombie. This was also the first time Chen Mo encountered a first-level zombie in the past few days. Maybe a few days ago, it could have caused me a lot of trouble. But to Chen Mo now, it is nothing more than a walking crystal core. Hula, a simple bonfire was lit. Chen Mo took out some food from the bag on Qiongqi. Eggs, bread, biscuits, candy, milk. Although simple, it is still an extremely rich and luxurious feast in this doomsday where people are willing to kill for a piece of bread. Chen Mo munched on the bread and looked at Qiqi who was still eating candy across from him. He reached out and took the candy from her hand. Said. Eat less candy. You're still growing, so eat more eggs and milk. Chi-Chi looked at Chen Mo with pitiful face, then looked at Qiongqi beside her. Qiongqi lay on the ground, whimpering weakly. The things it carries on its back are not light, not to mention that it is carrying a little girl. Seeing this, Chen Mo shook his head helplessly and returned the candy. Said, "Okay, just eat this packet and drink the milk. Then go to sleep." Looking at the candy in her hand, Kiki smiled happily. "Well, thank you, brother." A faint fire was lit, and Chen Mo used his master power to connect the abandoned vehicles around him together, piling up layers of barriers. Chen Mo looked up at the crimson sky. Compared with this hellish end of the world, the sky is exceptionally beautiful, with stars twinkling. Chi-Chi was drinking milk and suddenly lowered her head and said, "Brother, will my father come back?" Chen Mo was stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment. In the end times, even those extremely terrifying and powerful gods cannot resurrect the dead. After a long while, Chen Mo said quietly, "Meeting. But the premise is, Chi-Chi, you have to live well. Chi-Chi, can I teach you something tomorrow?" Chi-Chi felt dizzy and said groggily, "What?" Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he spoke slowly. "The rules of survival in this apocalypse." Huff, huff, a steady breathing sound was heard. Chen Mo looked over and found that Chi-Chi had fallen asleep leaning on Qiongqi at some point. He laughed and picked up Chi-Chi gently. He forced Qiongqi to lie on his side and placed Chi-Chi on the soft part of Qiongqi's belly. Chen Mo touched her hair and spoke softly. "Go to sleep. Good night." After putting Chi-Chi away, Chen Mo took out the crystal core he had harvested today from his arms. 1 first-level crystal core and 14 inferior crystal cores. This place is no longer part of the old city. The closer the zombies are to Sukii, the stronger they are. And in this area, first-order crystal nuclei have already been produced, which means I'm afraid the zombies we encounter in the future will become stronger and stronger. Holding the first-level crystal core tightly in his hand, Chen Mo closed his eyes and slowly absorbed it. The next morning, Chen Mo opened his eyes. His break was brief. In the end times, even if you rest, it is only a shallow sleep, and you must always be alert to your surroundings. Qiongqi also woke up and looked around with his huge eyes. Chen Mo looked at Chi-Chi beside him, walked up to her, patted her gently, and called out, "Chi-Chi, wake up." When touching Chi-Chi, Chen Mo frowned. "Why is it so hot?" At this moment, Chi-Chi's face was flushed and her breathing was heavy. He kept repeating "Dad" and "Dad." Chen Mo touched Chi-Chi's hot forehead with his hand. His face changed. Having a fever. Look at the awakening pattern on Chi-Chi's right hand that is faintly glowing. The awakening dark pattern that was faint yesterday has become exceptionally clear today. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. He quickly took out a bottle of water from his backpack, wet it on a tissue and applied it on Kiki's forehead. Chi-Chi was lying on the ground, breathing heavily and her chest heaving up and down. Oh no. Generally speaking, people with special abilities have excellent physical constitutions and never get sick. So when Chen Mo was preparing supplies, he did not prepare this kind of medicine except for bandages and disinfectant. Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he picked up Chi-Chi with one hand. He looked around and raised his right hand. Boom. The abandoned cars that formed a protective shield around the area flew backwards with a loud bang, clearing a road. Looking around, it was a dilapidated mess. If I hadn't come from the old town, I wouldn't have known the location of this road. I have no idea where Tianhai City is. Qiongqi, let's go. Chen Mo said. Outside the entrance of an abandoned large supermarket, 5 or 6 survivors escaped. One of the young men, who had a handsome face, grabbed a supporting pillar nearby. Veins popped on his forehead and he roared angrily. The pillar actually collapsed. Boom, like a snowflake that caused an avalanche. Immediately afterwards, the large supermarket behind him collapsed piece by piece, as if it had collapsed. The sky was filled with smoke and dust, the ground beneath our feet was shaking, and there was a loud noise. Roar, a fierce and creepy roar sounded from deep inside the supermarket. The survivors around were extremely ecstatic when they saw this scene. They looked at the food they had brought out and scattered on the ground. They all rushed to grab it. Food. It's food. I haven't had anything decent to eat in a long time. Mine, all mine. Get out of here. Don't fight with me. At this moment, a woman in police uniform among the survivors shouted angrily. Zhou Haoren. Are you crazy? If you do this, all the survivors inside will die. The woman was young and beautiful, with delicate features. She was holding a pistol in her right hand and wearing a somewhat worn police uniform. She had an extremely sexy figure with curvy curves. Her lower body was covered with a blue skirt that covered her plump buttocks but had been torn open to allow for easier movement, exposing her tall, straight legs. And Mingyue glared at the men in front of her and spoke. Look at the good things you have done. Zhou Haoren was breathing heavily and sweating profusely. If I don't do this, all of us will die. The two of them were criminal police officers from the nearby Public Security Bureau, and when the end of the world came, relying on the advantage of the weapons on his body, he has been surviving nearby. Find the survivors and team up together. Now, due to food shortage, I had to venture into this supermarket. Yes, Sister and Brother Zhou is doing this for our own good. If Brother Zhou hadn't destroyed this place, we would have died in the mouths of those zombies. Some people just started swallowing the food in big mouthfuls, talking without any back pain while standing. And Mingyue glared at him. What if you are the one who hasn't escaped yet? What would you think? Zhou Haoren stepped forward, patted Mingyue on the shoulder, and spoke. Okay, Yue. Things have already happened. You should think positively. At least there is food. Enough to last us a long time. Besides, there were a total of 16 survivors who were here before. If everyone comes out, there won't be enough food to go around. It has been so long since the apocalypse, even Zhou Haoren, a police officer, has experienced some changes in his heart. Yes, yes. The survivors around echoed. Pa. And Mingyue directly knocked his hand down. Said in a cold voice. Don't call me Where, you make me sick. Zhou Haoren, you weren't like this before. If we hold on for a while longer, someone from the military zone will come to rescue us. Keep these foods for yourselves. And Mingyue looked at Zhou Haoren with disappointment, then left angrily. Zhou Haoren was stunned, then his face darkened in an instant, his eyes flickering, and it was unknown what he was thinking. At this time, a woman with a charming face and revealing clothes came over and spoke eloquently. Officer Zhou, Officer N doesn't understand your painstaking efforts. You're doing this for everyone's good. The woman used to be a masseuse, and she said one thing to one person and another thing to another. Yeah, Brother Zhou, I don't know what Officer N is thinking. Isn't it a good thing if there are fewer people? Everyone has a share of this food, said a young man with dyed blue hair while eating bread in big mouthfuls. It feels so good. I haven't had such a good meal in a long time. Rescue. They probably can't even save themselves. By the time they come, everyone will have starved to death. He saw 5 or 6 survivors around him standing on his side. Zhou Haoren couldn't help but feel better. Staring at Mingyue's departing figure, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Put away all this food. Eat sparingly. Let's go. Brother Zhou, aren't we going to go look for Officer N? Said the young man with blue hair. Zhou Haoren waved his hand and spoke. Don't worry about her. When she figures it out, she'll come back naturally. As a colleague, Zhou Haoren knows Mingyue's temper well. She is very angry now, let's talk about it when she calms down a little. On the other hand, Mingyue chose to leave their group alone. I don't know where I am. Looking at the unfamiliar things around me, there were ruins all around. Mingyue couldn't help but become alert and took out the pistol from his waist. Who's there? Suddenly, there were rustling noises all around, as well as the growls of zombies. Sudden. A zombie pounced on her side. Bang, a gunshot rang out. She is very skilled and always gets full marks during training. Roar, the sound of gunfire immediately attracted all the zombies around. Dozens of extremely ferocious zombies rushed over. And Mingyue remained calm and shot the zombie in front of him to death. Damn, why are there so many? She ran forward and came to a ruin with a shelter. Quickly shoot at the zombies below. Bang. 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 Even though she has no special powers, she seems to be at ease among this group of zombies. As the zombies fell one after another, and Mingyue was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, another low growl came from behind. And Mingyue turned around suddenly, pointed the pistol at the zombie's forehead and shot. Bang. When the bullet hit the zombie's forehead, the zombie just paused and then continued to rush forward. And Mingyue's pupils shrank. How is this possible? I was hit on the head, right? The zombie in front of him was stronger than the previous one. Just when Mingyue was about to shoot again. Crack. The pistol in his hand was empty. Buzz. And Mingyue felt a little dizzy, and her body felt cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. My whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Finished. Roar, the zombie was getting closer and closer, and stretched out its hand to grab. It was about to touch the towering peak of Mingyue. The zombie suddenly stopped. For a long time, there was no movement in front of me. And Mingyue slowly opened her eyes. The zombie in front of him was frozen in place, and was actually falling straight towards him. Ah, she screamed. Get out of the way quickly. Plop. The zombie fell to the ground, with the wound on the back of its head. There was an extremely sharp piece of metal inserted in it. This is. At this moment, never far away. Chen Mo was walking towards them holding the unconscious Qiongqi. Qiongqi followed beside him. And Mingyue looked at the person in front of her, her beautiful eyes fixed. You saved me. When she saw the ferocious and terrifying Qiongqi, her heart started beating wildly for a moment. Are you a human or a ghost? And Mingyue said with trembling lips. Chen Mo took a look at Mingyue, who had a sexy and curvy figure in front of him. Police. This is a first-level zombie. It takes a pistol to kill it several times. Chen Mo said calmly. Then hold the metal sheet in your hand. Slide along the back of the zombie's head. Skillfully use a thin slice to pick out the crystal core. Then he turned around and looked at Mingyue, who was shocked, and asked. Where is the nearest supermarket, pharmacy, or hospital? And Mingyue was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. He subconsciously pointed in the direction he came from and said. There is a large supermarket over there. Chen Mo nodded. Thank you very much. Wait. As if she had thought of something, and Mingyue quickly turned around and looked at Chen Mo, who was about to leave. Don't go there. Chen Mo paused. And Mingyue explained. I just came out of that supermarket, there. There are at least hundreds of zombies. And there are. Wait a minute, why are you leaving? And Mingyue hurriedly chased after him, panting. Her tall and firm breasts rose and fell, and her pretty face was a little rosy, looking very attractive. And Mingyue said. Didn't you hear what I said? Chen Mo said calmly, I heard it. It doesn't matter. And Mingyue frowned, wondering why this person was so stubborn. I clearly told you that place is very dangerous, why do you want to go there and die? Most of it has collapsed. You can't get in at all. Having said that, and Mingyue glanced at the little girl in Chen Mo's arms. Her beautiful eyes flickered. You asked me about the pharmacy before, was it because of this little girl? What's wrong with her? Chen Mo, I have a fever. I'm going to get some antipyretics. And Mingyue was stunned for a moment, then quickly spoke. Let me see. I've learned some nursing before. I can help you. Chen Mo looked at her deeply. This made Mingyue feel a little embarrassed. Urged. Hurry up. Chen Mo nodded and put Qiongqi down from his arms. And Mingyue walked forward, squatted down, and her plump breasts were squeezed into a ball. She reached out and gently touched Qiongqi's forehead. I was shocked. Why is it so hot? It's serious. And Mingyue raised her head and looked at Chen Mo with a very serious expression. Is there any water? If she continues to burn like this, her life may be in danger. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately took out a large bottle of water from the mountaineering bag hanging on Qiongqi. And Mingyue looked at the large and small bags filled with food, and her beautiful eyes were wide with surprise. But she didn't say much, and immediately took the water. He picked up Kiki, let her sit up straight, and put the fluid into her mouth. And Mingyue said, "How did you bring such a young child to such a dangerous place? She is in very poor condition now. Continued fever will cause her to become dehydrated." And Mingyue looked at the little girl in her arms with great concern. She looked around and tore off the corner of her blue skirt. Tear. The skirt, which was not long to begin with, became even shorter, exposing a large area of white legs as white as snow. Even Mingyue felt a little embarrassed. But she still wet the cloth and tied it around Kiki's forehead. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then said, "That. I have a bandage." And Mingyue's delicate body trembled. Her pretty face blushed unconsciously as she spoke. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" And Mingyue stood up, hugged Qiqi and looked at Chen Mo. "She has a high fever now, and such a young child's constitution is not strong to begin with. You need antipyretics or fever patches." And Mingyue frowned, her beautiful eyes flickering. "I wonder if there are any pharmaceutical factories nearby." Chen Mo stared at her in silence for a while. "Why do you do that?" To be honest, in this end times, people like Mingyue are extremely rare. He's obviously just a stranger. But for some reason Chen Mo felt that there was something different about her. Chen Mo had also seen this feeling in Yuer. "If I hadn't met Yuer, I would have died long ago, right?" And Mingyue was stunned for a moment and said with a frown, "Isn't this what I'm supposed to do? It's not safe here. I know a safe place. Come with me." Chen Mo shook his head, "No need. Qiongqi, keep an eye on them." After saying that, Chen Mo turned and left. And Mingyue was stunned. "Where are you going?" "Chen Mo, let's go to the large supermarket you mentioned." And Mingyue's breath was choked, her beautiful eyes widened, and she spoke loudly. "Are you crazy? That supermarket does exist, but there are hundreds of zombies in it. Among them, there is a zombie that is so fast that even bullets can't kill it. First order. Or second order." Chen Mo was holding a katana. Without stopping, beside him, streams of metallic liquid were floating and constantly changing. And Mingyue, who was standing behind him, saw this scene and her pretty face was filled with shock. This is superpowers. Her heart was pounding. She had seen such an incredible ability in Zhou Haoren before. Zhou Haoren was inexplicably in a coma for 3 days a week ago before waking up. After waking up, he kept talking about strengthening. Then he became extremely powerful, and it was because of this that he was able to destroy the pillars of the large supermarket just now. And Mingyue only felt that the scenes before her eyes were constantly refreshing her cognition. She held Qiqi in her arms and hurriedly trotted after him. "Hey! Wait for me. That supermarket is half destroyed, there are ruins everywhere. I'll show you the way." Outside a large supermarket in ruins. Chen Mo looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes flickering. And Mingyue beside him spoke. "Now you know, don't you? The only exit has been blocked, there's no way to get in." But as soon as she finished speaking, an unbelievable scene happened before her eyes. I saw the steel pipes and metal supports in the collapsed buildings in front of me turning into liquid one by one. They swarmed towards where Chen Mo was. Chen Mo stepped forward, and the bricks and soil around him made a rumbling sound. Boom. A huge noise was heard. The ruins before our eyes were actually pushed forward by these liquid metals, creating a smooth road. Gravel kept rolling down and hitting the liquid metal, shattering into pieces with a loud bang. This extremely shocking scene made Mingyue cover her mouth in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Chen Mo in front of her. "These. You did all this. Wait for me here," Chen Mo said. He walked forward, and silver liquid continued to swirl around him. Wherever it passed, countless metal debris melted and gathered into a ball, separating the broken wood and bricks. Finally, we arrived at a supermarket with only half of it left, and the area was covered by countless collapsed buildings. Chen Mo's eyes became fierce, and he activated his dominant ability again. Dissolve all the metal substances mixed in it. Having lost the support of many balance points, the buildings in front of us collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. A small opening was revealed, which was big enough for one person. Chen Mo walked up along the rubble and turned to look at An Mingyue, who was following him. He warned again. I said, stay here. An Mingyue felt a chill all over her body as she looked at Chen Mo's murderous eyes. I nodded unconsciously. Chen Mo successfully entered the supermarket. The silver liquid around it also solidified and fell to the ground. How important it is. Rumble. Metal. Looking at the solidified wavy metal in front of him, An Mingyue's heart was in turmoil. Who is he? At this moment, in a large supermarket. It was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. All around, there were the growls of zombies. When Chen Mo appeared, those voices came closer and closer from all directions. A shelf filled with food next to me began to shake violently. Sudden. Roar, a ferocious roar. Chen Mo raised the sword in his backhand and chopped the zombie in front of him into two halves. Blood spurted everywhere and continued to flow on the ground. This seemed to further arouse the ferocity of the zombies lurking in the dark around them. For a moment, the roar resounded through the sky. Puff. Puff. Dominate the use of supernatural powers. At this moment, Chen Mo was like a ruthless killing machine. Keep reaping the lives of the zombies that rush towards you. 5 steel balls controlled by the power of domination pierced through the heads of zombies one by one. The sword in his hand was constantly swung and chopped. Chop, hack, and sweep. Broken limbs and corpses were scattered all over the ground, and the blood had completely soaked the entire area. Half of the supermarket's activity space was destroyed. Therefore, the zombies gathered here are more densely packed. There were so many of them, coming one after another, that Chen Mo had no room to breathe or collect the crystal cores. It seemed as if there were no end to the killing. After just a while, Chen Mo felt a little exhausted. Damn, there are so many. These are not just a few hundred heads, as she said. Chen Mo gasped for breath and swung his knife. Plop. Another zombie's head fell to the ground. No, we can't stay here too long. I am only a second-level mutant now, even if these are just the most ordinary zombies. But he can still rely on this huge number to kill himself. At this moment, from the deepest part of the supermarket, a terrifying, sharp and piercing roar suddenly came. Even An Mingyue outside heard this sound. An Mingyue couldn't stop shaking all over. As if from the trembling of the soul. Fear. Fear. Is this the voice of that monster? It's over. An Mingyue looked ashen. Even An Mingyue outside heard this sound. An Mingyue couldn't stop shaking all over. It was like a tremor from the soul. Fear. Is this the voice of that monster? It's over. An Mingyue looked towards the narrow, dark entrance of the cave. My instinct told me to run away. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the little girl in her arms whose face was filled with pain. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the fear in his heart. No. Wait and see. Please don't let anything happen, your daughter is still here. And Mingyue thought secretly. Inside the supermarket. When this horrifying, scream-like sound rang out, the zombies that swarmed around suddenly stopped where they were in a strange way. Immediately afterwards, the zombies here seemed to be dead one by one, with their heads hung and standing still. This is... Chen Mo's face lit up with joy. The corpse king of this area. Unexpectedly, such a being would appear at the beginning of the end of the world. In a region, very few special zombies will appear. Similar to a swarm of zombie rats, the most powerful zombie can call on zombies weaker than itself to take action. Chen Mo looked at the motionless zombies around him, frowned and muttered. But why did these zombies suddenly stop moving? That corpse king didn't notice my presence. Chen Mo pondered for a while. Although he felt strange, he didn't think much about it. The most urgent task is to find medicines that can reduce fever. Chen Mo carefully moved among these zombies, all the way to the living area. Finally, I saw the classification of medicines on a cargo column in the distance. Found it. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. On the cargo column, there were stacks of fever-reducing patches. On the other side, the same type of antipyretic drugs were also placed there. There were exactly 30 or 40 zombies standing there motionless. Chen Mo took a deep breath and walked forward slowly and quietly. He came to the cargo column and put the antipyretic patches and antipyretic drugs into his pocket. Not discovered. Outside the supermarket. And Ming Yue paced back and forth in a state of anxiety. It's been so long, are you done yet? Isn't that guy dead? The Qiongqi beside him was lying lazily on the ground. It has a connection with Chen Mo established by the supernatural power of Qiongqi. Can clearly feel the owner's safety situation. If anything unexpected happens to Chen Mo, it will rush in first. And Ming Yue frowned and looked at Qiqi, whose body temperature was burning hot in her arms, as if she was holding a stove. He sighed. Little guy, you have to hold on. Your father even went into such a dangerous place for you. She put Qiqi gently on the ground and gave her some water. At this time, the sound of rubble rolling down was heard from the ruins. And Ming Yue's heart skipped a beat and she looked over immediately. He picked up a stick from the ground and became alert. At this time, Chen Mo's figure slowly walked out of the cave entrance of the ruins. At this moment, Chen Mo's body and cheeks were covered with blood, and he looked extremely captivating. And Ming Yue's face lit up with joy, and she said in disbelief, "Are you okay?" Chen Mo shook his head and took out the fever-reducing patch and antipyretic medicine from his arms. Panting. "This is for Qiqi." He actually found it. And Ming Yue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. He looked Chen Mo up and down, and murmured after a long time, "Are you human?" She clearly remembered that the living area of this supermarket was at the innermost and therefore the most dangerous location. Chen Mo said calmly, "It's a person." Even Chen Mo himself found it a little unbelievable. This woman said too little. There are more than just a few hundred zombies in this supermarket. Just in the places he passed by, there were no less than 400 or 500 of them. If it weren't for the zombie king's roar, all the zombies would have stopped moving. Although Qiongqi was able to help in the end, it was absolutely impossible to get the antipyretic medicine. And Ming Yue took the fever-reducing patch and antipyretic medicine and said, "Don't worry, with these two things, everything should be fine." She tore off a fever-reducing patch, untied the cloth wrapped around Kiki's head, and put it on. Afterwards, he opened the antipyretic medicine, mixed it with water, and fed it to the patient carefully. Chen Mo glanced at the ruins behind him. Use the power of domination to fill this gap. Open your mouth and speak. Thank you very much. And Ming Yue was stunned for a moment and then smiled. Thank me for what? You are so good. I am just an ordinary person, but I don't have such great ability. And Ming Yue looked at Qiqi, whose expression had eased a little, in her arms, and stood up. Your daughter needs to rest for a few days and wait for the medicine to take effect. I know a place. It's safe there. Come with me. How many days? Chen Mo frowned. She is not my daughter. Not a daughter. And Ming Yue was a little suspicious. I am the daughter of one of my uncles. Where are the others? Sorry. Chen Mo, I don't have much time, I can't stay long. And Ming Yue stared at him for a long time without asking why. He sighed. It will take at least a day. Wait until her fever goes down. Okay. Chen Mo said. And Ming Yue, by the way, I don't know your name yet. My name isn't Ming Yue. Chen Mo held Qiqi in his arms and said with his eyes lowered. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. And Ming Yue recalled in her mind. Logically speaking, such a talented person should not be unknown in Tianhai City. And Ming Yue spoke. Let me take you there. I've been there for a long time. It's very quiet and safe. It's enough for you to rest. After a few people left. On the ruins, the hole that Chen Mo had filled with metal was suddenly blown away with a loud bang. From the entrance of the cave, there came a sticky sound like click and click. From it, a zombie with a hideous face and long sticky hair walked out. The flesh on the left half of the zombie's face fell off, revealing white bones. On its shoulders and spine grew extremely sharp barbs. It was rolling its scarlet eyes, looking in the direction the two people left. Chen Mo, what you just used, is that a superpower? And Ming Yue, who was walking nearby, hesitated for a long time. Finally, I couldn't help but ask. Chen Mo said calmly, I guess so. And Ming Yue's face turned extremely surprised after hearing this. Somewhat unbelievably said. It's really true. Can you show me again? Chen Mo nodded and took out a steel ball from his pocket. A magical scene appeared. The steel ball gradually turned into a pool of silver liquid, hovering in Chen Mo's hand. In this end times, there are some people who can awaken supernatural powers. And I can control metal. Chen Mo said lightly. And Ming Yue's beautiful eyes widened and she spoke. Can I, too? Chen Mo glanced at her hands. Said. Perhaps, awakening superpowers requires an opportunity. Many people will never be able to awaken their superpowers in their lifetime. And Ming Yue was a little disappointed, but she didn't care. No wonder you are so strong. Superpowers. And Ming Yue said as if she had thought of something. In our survivor's base, there is also a person with special abilities. It seems to be called reinforcement or something. Strengthen. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. This is a common ability. Most of them are about enhancing facial features and strength. Of course, there are also some powerful types among them. And Ming Yue asked Chen Mo many questions. Chen Mo did not hide anything, and these became almost common sense in the future. First level, God, alien species, and Ming Yue kept muttering. Her beautiful eyes became more and more surprised. Looking at the mysterious Chen Mo in front of him, he thought secretly in his heart. Who are you? Why? How do you know so much? And Ming Yue couldn't help but ask. Chen Mo glanced at her indifferently. No words. The two of them came to an old unfinished building together. The lowest level of the passage is blocked by a pile of discarded debris and wood. The surroundings are extremely open and the vision is excellent, so one can observe the surrounding movements at a glance. And Ming Yue simply moved a piece of wood in front of her. There was just a passage inside that was large enough for an adult to enter. And Ming Yue said with a smile. This is it. We stayed in this place for more than 10 days. The zombies around here have been cleared out. It's safe. You and your niece stay here, no one will bother you. Chen Mo nodded and entered with an Ming Yue. But behind him, there was suddenly a dissatisfied growl. The two paused, then turned around to look. I saw the Qiongqi behind me, which was stuck in the passage because of its large size. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. It's time to lose weight, Qiongqi. Qiongqi cried out again in dissatisfaction. Then he squeezed out of the narrow passage and stood outside. And Ming Yue thought about it and spoke. Wait a minute, I'll make this passage bigger. No need. Chen Mo said. Qiongqi, you go up first. Qiongqi nodded humanely, then crawled down and took a deep leap. Unbelievable jumping power. He jumped 4 or 5 meters high and reached the second floor of the unfinished building. And Ming Yue has become a little numb. I don't know how many times I have refreshed my worldview through this man and this beast. When he arrived, the zombies he encountered were killed by Chen Mo's powerful ability before they could even get close to him. Chen Mo, let's go. And Ming Yue nodded and spoke. On the 4th floor. Inside the extremely empty 4th floor. Zhou Haoran and a group of survivors were eating the food they had collected. Looking at the people wolfing down their food, Zhou Haoran frowned. Eat sparingly. Officer Zhou, everyone has been hungry for many days. It's so hard to get a chance to have a good meal, you should come and eat with us. Yeah, brother Zhou, slurp, this instant noodle is so authentic. Zhou Haoren frowned even more when he heard this. Look at the empty bags on the ground. These guys were so afraid of being at a disadvantage that they wanted to eat all the food at once. This food is clearly enough to last for more than 10 days. But today is only the first day and it has already been reduced by half. If you were here, this situation would definitely not happen. Enough. Zhou Haoren finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. You guys are only concerned about the present. Are you going to go to the supermarket again after you finish eating all the food? Leave the rest to me for safekeeping. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 or 6 survivors present suddenly fell silent. Someone couldn't help but whisper. That's what you said, but Brother Zhou, it's obvious that you eat the most. Zhou Haoren's breath was choked. To be honest, he didn't know why he was so hungry every day. Especially after using that special ability. A little bit of rice is a favor, a big bit of rice is a grudge. At this moment, Zhou Haoren finally understood how difficult in Ming Yue's life was. At that time, there were 16 people present. Zhou Haoren took a deep breath, his eyelids twitching, and he suppressed his anger and said nothing. His reason told him that he could live well on his own if he abandoned these people. But his identity made him extremely restrained. When the people present saw that Zhou Haoren seemed to be about to get angry, the charming masseuse who was the best at observing people's expressions immediately said with a smile. Hey, what are you guys doing? Officer Zhou's strength is obvious to all. If it weren't for Officer Zhou, we would probably have died there. Officer Zhou is right. We should eat these foods sparingly until help arrives. When everyone reacted, they changed their attitude and started to flatter. Hey, Brother Zhou, you're right. We won't eat it anymore. Yeah, I'm full too. I'll save it for next time. I don't want to eat anymore. Hiccup. They all knew that Zhou Haoren was the only one present who had the ability to protect himself. Zhou Haoren's expression looked better now. Nodded. All this food is here with me. Each person can collect it according to the number of times per day. After saying that, Zhou Haoren took the food away without waiting for the survivors to say anything more. Put it next to you. Some clever people rolled their eyes and hurried forward to please Zhou Haoren. After all, the food is now in his hands, and no one dares to snatch it from him given Brother Zhou's strength. If you please others now, maybe you will get more food tomorrow. Officer Zhou, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. My technique is very good, said the charming masseuse with a smile. Brother Zhou, you are so powerful today. If it weren't for you, all of us would have died long ago. Brother Zhou, you should have a good rest today. I will take care of it for you. Hearing the flattery in his ears, Zhou Haoren's expression couldn't help but look better. You all know that I do this for everyone's sake. If we don't do this, who knows how many people will die the next time we go to search for food and supplies. His mentality had also changed a little unconsciously in these last days. Yes. I have my own strength and food. Why should we restrict ourselves because of our identity? It's obvious that they are here to please me. The more Zhou Haoren thought about it, the more ridiculous he felt about himself in the past. And Ming Yue, who had an overflowing sense of justice, had been suppressing it before, but now that Ming Yue had left, Zhou Haoren felt that this feeling didn't seem bad. At this moment, a huge noise suddenly sounded from below. Ah! What's going on? Zhou Haoren, who was enjoying a massage, opened his eyes. A blue-haired young man beside him immediately stood up and said, Brother Zhou, I'll go take a look. You can rest here. He hurried towards the edge where there was no wall. Look down. Whoosh. A huge yellow figure leaped up from below. Bang. It landed steadily on the ground. The blue-haired boy was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground with a thump. Screamed. Oh my God. Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou. Qiongqi jumped to the 4th floor of this unfinished building. Its huge pupils looked around. The survivors around were also shocked. What kind of monster is this? Tiger. Officer Zhou. Everyone looked at Zhou Haoren at once. Zhou Haoren's pupils shrank. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, he habitually placed his hand on the pistol at his waist. Said loudly. Everyone be careful. Stand on my side. Today, Qiongqi is huge and strong, with 4 pairs of claws as strong and powerful as thick pillars. It was covered in yellow hair, with its tail swinging. Right in the center of its brow, a purple awakening pattern emitted a faint light. It is as majestic as a tiger with a ferocious look, and as powerful as a lion with a strong sense of oppression. Even Zhou Haoran couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling after seeing such a ferocious beast. Brother Zhou, what kind of monster is this? A survivor behind him felt his legs go limp. Officer Zhou, you must protect us. Zhou Haoran said angrily in a low voice. Be quiet. He confronted Qiongqi for a short while, then gritted his teeth and carefully took out a pistol from his arms. At this point, no one cares where this beast came from. Qiongqi yawned lazily, then slowly lay down on the ground. This action scared everyone present. What is it doing? Someone whispered. I don't know, why aren't you moving? Keep your voice down, don't wake this guy up. When everyone's heart was in their throat, a puzzled voice sounded. What are you all doing here? When they heard this voice, everyone held their breath. He looked over suddenly. I saw Mingyue and Chen Mo slowly walking up the stairs below. Chen Mo was still holding Qiqi, who had a fever, in his arms. And Mingyue looked at the people who were hiding together with a vigilant look on their faces. What is this for? Seeing the newcomer, everyone was overjoyed. Sisterin. Officerin. You're back. There's a beast here. Beast. And Mingyue was stunned for a moment, then looked at the Qiongqi lying on the ground opposite her with his eyes narrowed. He laughed. It's okay, that's my friend's pet, don't be afraid. Pet? The survivors present widened their eyes upon hearing this, with disbelief written all over their faces. Chen Mo glanced at the Qiongqi opposite him and spoke. Qiongqi, come here. When hearing Chen Mo's call, Qiongqi slowly stood up and walked over. With every step they took, everyone's heart trembled and they couldn't stop shaking all over. They were afraid that this extremely huge beast would suddenly attack and eat people. When Zhou Haoran saw this, his eyes kept flickering. Looking at Chen Mo beside Mingyue, a sense of hostility inexplicably rose in his heart. He frowned and said. Yue, who is he? And Mingyue, he is also a survivor I met nearby. His name is Chen Mo. Chen Mo, let me introduce you. This is my colleague, Zhou Haoran. Chen Mo nodded. The eyes of several survivors present lit up when they learned that Chen Mo was one of their own. Rush forward. Wow. Man, that's awesome, that's actually your pet. Dude, what do you do? A beast tamer. Isn't this guy awesome? He's even bigger than the Lion King I saw on TV. The appearance of Chen Mo and Qiongqi instantly became the focus of the whole audience. The space beside Zhou Haoran suddenly became empty. His expression turned a little ugly, and he snorted coldly and found a place to sit down. Isn't it just a beast? I am a person with superpowers. Chen Mo frowned, obviously a little uncomfortable. At this time, and Mingyue on the side spoke. Okay, everyone, get out of the way. Don't disturb this little girl's sleep. Chen Mo's niece has a fever and came to our place to rest for a day. I will leave tomorrow. After these words were spoken, everyone present was even more shocked. Who wouldn't want to stay in this safe place forever? And the person brought by Officer and only stayed for one day and then left. Dude, aren't you afraid of those zombies outside? Where are you planning to go? Cough cough. And Mingyue coughed twice. The people present were obviously a little afraid of her and dispersed. And Mingyue spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, it's just that your pet is a little special. Everyone is very curious. Chen Mo said calmly. Fine. And Mingyue nodded, looked at Qiqi in Chen Mo's arms, walked forward and touched her forehead. His eyes lit up. I feel better now. You can have a good rest here. I'll go over there for a moment. Chen Mo nodded. And the other side. The arrival of Chen Mo, the uninvited guest, obviously made Zhou Haoren feel a little unhappy. The blue-haired young man beside him whispered. Brother Zhou, I stand on your side. It's just a beast. I believe it is no match for you, Brother Zhou. Zhou Haoren looked at him in surprise and felt a lot more comfortable. The blue-haired young man was extremely moved when he saw this. These idiots don't know who is the boss here. The food is all in Brother Zhou's hands, and he can't tell the shape. Brother Zhou, Sisterin is here. Zhou Haoren was startled, then looked up. I saw An Mingyue walking towards me in the distance. She has a sexy figure, and a large part of her blue skirt was torn off, exposing her slender and round thighs. Zhou Haoren couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, his eyes softened. Yue. I was wrong before, I shouldn't have done that. Zhou Haoren, where is the food? An Mingyue asked as soon as she came up. Zhou Haoren was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and took the bag full of food beside him and said. Are you hungry, Yue? And Mingyue shook her head. No, I was going to give some to Chen Mo and the little girl. Zhou Haoren's smile froze when he heard this. The blue-haired young man next to him widened his eyes and said. Sisterin. We got these foods with great difficulty. You're going to give it to that stranger whose origins are unknown and who's leaving tomorrow. The sound was quite loud, and the survivors around were shocked when they heard the word food. Come right over. Zhou Haoren refused coldly. No. The few survivors who were friendly to Chen Mo just a moment ago immediately changed their expressions. Officerin, we don't even have enough food to share among ourselves. You're going to give it to an outsider, isn't that a bit bad? Yeah, you know how many people we lost for this little bit of food. And Mingyue frowned upon seeing this and looked at them with some displeasure. Zhou Haoren and I didn't know you when we found you, and I shared my food with you. So are you considered outsiders? This. The survivors present were speechless. Indeed, almost everyone present was rescued by Zhou Haoren and An Mingyue. No matter who it is, An Mingyue treats everyone equally without bias. Zhou Haoren, I said no, but if you stay with us forever then it's fine. But you also said that person will leave tomorrow. An Mingyue frowned and looked at the survivors who were full of hostility and resistance. He sighed. Then give me my food, okay. The survivors present looked better at this point. Food was distributed in turns, and the people most qualified to enjoy the food were undoubtedly An Mingyue and Zhou Haoren. So no one had any objections. Zhou Haoren was silent for a while, then took out a bucket of instant noodles from the bag. Then he took a bottle of water and some biscuits and handed them over. An Mingyue took the food, picked up a pack of biscuits and started eating, then turned and came to Chen Mo. He put the food over and said softly. Are you hungry? Eat. Seeing this scene, some survivors on the other side couldn't help but speak. Officerin is really kind-hearted. In this apocalypse, that guy has a ferocious beast with him. If he knew we had food, he would definitely do something outrageous. Officer Zhou, you can't bear to watch this either. A group of people surrounded Zhou Haoren and kept instigating him. Zhou Haoren didn't say anything, but looked in the direction of Chen Mo with uncertain eyes. Chen Mo looked at the food in front of him. He naturally witnessed everything that happened over there. And Mingyue said. Don't think too much about it. These are my own food. Chen Mo shook his head. Thank you, no, I have my own. As he spoke, Chen Mo opened the mountaineering bag on Qiongqi. I took out a few sausages and water from it, and that was all. The most incredible thing was that he actually took out 2 bowls of self-heating rice from the backpack. Braised beef rice, soy sauce, braised pork rice. And Mingyue opened her mouth wide and her beautiful eyes became round. You have self-heating rice in this bag. She is stupid. It wasn't just her. The survivors in the distance also widened their eyes when they saw this. That's self-heating rice. Rice. That's rice. I haven't eaten rice and meat for a long time. In comparison, their food is nothing but shit. Someone stood on tiptoe and looked into the backpack. When I saw the dazzling array of various food supplies, I was so excited that I almost couldn't breathe. His bag is full of food. It's all food. What? Is this true? You know, Qiongqi was carrying 4 or 5 bags of varying sizes. Mountaineering bags have large capacity and space. Are these bags filled with food? All the survivors present had greedy eyes. I watched Chen Mo opposite me tear open the self-heating rice and pour some water into it to heat it up. Everyone began to swallow their saliva unconsciously. And Mingyue didn't know what to say for a moment. However, when I thought of Chen Mo's unparalleled strength, he even dared to break into that large supermarket alone and brought back the antipyretic drugs and fever patches safely. I'm afraid, for him. The food that he and others had gone through so much trouble to obtain was simply within his reach. Gurgle gurgle, the 2 self-heating rice bowls in front of me kept emitting hot mist. In fact, he didn't carry much of this stuff. Self-heating rice is large, heavy, and takes up more space than more filling foods like compressed biscuits and bread. Except for the taste, there is a huge difference. During the 15 years of the last days, he had consumed replenishing fluids in the war zone for at least 4 or 5 years. For Chen Mo, it doesn't matter what he eats as long as he can fill his stomach. But sometimes, life still needs some sense of ritual. For example, eating a hot and fragrant rice bowl in the end times. After a few minutes, the sound of boiling water gradually subsided. Chen Mo picked up one and handed it over. Yes. And Mingyue was stunned for a moment, then murmured in disbelief. For me. Chen Mo nodded. Thank you so much for today. And Mingyue felt flattered. Looking at this, braised pork rice with soy sauce. The biscuits in my hand suddenly lost their fragrance. My stomach made a rumbling sound. And Mingyue's pretty face turned red and she sat down. He coughed twice, then lowered his head and said embarrassedly. Thank you. Chen Mo smiled. Open the lid of the box and the fragrance will immediately fill the air. The dish is spread with a brown sauce and a few pieces of beef on top, creating an aromatic aroma. Even Zhou Haoran couldn't help but take a look. Snort. The survivors around were stunned, their eyes were red and sore. They had eaten a lot of food and were not very hungry. His saliva was all over the floor. That. What does beef rice taste like? Everyone looked at each other. I think I'm a little hungry again. And Mingyue held the braised pork rice with soy sauce in her hands with some excitement and reverence. As if it were a treasure, he carefully uncovered it bit by bit. Afraid of knocking it to the ground. This is braised pork rice. Braised rice with pork and soy sauce. In the end times, having a hot meal is something many people dream of. Look at the crystal clear, plump and grainy rice in the box. The sauce and marinated meat on top. And Mingyue picked up the rice spoon with trembling hands. He scooped a bite and put it in his mouth. Boom. This familiar taste goes straight to the soul. Sense of happiness. Awo, 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 and Mingyue started eating with big mouthfuls. A layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. The survivors around unconsciously followed in Mingyue and started chewing. It was as if they were the ones eating, their eyes were scorching and fierce like wolves and tigers. On the other side, Chen Mo had already finished eating. Looking at Mingyue's excited face, his expression was a little strange. Without saying anything more, he came to Kiki's side. I took some porridge from my backpack and fed it to him. After taking antipyretic medicine and using a fever patch, Chi-Chi's condition was obviously much better. It's like being in deep sleep. Chen Mo looked at Chi-Chi's little hand, the awakening dark pattern on it seemed to be almost complete. He touched her hair with some relief. Zhou Haoran seemed to be very resistant to Chen Mo since Chen Mo arrived. The two of them have not had any communication since then. Evening. Everything that happened today made many survivors feel extremely tired. When people are full, they start to think more. And they were naturally the same, many of them covered their faces and cried, expressing their sorrow. Soon, everyone began to rest one after another. Chen Mo leaned on Qiongqi's belly, with faint candlelight around him. His eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking. Chen Mo took out the crystal core he had harvested today from his pocket. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are found in danger. When leaving the supermarket, Chen Mo still gritted his teeth and took out the crystal cores from the brains of the zombies he had killed. 3 first-level and 46 inferior crystal cores. It can be said that this was the most fruitful harvest ever. One can imagine how dangerous it is. The quality of the zombies in that large supermarket was very abnormal. Logically speaking, the zombie king's role is to gather the zombies. But for some reason, the zombies suddenly stopped moving and did not choose to attack him. Chen Mo shook his head. Muttered. The zombies in that large supermarket are at least level 2. Moreover, it is very likely that it will soon reach the 3rd level. The improvement speed of zombies and alien species is much faster than that of humans. Before the rebirth, when zombies in many areas had already reached the 4th level, 2nd level psychics had just appeared on the human side. Have the opportunity to resist. After absorbing these crystal cores, your master ability should be able to reach the 2nd level. Chen Mo's eyes flickered, and he was just about to absorb it. A voice sounded. Aren't you going to sleep yet? And Mingyue appeared at some point. She looked at Chen Mo and found a place to sit down. Said softly. We have people taking turns to guard here every night. You can rest in peace. Chen Mo nodded. And you? And Mingyue glanced at the people on the other side who were already asleep. He muttered with his head down. Since the apocalypse began, I've been sleeping very little. Here, there were still 16 survivors yesterday. And today, there are only 6 left. Chen Mo's face was calm as he spoke. This is the end of the world. You have to try to learn to accept it. And Mingyue smiled bitterly and said. Chen Mo, you know, I found out that there are only 6 survivors left. I don't know why, but I feel a little relieved. I may not be as upright as I think. Zhou Haoren and I have to take care of 16 people. It's really tiring. Chen Mo was silent for a while, looking at the bonfire in front of him, and said softly. Don't think too much, just look at your own heart. In the end times, almost no one will remain unchanged. At least, and Mingyue was one of the few people he had ever met who could still maintain his original intention. And Mingyue, what about you? What are you doing for? Chen Mo didn't say anything else. And Mingyue smiled, sat up from the ground and stretched. Perfectly showing off her perfect and attractive curves. Never mind. You'll be ready to go tomorrow morning. Take a good rest. And Mingyue turned around. Chen Mo's voice suddenly sounded behind him. I want to find someone. She's very important to me. Is that so? And Mingyue paused, then said with a smile. Then I wish you success. After Mingyue left, Chen Mo began to silently absorb the power of the crystal core. It's late at night. Quiet and silent. The blue-haired young man who was guarding the 4th floor fell asleep. I shouldn't have tried so hard earlier. I'm so sleepy, Xiaoyu yawned. His eyes unconsciously glanced in the direction of Chen Mo. Stay on the mountaineering bag carried by Qiongqi. The scene of today's self-heating meal appeared in my mind, and I swallowed unconsciously. There was a hint of desire in his eyes. In that bag. There should still be a lot of food, right? Xiaoyu couldn't help but mutter. Greed flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the survivors who were already asleep around him. His body tiptoed forward uncontrollably. I'll just take a little. Just a little, Xiaoyu kept comforting himself. He came to Chen Mo's side and walked past him carefully. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. In the darkness of the night, his eyes were exceptionally calm and cold. Behind the side-lying Qiongqi, Xiaoyu saw the mountaineering bag that Chen Mo had taken out the self-heating meal from during the day. He reached out carefully and unzipped it. Tear. When I saw the abundant and neatly stacked food in the backpack. Xiaoyu burst out with amazing light. So much. At this moment, the sleeping beast in front of him suddenly turned around. Xiaoyu was shocked when his eyes met Qiongqi's 2 big eyes that were like lanterns in the dark night. Cardiopulmonary arrest. Ah. The scream suddenly resounded in the darkness. In an instant, everyone present was awakened. What's wrong? What on earth happened? Him. His pet wanted to eat me in the middle of the night. Xiaoyu hid beside Zhou Haoran. He testified tremblingly. The survivors who woke up at the scene were shocked when they heard this and showed expressions of fear. I've already told you this guy is dangerous because he came from nowhere. I think his pet wants to secretly eat all of us in the middle of the night. Zhou Haoran also looked at Qin Mo opposite him with hostility. Why are you still standing next to that person? Come here. And Mingyue frowned and said in a cold voice. What are you all talking about? Qin Mo can't possibly do such a thing. During the day, she witnessed Qin Mo's miraculous and powerful strength with her own eyes. If he really wanted to take action against me and others, he could have done it earlier. Even Zhou Haoran, who also possessed superpowers, was unable to resist. Why bother? Qin Mo, what is going on? And Mingyue turned around and asked. Qiongqi growled at the group of people opposite. This voice scared them half to death. Qin Mo said calmly. This guy wants to steal something. Xiaoyu's face changed and he immediately defended himself. You're talking nonsense. We have our own food, why would we steal from you? Qin Mo looked at him calmly and spoke slowly. I didn't say food. What are you in such a hurry for? Everyone looked over at once. And Mingyue questioned with a frown. Xiaoyu, tell me honestly, what did you do? Are you trying to steal the food from Qin Mo's bag? She was not a fool, so she naturally understood that there was no need for Qin Mo to lie. Then there is only one possibility. This guy Xiaoyu is lying. Xiaoyu was shocked and looked to Zhou Haoran for help. Zhou Haoran spoke. Xiaoyu is one of us. Don't you even trust us, but trust an outsider. And Mingyue was so angry that she laughed. Zhou Haoran. Have you ever thought about what would happen if Qin Mo, this pet, wanted to eat you? You, Zhou Haoran, are not afraid, but how many others can resist? He is afraid that we will find him. A guilty conscience is the hallmark of a thief. Xiaoyu shouted. Zhou Haoran, Qin Mo, if you are a man, stand up. What's the point of standing behind you? He had been displeased with this person for a long time. Just use this reason to expel him. At this time, Qin Mo, who had been silent, spoke. I don't need you to believe me. If Qiongqi really wanted to eat you, do you think you would still have a chance to stand here and talk to me now? Roar, a deafening roar sounded. Qiongqi moved and suddenly appeared in front of the survivors. He looked ferocious and fierce, and Zhou Haoran was shocked. Strengthen. He used his supernatural powers and his body began to swell up in an instant. He immediately punched with all his might. Qin Mo watched the scene with great interest. Oh! Or a mutant. Qiongqi showed a disdainful expression and did not make any movement at all. Bang! The punch hit Qiongqi hard. Zhou Haoran's face changed drastically, as if he had been hit on a steel plate. I felt a tingling sensation and quickly withdrew my hand. His right hand couldn't stop shaking, and the survivors behind him were all horrified when they saw this. Monster. This is a monster. They had witnessed Zhou Haoran's strength with their own eyes. It has such great power that it can smash walls and rocks into pieces. Feeling greatly humiliated, Zhou Haoran immediately pulled out the gun from his waist. Stop it. At this time, an angry female voice sounded. And Mingyue stood in the center of the field and said coldly to Zhou Haoran's side. You are indiscriminate, Zhou Haoran, you should know what kind of person Xiaoyu is. I didn't want to say this, but this isn't the first or second time it's happened. Xiaoyu, tell me the truth. Xiaoyu took a few steps back in fear, his heart pounding. After seeing the terrifying and captivating gaze of Qiongqi, even Officer Zhou was no match for this ferocious beast. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a plop. Sorry. I was wrong. Everyone present was shocked. Xiaoyu couldn't stop shaking all over and kept begging for mercy. Please spare me, I was just too hungry and was bewildered for a moment. Wow. The truth is out. Zhou Haoran frowned and looked over. Didn't you just eat? And Mingyue's beautiful eyes also became even colder. Xiaoyu, why did you lie to everyone? Xiaoyu didn't dare to look at An Mingyue's gaze, and kept pulling Zhou Haoran and begging. Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou. You have to save me. I really didn't mean it. I know, you guys want to eat the self-heating rice too, right? I just want to share it with everyone. Puff. Before he could finish his words, a steel ball unexpectedly pierced through his forehead. Xiaoyu's whole body trembled, and a trace of bright red blood flowed out from the hole. His vision was obscured by blood, and Xiaoyu's face was full of disbelief. Then he fell to the ground with a thud, blood all over the floor. The steel ball returned to Chen Mo's side. He watched the scene coldly. The entire venue was silent. Kill someone. Ah. Officer Zhou, someone has been killed. Help. The few survivors had never seen such a scene before, and for a moment they were in a mess and hid behind Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran's pupils shrank and he looked at Xiaoyu who was lying dead on the ground beside him. Then he suddenly looked at Chen Mo who had an indifferent expression on his face. You are also a mutant. Why did you kill him? And Mingyue also turned around with a cold body, her face full of confusion. Chen Mo did not explain, his eyes were calm. It felt like stepping on an ant to death on the side of the road. In the apocalypse, if an ordinary person's food was stolen. Without food, you either have to face ferocious zombies or just wait to die. It's tantamount to murder. The 15 years of experience in the apocalypse had made Chen Mo cold-blooded and ruthless, and he would take revenge whenever he had a grudge. Zhou Haoran shouted as if he had caught something. Yue, come to my side, be careful he doesn't hurt you. And Mingyue remained unmoved. Even though she had always been on Chen Mo's side, she didn't know what to say for a moment. He turned around and said in disbelief. Chen Mo. Why did you do that? He deserves to die. Just 3 simple words. But it made everyone present feel cold all over and terrified. Doesn't this person feel guilty? Chen Mo, you should know the importance of food. And Mingyue bit her lip and said nothing. I know, but you shouldn't have killed him. Tisk. As soon as these words came out, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly became extremely distant and cold. In the end times, I will meet many people. He originally thought that An Mingyue was the same type of person as Yue. But I was wrong. At least Yue would never allow such a person to exist. And Mingyue, in the end times, the most useless thing is compassion. You'd better stay away from this kind of people. Your identity should not be a shackle that binds you. That's all I have to say. If we have different ideals, we cannot work together. After saying this, he didn't care whether An Mingyue had heard it or not. Chen Mo slowly turned around, picked up Chi-Chi from the ground, and said lightly. Qiongqi. Let's go. Seeing Chen Mo leave so decisively, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. And Mingyue's delicate body trembled. An inexplicable feeling of loss welled up in my heart. I couldn't help but shout out loud. Chen Mo. Wait a minute. Chen Mo ignored it. This is only the beginning of the end times, and many people are still bound by the old rules and morals. And Mingyue is no exception. As time goes by, most of those who remain are those who will do anything for themselves. Because only these people can survive in this doomsday. Survival of the fittest. I still have a lot of things to do and don't have time to make An Mingyue understand this. Chen Mo's figure gradually went down the stairs and disappeared into the darkness. The people who had been so timid before suddenly became tough. Finally he left. His pet really scared me to death. You said, that pet won't really eat people, right? He actually killed Xiaoyu. He is so cruel. However, no one present showed any sympathy. In this end times, they have seen many deaths of people around them. And Xiaoyu had no relationship with the people present. I don't know why, but at this moment most people feel a little secretly happy. Because, if Xiaoyu died, it means the food here can last a few more days. Zhou Haoran also breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at An Mingyue who was standing aside. Moon. Enough. And Mingyue finally couldn't bear it anymore. He turned around and looked at this group of fence-sitters. What would you do if someone stole your food? Chen Mo is right. In this end times, food is a person's life. I originally wanted Chen Mo to join our team so that everyone's safety can be better guaranteed. Remember that large supermarket? Chen Mo went in alone to find the antipyretic medicine and antipyretic patch, and was able to come out safely. With his strength. Do you really think he will share your food here? And Mingyue looked at the group of people present angrily. The faces of several survivors present changed drastically when they heard this. Even Zhou Haoran couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of disbelief. That's impossible, he said immediately. That supermarket collapsed a long time ago, not to mention how he got in. Just the zombies and there are too numerous for him to handle alone. At this time, several survivors around also spoke with shock on their faces. That supermarket is full of zombies. They saw it with their own eyes. Sisterin, is this true? Who is he? Is he from the military district? If Chen Mo is from the military district, then everyone will suffer a huge loss. And Mingyue looked at Zhou Haoran with a cold face. Zhou Haoran, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. I saw it with my own eyes. Just keep these foods for yourselves. After saying that, and Mingyue left without looking back. Where are you going? Zhou Haoran was anxious. Sisterin, why are you leaving too? Several survivors also tried to dissuade her. If An Mingyue wasn't here, Officer Zhou wouldn't be able to protect so many people alone. And Mingyue said coldly. Instead of sitting here and waiting for death, it is better to go out and find a way to contact the people in the military district. If any one of you is willing, come with me. Zhou Haoran's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard this. Beware. Are you crazy? This is the safest place. There are zombies everywhere outside. Even he himself, who had awakened his special powers, didn't dare to run too far, let alone An Mingyue, who was an ordinary person. And Mingyue paused for a moment, and the survivors behind him looked at each other. No one moved. She shook her head in great disappointment and murmured. Maybe Chen Mo is right. This identity has become a bondage to me. She took a deep breath and walked downstairs with her beautiful eyes determined. Seeing An Mingyue leave, Zhou Haoran gritted his teeth, lowered his head and said nothing. Here, we can still live in peace. If we get out, we will really be facing the end of the world. The other side. The night could not hinder Chen Mo and Qiongqi's journey. Roar, Qiongqi bit off the head of a zombie. Chewed and swallowed. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo couldn't help but mutter. You are still the best guy. Compared to those cumbersome survivors, they are not only more powerful in combat. The most important thing is that it is easy to feed. Qiongqi is an alien species, and it can increase its strength by devouring zombies and deformed species. Qiongqi turned around and shouted with some dissatisfaction. Express that I still prefer to eat normal meat. Chen Mo looked around. Took out the map. Now we have arrived at Highway Road. It is very close to Anha Road where Luo Tianxong is. But at the same time, this place has already arrived at the city center. When arriving here, Chen Mo could faintly hear the sound of his heartbeat. Plop plop. It seems like there is some huge horror hidden beneath the ground. Chen Mo showed a hint of vigilance. Qiongqi, be careful when you get here. Although all 5 senses have been greatly enhanced after becoming a psychic. But in this pitch-dark evening, danger is still everywhere. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. The dominant ability is activated. The surrounding metal material seemed to become clearly visible in my mind. Lines of liquid metal flowed from the ground. The surrounding billboards, iron windows, and vehicles all began to move slowly. A natural barrier was built in front of him. When I came back, all the zombies on the road had been cleared away. Click, the sound of a lighter was heard. Chen Mo casually removed a few wooden boards and set them on fire. Whoosh, a small bonfire slowly rose. The faint firelight flickered and there was a crackling sound. Chen Mo put Qiqi down. I don't care, but it's for Kiki's safety. He chose to rest here for a while. Wait until it's a little brighter before setting off. Chen Mo looked at the fire and took out the crystal cores again. There is still one first-level crystal core left. He held it in his palm and began to absorb it. I don't know how much time passed. The range of the domination ability began to extend outward. The surrounding metal objects began to vibrate. 8 meters. 10 meters. After reaching the limit of 12 meters for a first-level psychic. Buzz. It hasn't stopped yet. 14 meters. 17 meters. When the range of the dominant power reaches 20 meters. All metal materials within the range seem to have established a connection with itself. Second-level mutant. An increase of 18 meters. The effective range of a pistol is only 15 meters. Chen Mo opened his eyes, excitement revealed in his eyes. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Chen Mo looked at the abandoned vehicles and messy metal objects blocking the way in front of him. A thought came to my mind. These metals turned into a pool of liquid in an instant, and these metals were constantly condensed under the master's supernatural power. Become harder. Chen Mo used his master ability to gradually build a metal wall and looked at Qiongqi on the side. Qiongqi, see if you can break this. As an alien species, Qiongqi awakened the dark pattern very early. Although it is only a first-level alien species now, it is not afraid at all when facing a second-level corpse rat king. It even gained the upper hand and easily tore the tough fur of the corpse rat king into pieces. The power is very terrifying. Qiongqi stretched out his paw lazily. To it, ordinary metal is no different from paper in front of it. It scratched with its paw, then froze. The metal wall in front of me that was condensed with the power of domination did not even show claw marks. Qiongqi's huge pupils showed confusion. He looked at his paws, then stood up from the ground, raised his thick front paws, and grabbed hard. Ding! Sparks even appeared on the metal wall in front of him. Except for a scratch, it was not torn. And this is just a metal wall with a thickness of less than 3 millimeters. Chen Mo's eyes lit up when he saw this. What would happen if these metals strengthened by the master's power were attached to the sword? He took out the sword and tapped it lightly on the metal wall. Suddenly, the metal wall turned into a pool of silver liquid, gradually wrapping around the sword and continuously blending in. The sword in his hand suddenly became much heavier, became more shiny and sharp, and flashed with silver light. Chen Mo slashed forward, and everything in front of him was torn apart easily. And because of its heavy weight, the force brought by this blow is also equally fierce. Boom. A deep crack was cut into the ground. Chen Mo's heart palpitated more and more, and he murmured. I kind of miss the equipment in the war zone that can detect the power of psychics. The master ability should have reached the second level, right? Now, he can only make a rough judgment based on the range and power of the supernatural power. You know, as superpowers improve, the difference in superpowers may not be noticeable in the early stages. But after reaching the fourth level, the superpowers will undergo a qualitative leap, a radical change. The divine SSS-level supernatural power, domination, is even more powerful. Shi Yuan, a ninth-order supernatural being who once possessed the supernatural power of domination, is nearly immortal as long as he stands on the ground. When he was at the 7th level, he slaughtered an 8th-level god, shocking the world. It is said that when he used his supernatural powers, the land within a radius of several miles was at his disposal, countless rock pillars rose up, and the scene was extremely magnificent. What will the Lord of Gold be like? Chen Mo was not only looking forward to it. He looked at the remaining inferior crystal cores. After the domination ability reaches the 2nd level, the power of the inferior crystal core is no longer sufficient to support the enhancement and advancement of the ability. And his second superpower, Qiongqi, is even more special and extraordinary. Even a first-order crystal core cannot improve it. But Chen Mo still kept these inferior crystal cores safe. When the psychics awaken frequently, people from all major forces will know the function of the crystal core. During the long period of the apocalypse in the future, before the major war zones are established and crystal coins are issued, These crystal cores will become the most flexible currency, replacing coins. Moreover, crystal cores have basically been produced in the zombies' heads now, and it is possible that many larger survivor forces have discovered the mystery. No matter how strong a person is, the number of crystal cores he can obtain is limited. If we could use this information gap to exchange for a large number of crystal cores from those large survivor groups before crystal cores became popular. Even in the end times, I will become a wealthy tycoon. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he looked at Qiongqi, who was sleeping beside him. Muttered. I finally became a second-level mutant. Wait for me. After safely sending Qiongqi to Luo Tianxong, he could then boldly head to North China. The next morning. Qiongqi in Chen Mo's arms frowned. He let out a moan and slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? She raised her head and looked at Chen Mo, who had his eyes closed. Elder brother. Chen Mo didn't sleep deeply and woke up soon. When he saw Qiongqi waking up in his arms, his face lit up with joy. He quickly reached out, lifted Qiongqi's bangs, and touched her forehead. Much better. Qiongqi looked a little puzzled. Brother, what's wrong with you? Have I slept long? Chen Mo said softly. It's okay, how do you feel, Qiongqi? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Qiongqi looked thoughtful, touched her head and said. My head seems to be a little painful, brother, is Qiongqi going to grow a brain? Chen Mo was stunned and couldn't help laughing. As if he had thought of something, Chen Mo took out the antipyretic medicine from his backpack. He took another bottle of water and unscrewed it. Qiongqi, be good and take this medicine. Medicine. When Qiongqi heard the word, an extremely reluctant expression appeared on her face. She spent a long time preparing herself mentally, but finally, after Chen Mo tricked her into giving her candy, she obediently took the antipyretic medicine. Gurgle, gurgle. Chen Mo noticed the awakening dark pattern on Qiongqi's right hand. Now it has become quite complete. This means that Qiongqi should have awakened her supernatural powers. Chen Mo asked softly. Qiongqi, tell your brother, did you hear any noise when you woke up? Or, does it feel different? Logically speaking, everyone who first awakens their superpowers will be able to hear that voice. For some unknown reason, those who heard it were able to understand its meaning, and it was like an epiphany. Suddenly I received a lot of information about my special abilities. Qiongqi paused after hearing this, frowned and began to think. Brother, things here seem to have suddenly become so clear. Sound. It seems like there really is one. Qiongqi said with her eyes lighting up. Chen Mo looked at her expectantly when he heard that. What? This feeling is like a parent listening to his or her child's test scores. Qiongqi had been able to sense the presence of hidden zombies before. This type of ability might be psychic, or it might just be an ordinary ability enhancement that only strengthened the 5 senses. Qiongqi bit her finger and frowned. It seemed like someone was saying something to me while I was sleeping. Calling. F-level supernatural power, existence inspiration. This is an ordinary ability, but its effect is so small that it has almost no significant effect, so it is classified as F-level. Chen Mo was a little disappointed, but he didn't think much about it. After all, only a few people can awaken their special powers. There are even fewer people whose supernatural powers have reached A-level or S-level above A-level. B-level supernatural powers are considered very good. Just when Chen Mo was also feeling fortunate that Qiongqi, whose superpowers were not strong, could live safely in this doomsday. Qiongqi in his arms suddenly shook her head, with an embarrassed look on her face. Open your mouth and speak. No. It seems like some kind of vision. Having said that, Qiongqi looked at Chen Mo pitifully. Brother can't remember. Chen Mo paused slightly. This time, even he frowned. In his memory, there seemed to be no such supernatural power as vision. Chen Mo pondered for a while and then looked at Qiongqi. Qiongqi, try to feel the awakening dark pattern on your right hand. He wanted Qiongqi to use his awakened special power, so that maybe he could find out something. Qiongqi nodded somewhat blankly, and raised her right hand curiously. Then he closed his eyes tightly, with a very cute expression. Sudden. Countless scenes flashed through her mind. Ah! Qiongqi in his arms let out a scream of pain. It was an extremely horrifying picture. In the dark crimson sky, crows were circling in the sky and a huge creature let out a long cry. Blood, gunshots, screams. As well as countless corpses. At this moment, Qiongqi looked extremely painful. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he kept muttering something. It was as if something bad had happened. No, no, no. Don't come over here. Ah. Qiongqi. Qiongqi. Chen Mo was shocked by Qiongqi's appearance. I saw that the awakening pattern on Qiongqi's right hand was constantly flashing with an extremely strange light. Keep calling. Qiongqi, are you okay? Qiongqi in my arms suddenly opened her eyes, as if she was frightened by something. When she saw Chen Mo's face, she threw herself into Chen Mo's arms and hugged him tightly with her hands. Said with big eyes filled with tears. Elder brother. It's so scary, Qiongqi is so scared. Seeing this, Chen Mo quickly touched her head gently to comfort her. Okay, Qiongqi, it's okay. What happened, Qiongqi? Can you tell your brother? Logically speaking, this kind of situation should not occur when using supernatural powers. What exactly is this special ability of vision? After a while, Qiongqi in his arms finally calmed down a little. The little face said with some shock. Brother, I want some candy. Chen Mo was stunned. Then he patted her head with a smile. He didn't refuse, but took out a bag of candies from his pocket, opened it and handed it to her. Baji, the sweet feeling made her little face look better. Qiongqi thought about it and spoke. Elder brother. I just saw so many pictures. So scary. Picture? Chen Mo frowned. Could it be related to Qiongqi's awakened superpowers? Can you tell me what you saw? Qiongqi nodded and recalled. I saw a very big mountain, and then there were many, many people. Those people were holding guns and were shooting at that mountain. That Dashan has hands. He slapped so many people to death. Qiongqi could only watch and could do nothing. At this point, Qiongqi showed a look of fear in her eyes and hugged Chen Mo tightly. Chen Mo pondered for a while after hearing this. Mountain. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his pupils shrank sharply. Open your mouth and speak. Qiongqi, do you see that mountain clearly? Can you describe what it looks like to your brother? Qiongqi, brother, it doesn't seem like a mountain. It seemed like a big baby, white and fat, and it would cry. Every time it cried, many people would die. Does it have only one leg? Chen Mo asked immediately. Qiongqi's eyes widened, she looked up at Chen Mo and said. Yes. It seems to be my brother. Chen Mo's expression gradually became solemn. Because he knew what Qiongqi saw. The god of Tianhai City. Qiongqi. In his previous life, he did not stay in Luo Tianxong's organization in Tianhai City for too long. When he was heading to other areas to seek refuge in the military district, it is said that the god of Amami City Sukii appeared. According to the records in the archives, Qiongqi's strength at that time was about level 6. He looked like a baby, and was as tall as a small mountain. And it only has one leg. Due to his huge size and the inconvenience of moving with one leg, Sukii moves extremely slowly and spends most of his time lying in one place without moving. At that time, the lions had already become powerful, and there were also many people with special powers. In order to become the real local emperor of Tianhai City, Luo Tianxong sent more than 2,000 people and more than 20 supernatural beings to attack. The result is completely annihilated. It was not until the appearance of the other overlord of Tianhai City, Qiongqi, that the problem was resolved. But I was reborn, why could Qiongqi see it? Vision, Chen Mo kept muttering. He suddenly thought of a person, a mutant in the 9th war zone. He has a very high status. It is said that this person has unknown special abilities and may even be an ordinary person, but he is always able to anticipate the enemy's moves and help the 9th war zone overcome many difficulties. People in the supernatural world call him the prophet. The most astonishing prediction was the prediction of a tide of corpses of a 7th-level alien overlord 10 days in advance. Chen Mo looked at Qiongqi in his arms, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Logically speaking, Qiongqi should have been able to sense the zombie that Qiongqi pointed out before. Qiqi's ability may not be an F-level existence call, but the same ability as that of the Prophet. Chen Mo took a deep breath and looked at Qiongqi seriously. Qiongqi, don't tell anyone about your ability, okay? If someone asks, tell them that your ability is the calling of existence. Qiongqi looked a little confused, but still nodded obediently. Said in a naive way. Brother, Qiongqi understands. Qiongqi promises you. Chen Mo smiled and rubbed her little head. Qiongqi, you are so good. I will give you another one as a reward. Ah. 1 pack is okay. Qiongqi asked tentatively. The sky gradually became brighter. Chen Mo took Qiongqi and set off again. Qiongqi was sitting on Qiongqi's back, perhaps because she had slept for too long due to a fever and awakening her special abilities. She is now extremely alert, looking around with great curiosity. Chen Mo walked aside, his eyes flickering constantly, as if he was thinking about something. If Qiqi's ability could really predict the future, it would definitely not be a good thing if it were known by the military high-ranking officials or the large survivor forces. The prophet of the 9th military district disappeared quietly one day. No one knows where it went. Chen Mo didn't think any more about it. Take out the map, and you will see that the appearance of this place has changed greatly after the end of the world. But fortunately, I can still vaguely tell where I am from the familiar signs in various places. Chen Mo murmured. We're almost there. We're only 10 kilometers away from where Luo Tianxong is. After walking a little further, Chen Mo avoided the location of Sukii in the city center. Here, many traces of survivors were suddenly discovered. There were even more zombie corpses and traces of gun bullets around. Chen Mo stopped and looked at the bloodstains on the ground, which were obviously left not long ago. Without exception, the brains of these zombies were dug out and their crystal cores were taken away. This knife, Chen Mo noticed a shiny and sharp dagger on the ground. Nepalese saber. This thing. It's Luo Tianxong's men, he's been here before. And at this moment, loud gunshots suddenly came from the front. Bang. 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 Chen Mo's eyes lit up and he spoke. Let's go. At the same time. In a street surrounded by zombies. Bang, bang, bang. A fierce gunshot rang out. A sturdy, muscular man wearing a black jacket was holding a rifle and shooting indiscriminately at the zombies around him. Lu Meng had a ferocious look on his face and shouted angrily at the zombies rushing towards him. Brother Jiang always asks me to lead this group of newcomers. Sooner or later, they will be beaten to death by you little bastards. Lu Meng was almost pissed off by these new survivors who had joined the Lions. They were all students, and each of them was extremely excited when they came, bragging about how awesome they were. But when they really encountered zombies, these students were still scared to death even though they were fully armed. He didn't even dare to fire a gun. Several old Lion members beside him also said with grim expressions. Brother Meng, this is not going to work. There are too many of these ghost things. I can't hold on any longer. Newcomers, don't just stand there. Get moving. Those students were all standing in a corner, already frightened silly. He completely forgot how arrogant he was when he came here before. No, we don't dare. No more bullets. Lu Meng suddenly looked at the other side where several students were cowering and even their hands holding guns were shaking. Cursed angrily. When the bullets are empty, use the knife. Didn't I give you the knife? Are you still a man? Go stab these zombies. If a person dies, the birds will fly up to the sky. What the hell are you afraid of? If you don't come forward, I will kill you first. With a knife. This angry shout immediately sobered them up. One of the handsome young men immediately dropped the gun in his hand upon hearing this. He quickly reached towards his waist. Yes, yes. Knife, use a knife. But when his right hand touched his empty waist, the whole person was shocked. Screamed. Where's my knife? After hearing this, the eyes of several old Lion's members present turned dark. He almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Roar! 4 or 5 ferocious zombies pounced towards the students. Ah! Don't kill me. Mom. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to become a zombie. Lu Xiong was so angry that he immediately found an opportunity to escape from the zombies and fired forward with his gun. Bang, bang, bang. But the zombies surrounding there were too dense, and these rookies didn't manage to clear out any of the zombies. There is no way to rescue. And just at this moment, from a distance, beams of silver light whizzed through the air. Those were actually steel balls with enormous power, no less than sniper bullets. Puff. Puff. In an instant, it penetrated into the heads of the zombies in front of it and smashed their skulls. Jump out from it. Turned into silver arcs. The speed is so fast that it is difficult to catch with the naked eye. The 30-odd ferocious and violent zombies surrounding the crowd suddenly stopped where they were. One after another falls. Bang. Bang. Several students were so frightened that they thought they were going to die when they saw the zombies in front of them fall to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Lu Meng and others also stood there in a daze. Looking at the horrifying scene in front of him, Lu Meng's pupils shrank. These zombies. All dead. Are they all made of those steel balls? His face was filled with shock and disbelief, and he stared with wide eyes at the steel balls floating in the air. I even began to wonder if I was dreaming because I had drunk too much. Roar. At this time, a first-level zombie that had been shot several times but was not dead yet suddenly exploded from the ground. Even the intestines were scattered all over the ground, entangled in a piece of scrap wood and pulled out. He pounced directly at Lu Meng, who was in shock. Lu Meng reacted immediately and was about to raise his gun. From a distance, a Qiongqi as ferocious as a tiger pounced over quickly and slapped it to death on the ground. Then he lowered his head and began to devour the first-level zombie. Click, click. As soon as this terrifying and ferocious beast appeared, Lu Meng's breath was choked. A group of people hurriedly gathered together and looked at Qiongqi with extreme vigilance. Even the old members of the Lions who had witnessed many big scenes couldn't help but tremble at this moment. I thought I was safe, but unexpectedly another one came that looked bigger and scarier. Brother Meng, what should we do now? One of them said with a terrified look on his face and his teeth chattering. Lu Meng, I still want to ask you. Why don't we run away? Someone said. Don't be nervous, this is a pet of mine. Not far away, Chen Mo walked over holding Kiki, who looked curious. Those steel balls floating in the air also floated again beside Chen Mo. Anyone else? Lu Meng became alert and pointed his gun at Chen Mo. Don't come over here. Are you a mutant? You did all this. Oh. Chen Mo looked at him with interest and casually glanced at the people present. I didn't expect they knew about people with special abilities. Chen Mo nodded and spoke. Who are you? Are you also a survivor in this area? Lu Meng asked with great fear. He is well aware of the horror of people with special abilities. Among Brother Luo's subordinates, several people with special abilities have appeared recently, and each of them is very powerful. Ordinary zombies are no match for it at all. But he is definitely not as strong as the strange young men in front of him. In just one breath, all the zombies here were eliminated. This is simply incredible. If the other party wants to deal with me and others, the consequences are unimaginable. Lu Meng said in a deep voice. Don't come over here. Keep your distance. Several veteran team members around also picked up their rifles. Chen Mo's face was extremely calm. He walked forward neither slowly nor hurriedly, not paying any attention to Lu Meng's warning. Said lightly. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died like those zombies. As he spoke, he raised his right finger slightly. Several steel balls at the side of him rushed towards the 4 people in front of him in an instant. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see when they would attack. The steel ball had already stopped steadily in front of him. The huge impact force made several people present feel a stinging pain on their cheeks. Gulu. A trace of cold sweat ran down Lu Meng's forehead. I swallowed unconsciously. He stared with his eyes wide open at the steel ball floating in front of him. This. What is the strength? Buzz. These steel balls returned to Chen Mo's side one by one. Chen Mo, did you see it? I don't need to put in so much effort to kill you. Lu Meng's eyes kept flashing as he shouted in a deep voice. Put your guns down. Upon hearing this, several members of the old lion's team nearby put down their guns. Lu Meng forced a smile and asked softly. What do you want to do? Chen Mo looked at the weapons and clothes they were wearing. It was the same when I was in Lion before my rebirth. Chen Mo, you guys should be from the Lion, right? Lu Meng's heart skipped a beat and he nodded slowly. Yes. After getting confirmation, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, I found Luo Tianxong's people. Before, Chen Mo was a little worried about his influence in this life. Will Luo Tianxong move his position to other areas for development? Since they are all Luo Tianxong's men, this will be easy. Is the leader of your lions called Luo Tianxong? After these words were spoken, Lu Meng and his companions became even more alert. You know, now Tianhai City has more than just the lions, a large team of survivors. Do you know our boss? Chen Mo nodded. Take me to him. I have something to ask Luo Tianxong. Lu Meng frowned and pondered. What do you want to do with our boss? Chen Mo, you don't need to know. Lu Meng's breath was choked. However, when he thought of Chen Mo's terrifying strength, he nodded. If I don't agree, I'm afraid I and others will be in danger. That. Come with us, I'll take you to see our boss. Wait a minute. Chen Mo hugged Chi-Chi and said calmly, yeah. Lu Meng turned around, and at this time, several old Lions team members came over. Discussed in a low voice. Brother Meng, do you really want to take this guy of unknown origin to find the boss? He is so strong, I am afraid. Lu Meng glared at them. What else can I do? Do you want to be shot in the head like those zombies? They didn't even dare to fire a test shot. The previous scene happened too fast. The zombies fell one after another, so fast that they didn't even seem like humans. The team members looked at the corpses of zombies on the ground. The piled-up corpses even blocked the road. They all couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Lu Meng took a deep breath and spoke. I don't think he has any hostility, otherwise he wouldn't help us. Let's take it one step at a time. Go and get the stones out of these zombies' heads. After saying that, Lu Meng came to a group of students who were lying limp on the ground. Angry that he doesn't fight for the right path. A bunch of trash. Cowards. Aren't they quite capable when they come one by one? Look at the way you guys look like. Not only did you fail to kill a single zombie, but you were firing randomly because you were afraid your own people wouldn't die fast enough. Lu Meng swore that he would ask for help from Brother Jiang Dong when he returned. If you never take on new people again, you will get yourself killed sooner or later. Everyone, stand up. Lu Meng shouted. The students then trembled and got up from the ground, almost frightened to death by what they had just seen. The weirdo who had lost his saber pointed at Chen Mo not far away with a look of horror. Shrinking back. Brother Lu. That guy. Is he one of our own? Lu Meng got angry as soon as he saw him. He immediately stepped forward and kicked him. Where's your knife? It seems to be lost, the student said with some fear. Sudden. A beam of silver light flew over. A brand new Nepalese machete suddenly floated in front of the student. Is this it? Chen Mo said indifferently from a distance. I picked it up on the way here. The knife is floating in the air. The student turned pale when he saw this. His eyes became cross-eyed as he stared at the Nepalese machete floating in front of him. Then his eyes went dark and he fainted. Unbelievable. Lu Meng took a deep breath. He was so angry that he had nothing to say and put away the saber that was floating in the air. He turned around and looked at Chen Modeo, who was not far away. "Thank you, brother." Chen Mo nodded, looking at the group of lion members in front of him who were plundering the battlefield. Seeing their disgusted expressions, he used a knife to split open the zombies' brains and took out the crystal cores. He covered Chi-Chi's eyes with his hands. "Brother, I want to see." Chi-Chi used her little hands to pry it open. The little face looked at the bloody scene without any fear. In her mind before, she had even seen scenes more terrifying than this. Chen Mo was slightly startled, as if he did not expect Chi-Chi to be so calm. Didn't say much. It's better to get used to it sooner. After putting away these inferior crystal cores, Lu Meng used a knife to take out the crystal core of the only first-level zombie. He walked over and said in a deep voice, "Brother, I don't know what you want to do with our boss. But one thing is for sure, you saved our lives after all. You are a superpower, these stones should be useful to you, right? Keep them all." Chen Mo looked at the handful of crystal cores in Lu Meng's hand, somewhat surprised by his actions. He took it and spoke. "Don't worry, I have no ill will towards the lion." Lu Meng's face looked a little heavy and he nodded. "I hope so." He turned around, looked at the crowd, and shouted, "Refill the magazines. If any bastard leaves any equipment back, I will kill him. Let's go." Along the way, the two gradually became more familiar with each other. Chen Mo learned from Lu Meng the purpose of their coming here. Find someone. Look for some survivors by the way. For the current lions, more than 30 million supplies are more than enough to feed hundreds of people. It can never be consumed. Luo Tianxong is also very ambitious. He wants to find all the survivors in Tianhai City and have them join the lions. When Luo Tianxong was mentioned, Lu Meng spoke loudly with great admiration and fanatical eyes. "Brother, I'm not bragging to you, our boss is a great hero. Do you know what our boss is most amazing about? The day before the end of the world, the boss asked us to take 30 million. Go and empty out all the food and supplies from those large shopping malls in the city center. TSK, that scene is still fresh in my memory. There were more than 20 large trucks, and they moved the goods back and forth dozens of times." Speaking of this, Lu Meng was extremely excited, and it was obvious that he admired Luo Tianxong's heroic feat very much. He glanced at Chen Mo standing beside him. He looked calm, without any fluctuation at all. I couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It's really weird. Those newcomers, after knowing this. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Why doesn't this guy react at all? But Chen Mo noticed the key. 30 million. He originally thought that Luo Tianxong would not take it seriously like Uncle Jiang Wo did. But he didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. It seems that Luo Tianxong is indeed a decisive and ruthless person who can accomplish great things. Being able to develop into a lion on his own before rebirth is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that he was seriously injured in the battle against Sukii, and he was no longer heard from afterwards. Lu Meng saw that Chen Mo seemed uninterested in this topic. So he changed the subject. "This is almost our lion's territory. Boss Luo plans to take over this area within a few miles. The zombies around here have been almost cleared out. Brother, you are so strong, and you are alone with a child." Roar. When it came to this, Qiongqi on the side growled in dissatisfaction. But it scared everyone. Lu Meng's face changed, and then he laughed awkwardly. "And this one? Brother, have you ever considered joining me, the lions? If you agree, I guarantee that Boss Luo will make special use of you when he finds out. The strong are always admired. Compared with Chen Mo, they are both survivors. He can kill more than 30 zombies by himself in seconds. And what about the newcomers behind him? It's good enough if you don't get scared to death. What a difference." Lu Meng thought angrily. Chen Mo glanced at him and spoke. "No need. Are you lions also collecting crystal cores?" "Crystal core? What?" Lu Meng said with some confusion. Chen Mo took out a crystal core. "That's it." Lu Meng suddenly realized and said. You mean these little rocks? This was discovered by accident by a survivor who was studying medicine during an autopsy. I heard from Brother Jiang that these small stones seem to be useful for people with special abilities. I don't know how many lions there are among us, but there are probably at least 2,000 or 3,000. If only we had known about it so late, there would have been more. Thousands. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. After a period of time, the major survivor forces and military districts will know the importance of these crystal cores. This will be the hard currency for exchanging materials in the end times. When it comes to the speed of collecting crystal cores, my efficiency alone cannot compare to that of hundreds or thousands of people. I don't know if they are all low-quality crystal cores. When I meet Luo Tianxong, I will ask him for some more. Chen Mo thought so. In this life, he killed Lin Chu and became estranged from the military district. Judging from Luo Tianxong's ambition, with such a peak start to the apocalypse, it is impossible for him to submit to the military region and he wants to establish himself as king. Perhaps, I will have many encounters with this lion in the future. At this time, Lu Meng beside him noticed the marks left by their lion on the ground. This is the suburb of Tianhai City, which is sparsely populated. The collapsed buildings and abandoned vehicles around had obviously been dealt with separately. Lu Meng said with a delighted look on his face. Brother, we are just ahead. It's very safe around here, all of them are my lion's people. The villa area of Tianhai City. Although most of the villas have collapsed into ruins, but on this piece of wasteland, there are still 1 or 2 single-family villas that appear to be relatively intact, with only cracks all over them. All around were fully armed lion members, each holding a gun. When they saw Lu Meng and his group arriving, many members who were on patrol spoke respectfully. Meng bro. Meng bro. It seems that Lu Meng has a very high status even among lions. Chi-Chi looked around curiously in Chen Mo's arms. Said in surprise. What a big house, brother. She had never seen a house this big except on TV. Lu Meng laughed and said. This is Tianhai's wealthy area. In the past, it was a place that the brothers would never even dare to think about. But now it's the end of the world. We, the lions, have cleaned up this place and made room for the survivors and our own people to live in. In Tianhai City, there is no place safer than here. Perhaps it was because Chen Mo said before that he had never joined any organization. Along the way, Lu Meng seemed particularly enthusiastic and kept introducing to Chen Mo how good the lion was. Chen Mo looked around and spoke. Luo Tianxong is here. Hasn't he always been in Anha district? Lu Meng was shocked when he heard this. Not many people know about this place. He smiled and said. To be honest, that place had long been cleared out and used as a backup storage facility. Boss Luo has also moved to live nearby. It's safer. Chen Mo's eyes flickered when he heard that. Unexpectedly, Luo Tianxong actually moved here. This place is still 10 kilometers away from the basement on Anha Road. It was a pleasant surprise. Lu Meng, brother, you must be hungry after all this journey, right? I'll take you to rest first, and send someone to prepare some food. Then I'll go find Boss Luo. What do you think? Chen Mo looked at Chi-Chi in his arms. Thinking that the little girl still needs to grow, it is not easy for her to get here. Then he nodded. Okay, thank you for your help. Lu Meng's face lit up with joy and he laughed. Ha ha ha. No trouble, no trouble. Gurgle, at this time, the stomachs of several newcomers behind him who had been shrinking all the way also growled. Said embarrassedly. Brother Lu, I'm hungry. Lu Meng's expression changed suddenly. He was completely different from how enthusiastic he was towards Chen Mo before. He glared at them and yelled at them. Roll. I am not good at anything, but eating is my top priority. Eating a lot is useless. I asked Lao Yu to take you to special training. Don't think you can get preferential treatment just because you are a student. I, the lion, don't keep idle people. I don't dare to fight zombies, so I'll take care of the transportation of sundries and supplies. If they hadn't met Chen Mo, this group of people would have probably died at the hands of zombies long ago. Although the lion's people are fully equipped and have no shortage of supplies, they still die every day. Lu Meng looked at an old lion member and said, "Old you, take them over. The rest should do what they need to do." Yes. Chen Mo watched this scene. Although the lions are not as well organized as the military district, they seem to be under the arrangement of Luo Tianxong. It is quite presentable and worth mentioning. Lu Meng turned around with a smile and took Chen Mo directly to a villa. Ordinary survivors live in tents set up in underground garages. The older members with more seniority are in these big houses. Qiongqi lazily found an open space outside and lay down. Chen Mo and Qiqi entered the house and found that it was fully equipped. There are many bloodstains and bullet holes on the white wall. There are 7 rooms here. I guess everyone else has gone out to look for survivors. There are basically no people living here. Sleep wherever you want. I'll go find Boss Luo right now, and someone will bring us food soon. By the way, brother, my name is Lu Meng, I don't know your name yet. Before Chen Mo could answer, Qiqi, who was holding the side, called out in a sweet and naive voice. Uncle. My last name is Lu Tu. My name is Lu Ziki. Lu Meng was stunned when he heard this, and then burst into laughter. I couldn't help but squat down and said, "Ha ha ha, good, little guy, I never thought that we are still a family. Whatever you want to eat, tell uncle. We have everything here." On the one hand, he thought the little girl was very cute, and on the other hand, he wanted to get close to Chen Mo through her. Qiqi thought about it. Then he snapped his little fingers and said, "I want to eat candy chips and Coke." Chen Mo's face darkened, he rubbed her head lovingly and said, "Don't eat this. You won't grow taller if you keep eating this." Ah. Qiqi looked pitiful and looked at Chen Mo eagerly. Chen Mo looked at Lu Meng and said, "My name is Chen Mo. It's troublesome." Lu Meng nodded and said, "In that case, I will." Having said this, Lu Meng suddenly paused. As if he thought of something. Etc. Chen Mo. Lu Meng's eyes widened and an expression of disbelief gradually appeared on his face. His face was full of shock, and he stared at Chen Mo as if he had seen a ghost, and said in a lost voice, "You mean? Your name is Chen Mo? Isn't this the man that the boss has been looking for?" Lu Meng stared at Chen Mo. "Brother, your name is Chen Mo?" he asked repeatedly. Seeing his happy face, Chen Mo frowned and spoke. "What's wrong?" Lu Meng was shaking with excitement, his eyes shining. No, brother Mo, no, brother Chen. You should take a good rest here. I'll ask Boss Luo to come over right away. I'll send someone over in a bit. If you need anything else, just tell him to do it." Lu Meng was so excited that he ran out quickly. Achieved merit. A great achievement. This godlike person who can kill more than 30 zombies in an instant is definitely the person that Boss Luo is looking for. These days, the lions have sent many members out. One is to search for survivors. And the most important thing is, found a young man named Chen Mo. Lu Meng couldn't help but burst into laughter, his eyes suddenly brightened. Unexpectedly, Lu Meng, was the first one to find it. He came outside the villa, stopped a patrolling survivor and gave instructions. "Go, prepare a feast for me and send it in. Weren't there a few chefs among the survivors a few days ago? Serve this master well." At this moment, in the underground garage, Luo Tianxong looked at the person in front of him and spoke lightly. "You said you knew Chen Mo? There are many survivors in the underground garage. These survivors were brought back by the lion members." When they saw Luo Tianxong, they all looked in awe. After all, even the strong men who came back with guns. They all bowed down before Luo Tianxong. At this moment, Luo Tianxong was followed by 5 or 6 tall and strong men. The equipment they carry is more sophisticated than that of others. Luo Tianxong looked at the timid, ragged young woman in front of him and said lightly, "Say." Wang Luyao was shocked. She had never seen such a scene before. She managed to survive the early days of the apocalypse. Accompanied by a group of survivors, the faint sound left by the big men in the Walmart supermarket suddenly sounded from behind. With the mentality of giving it a try, I actually got in touch with the other party. Then, their group of survivors came under the help of the lion. Came here. Wang Luyao was extremely nervous. She didn't know whether the tall and mighty middle-aged man in front of her, wearing a black coat and a beard, was Chen Mo's enemy. At this time, a lion member next to her said embarrassedly, "Boss Luo, it's absolutely true. This woman is said to be Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend." "What did you say?" Luo Tianxong's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that. He simply repeated Chen Mo's description. He stared at Wang Luyao and asked, "Is that so?" Wang Luyao nodded with some fear. Luo Tianxong spoke with some excitement. "Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. You said you were Brother Chen's ex-girlfriend, so can you still contact Brother Chen now?" Wang Luyao paused, then shook her head. Luo Tianxong, where was he last seen? Wang Luyao bit her lips lightly and spoke slowly. "I saw him once at Waldema on the 22nd. Then, your lions came." Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered. He thought for a while and then laughed. "You blind bastard, don't you see that the person in front of you is Brother Chen's friend? You actually let this girl come to this place. Why don't you invite them up? Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. Since we know that divine being, there is no time to waste. Even if she is the ex-girlfriend of that godly man. God knows if there is any old affection between the two." Wang Luyao was a little surprised when she heard this. "Been here for a few days. Although some food is delivered every day. But the survivors in this underground garage are of no value to the lion. The lions had already pulled those they had their eyes on into their organization." She knew it must be because of her relationship with Chen Mo. Only the leader of the lions in front of me would be so polite to me. But in her memory, Chen Mo has always been an ordinary person with no background. Wang Luyao said with some confusion. "Do you and Chen Mo know each other?" Luo Tianxiong laughed. "Don't dare. Brother Chen is a god, we just met once by chance." At this moment, Lu Meng, who was extremely anxious, ran over from a distance. "Boss." When he heard the voice, Luo Tianxiong turned around. Looking at Lu Meng, who was panting and anxious, he couldn't help but frowned. "What's the hurry? Didn't I tell you not to be so clumsy?" Lu Meng gasped heavily. He looked for Luo Tianxiong for a long time and found that Boss Luo was not in the house. After asking several people outside, I found out that Luo Tianxiong was in this underground garage. "Boss. I found the person you wanted." Luo Tianxiong, survivors. Lu Meng, no. It's Chen Mo. "What did you say?" Luo Tianxiong's tiger eyes shone brightly. He said with a look of shock on his face. Several old lion members nearby were also horrified. Wang Luyao's body trembled when she heard the name. Jiang Dong spoke immediately. "Lu Meng, this is no joke, are you serious?" Lu Meng said seriously. "Absolutely true. I found this when I was leading those new recruits out to train them." "Where is it?" Luo Tianxiong shouted immediately. "Lu Meng, now in the third villa." Luo Tianxiong's face became extremely excited when he heard this. "I never thought that one day I would be able to meet this divine man again. If it weren't for Chen Mo, the members of the Lions would not have been able to live so well in this doomsday. Quick, take me there." Luo Tianxiong said happily. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Wang Luyao, who had a dazed look on her face beside him, and said, "You come too." A crowd of people left immediately in a hurry. At this moment, inside the villa, Chen Mo looked at the dazzling array of steaming food and couldn't help but remain silent for a moment. This lion, in the end times, can actually cook something like this. Chi-Chi on the side was eating voraciously. He said with his big, bright eyes, "Tasty. Brother, you should eat too." A young man next to him said with a smile when he saw this. This is all cooked by Lao Li. Before the end of the world, he was a 5-star chef. Dude, what is your relationship with Brother Lu? These things can only be eaten by members of the Lions. The young guy said with great envy. Suddenly, there were several shocked voices coming from outside the house. Where did this tiger come from? Scary. The door outside the house was kicked open with a thump. Immediately afterwards, there were several angry curses spitting out Chinese quintessence. What bad luck. I almost died there today. Old 5 is dead. It will be hard to explain to Brother Jiangdong when I get back. Who knew that in addition to zombies, a big hand would suddenly stretch out from the ground in that place? No one could have expected this. Go back and tell Brother Jiangdong, and see what he does. Hey, it smells so good. What's that smell? Someone suddenly smelled the fragrance of food. A group of murderous men with blood on their bodies walked in with guns. When I saw Chen Mo and Chi Chi at the table, one of them frowned. He spoke with some displeasure. Where are you survivors from? Do you know that this is a place where only old members of the Lions can stay? The young man standing nearby saw the person coming and hurriedly stepped forward with an apologetic smile. Haha, Brother Chow, this is the person brought by Brother Lu Meng. Lu Meng. Chow Fongyuan frowned. Lu Meng is a good guy. He takes the newcomers out to have fun. We were the only ones taking risks in the city center. You still have the nerve to bring a few outsiders in now? I don't care who you are, I'm in a bad mood right now, get out of here. Chen Mo's face was calm and he looked up at them. Chi Chi whispered with some fear. Brother, they don't seem to welcome us. Chen Mo smiled at her, ignored the group of people, and spoke softly. Chi Chi, are you full? Chi Chi nodded obediently. Said in a delicate voice. I'm full, brother. Then let's go. Chen Mo picked her up and walked out of the house. Lu Meng has been gone for so long and hasn't come back yet. Chen Mo planned to take Chi Chi directly to find Luo Tianxong. Seeing that Chen Mo was so sensible, the group of men sneered disdainfully. Chow Fongyuan also sneered, found a place to sit down, picked up a piece of vegetable and started eating. 4 or 5 brothers died during this trip. He was in a very unhappy mood and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Not bad. Wasn't it made by the new chef? My lion's resources are limited. If everyone is like Lu Meng, that guy, then it will be chaos. These things can only be enjoyed by us old members of the Lions. Ha ha ha. Brother Chow is right. A group of people sat down and started to eat voraciously. Seeing this, the young man didn't know how to stop it. After all, the ones in front of us are all old members and their status is very high. Outside the house, Chen Mo came to Qiongqi holding Chi Chi. The young man also followed out. Dude, I'm so sorry. Those are all veteran members at the same level as Meng Go. Even if Brother Meng comes, there's nothing we can do. Chen Mo nodded and said indifferently. Fine. Where does Luo Tianxong live? The young man was startled. You want to look for Boss Luo? Boss Luo is not someone that ordinary people can meet. Look, do you see that single-family house? There are many people guarding it. Boss Luo lives there. Chen Mo looked in the direction the young man pointed. Not very far. He nodded, thanked him, patted the Qiongqi lying on the ground, and spoke. Let's go, Qiongqi. On the other side, Luo Tianxong and others hurried over from the underground garage and headed towards this place with great momentum. Jiangdong said puzzledly. Boss, I heard from that woman that Chen Mo is just an ordinary person, right? What on earth is so noteworthy? Luo Tianxong glared at him and said angrily. Shut up. He turned around and looked at the people around him. When you see Brother Chen later, please show some respect to me. Whoever dares to displease Brother Chen, I will kill him on the spot. Did you hear that? I heard it. Several people beside him shouted. Luo Tianxong walked quickly forward. I secretly recalled the time I met Chen Mo before the end of the world. Even the bullets can be controlled and can penetrate the alloy walls. By now, he had a vague idea of it. Psychic. You know, at that time. This is not the end of the world. That godly man possessed supernatural powers, how terrifying he must be now. Think about Luo Tianxong, who is in charge of hundreds of people. Before the end of the world, he was also a person who was living on the edge of a knife. But at this moment I felt a little uneasy. And Wang Luyao, who was at the back, had a look of shock on her face after seeing this scene. Chen Mo. What secrets do you have? That's what I don't know. In her cognition, this is the ex-boyfriend whom she dumped. It seems to be becoming more and more mysterious. At this moment, it seemed as if something was discovered. Lu Meng, who was at the front, narrowed his pupils and stopped. That is. Chen Mo. What? All the Lion's members present looked over with great curiosity. Everyone wanted to see what the person who was praised so highly by Boss Luo and regarded as a god looked like. When he saw Chen Mo not far away, Luo Tianxong was shocked. This familiar face. Such a unique temperament. It's him. Luo Tianxong was overjoyed and ran over quickly. Chen Mo, who was far away, naturally noticed Luo Tianxong and his group. Brother Chen. Luo Tianxong came over with a loud laugh. After hearing this name, several old Lion's members beside him widened their eyes in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? Boss Luo, call this young man Brother Chen. Chen Mo also looked at Luo Tianxong with some surprise. I didn't expect to meet you here. Luo Tianxong was extremely enthusiastic and immediately stepped forward and bowed. Brother Chen, long time no see. I knew that with your abilities, you must still be alive. I heard from Lu Meng that you were looking for me. You didn't wait long, did you? After not seeing him for a month, Luo Tianxong now looks even more majestic. And he seemed to have awakened his supernatural powers. Chen Mo noticed the awakening dark pattern on Luo Tianxong's hand. Wang Luyao, who was in the crowd behind him, was even more surprised when she saw Chen Mo. It turned out to be him. Lu Meng, come here. Luo Tianxong said angrily. What did I say? If you see Brother Chen, please give me a good treat. But you are so kind, why don't you arrange a place for Brother Chen to rest? Lu Meng also had a confused look on his face and asked in confusion. Brother Chen, aren't you in the villa? Why did you come out? Chi-Chi said in a soft voice in Chen Mo's arms. A group of people came and drove my brother and I out. Luo Tianxong was stunned when he heard this, and then he became furious. This is outrageous. I want to see who dares to kick Brother Chen out. I clearly reminded you again and again. If you meet Chen Mo, you must treat him as a VIP guest. Whether it is food, supplies, or beautiful women, satisfy the other person's desire. There are actually people who don't take my words seriously. Luo Tianxiong's eyes were burning with anger. He calmed himself down, looked at the little girl in Chen Mo's arms and spoke in a gentle voice. Brother Chen, who is this? Chen Mo, the daughter of an old friend. You don't have to call me Brother Chen, just call me Chen Mo. Luo Tianxong is already quite old, and it sounds weird. Luo Tianxong laughed out loud. Then I'll take the liberty of calling you Brother Chen. Chen Mo nodded. Luo Tianxong still has many things he wants to ask Chen Mo. But before that, he wanted to see who the blind guy was. How dare you drive this divine man away? If Chen Mo really left like this, Luo Tianxong swore that he would smash that man's head hard. Being able to become the leader of the Lions, he is definitely not a soft-hearted person. In addition, he recently awakened his supernatural powers, and his strength has become even stronger. Brother Chen, let's go and take a look. Among these lions, I, Luo Tianxong, have the final say. Luo Tianxong laughed loudly and heroically. Jiang Dong standing aside also had a smile on his face. It was Luo Tianxong who had asked him to be responsible for purchasing supplies before, so he knew something about this matter. But Jiang Dong didn't dare to call Chen Mo brother like Boss Luo did, so he spoke in a very polite manner. Brother Chen, you don't know that our boss has always regarded you as a god. But you reminded us, your men, more than once to look for you. Chen Mo said with some surprise after hearing this. Looking for me? Luo Tianxong stepped forward and put his arm around Chen Mo's shoulders generously. Said loudly. Brother Chen, you are our lion's great benefactor. We'll talk about this later. Let's go and see who dares to mess with you, Brother Chen. By the way, Brother Chen, look who I brought to you. Luo Tianxong grinned. Looking at Wang Luyao who was restrained behind him. Open your mouth and speak. We are all acquaintances. How can Brother Chen see you if you stand so far back? Chen Mo looked over. When he saw Wang Luyao, he frowned. Wang Luyao's expression was extremely complicated. She never thought that she would meet Chen Mo in this place. Chen Mo. Luo Tianxong was very tactful and walked in the front with his brothers. And Chi-Chi in Chen Mo's arms was also looking at Wang Luyao in front of him with great curiosity. He looked up at his brother again. Long time no see, Wang Luyao lowered her head. After seeing Chen Mo again, I felt inexplicably inferior. Now it is the end of the world, and after staying with the lion for a few days, she knows clearly how powerful the lion is as the survivors. It can be said that before the military district came, this was the largest survivor alliance in Tianhai City. And the leader of this lion group was so servile in front of Chen Mo. Wang Luyao didn't know what happened to Chen Mo. I just felt that he and I seemed to be from two different worlds. I never thought we would meet in this way. Chen Mo's expression was calm and he said lightly. Take care of yourself. He didn't even want to say a word to Wang Luyao. Because there is no point at all. After saying this, Chen Mo turned and left. Looking at Chen Mo's back as he left. Wang Luyao's body trembled, and she just stood there without moving. No one cared about her anymore. Luo Tianxong saw Chen Mo walking over. He said it almost in a set. Brother Chen, how is it? Don't worry, we will definitely arrange the best place for your girlfriend to live, and we will not leave out any food or drink. Chen Mo said calmly. I have nothing to do with her. You don't have to be treated specially because of me. Although I no longer care about it. But I am not so kind as to let Wang Luyao get preferential treatment by relying on my name. Oh. Luo Tianxong narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. I started thinking secretly. It seems that this woman has done something bad. Luo Tianxong laughed. Understood. Brother Chen, since even you say so, then I, the lion, can't treat you any differently. Then let her go back to the underground garage. Luo Tianxong was a decisive and ruthless person. He looked at the person beside him and said lightly. The survivors who have no value, let them stay in the underground garage. The only role is to transport supplies. At this moment, in the third villa, Chao Fangyuan and his companions had just eaten and drunk their fill and were lying on stools to rest. Brother Chao, you said that with so many people dying this time, will Brother Jiangdong scold us? Yeah, that hand was really scary. It just popped out of the ground. No wonder everyone doesn't want to go to that area downtown. Chao Fangyuan picked up a toothpick and picked his teeth, saying with a fierce look on his face. This is important news. Boss Luo has always wanted to expand his territory to the city center. But there are too many zombies there. We can't clean them all up. Now that Devil has popped up again, trying to occupy that precious piece of land in the city center. Let Brother Jiangdong send some people down, and we must destroy it together. Avenge Lao Wu and the others. Yes. Revenge. Several other old members around shouted angrily. And just at this moment. Bang. The door outside was kicked open heavily. Who are you taking revenge for? A deep voice came from outside the house. The sound. Several people present were shocked and hurriedly climbed up from their stools when they heard the voice. Outside the house, Luo Tianxong led a group of people and walked in. Boss. Chao Fangyuan and his companions were startled and hurried forward. Lu Meng. You're here too. And you, brat. Chao Fengyuan frowned. Luo Tianxong suddenly became furious and scolded with a captivating look in his eyes. You blind bastard! Who told you guys to chase Brother Chen away? Have I ever told you that if you meet Brother Chen, you have to show some respect to me? Ah! Chao Fengyuan and his companions had never seen the boss so angry. Are you the Chen Mo that the boss is looking for? Chao Fengyuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he thought to himself, this is not good. Broken. Lu Meng laughed triumphantly beside him. Chao Fengyuan, I finally invited Brother Chen here, and this is how you treat him. You still want to kick Brother Chen out? Who gave you the courage? As soon as these words came out, the people around Chao Fengyuan looked upset and said one after another. Boss. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. We really didn't know that this person in front of us was the one you were looking for. Yeah. Boss, we wouldn't dare to do that if we knew. Luo Tianxong glanced at the leftovers behind them, his brows raised, and he shivered all over. Lu Meng told me that this was the food he prepared for Brother Chen. Did you guys eat it all? You guys deserve to die. Luo Tianxong had awakened his special powers, so his kick was extremely ruthless. But Luo Tianxong has extremely high majesty among the lions, and his words are final and unquestionable. Chao Fengyuan and his companions turned pale and did not dare to speak or resist. Chen Mo watched the scene coldly. He knew that Luo Tianxong wanted to please him. Luo Tianxong shouted angrily. All of you, kneel down and come over here to apologize to Brother Chen. Any old member of the Lions would definitely know how important Chen Mo, whom Boss Luo is looking for, is to the boss. Upon hearing this, several people immediately knelt down with a plop. He came in front of Chen Mo, lowered his head and spoke loudly. Brother Chen. We were wrong. These people. But they are all old members of the Lions with a long history. Long before the end of the world, he had been following Luo Tianxong. Unexpectedly, in front of so many people, Boss Luo didn't even give his own people any face at all. Jiang, the second-in-command of Lion, looked deeply at Chen Mo beside him. I couldn't help but feel even more confused. What was so special about this person? Chen Mo's weight in everyone's heart couldn't help but increase even more. Inside the venue, several brothers gave in. Only Chao Fengyuan remained standing there, unmoved. Jiang, Chao Fengyuan, what are you still doing standing there? Didn't you hear what the boss said? Luo Tianxong's face darkened instantly when he saw this. Said in a cold voice. Chao Fengyuan, what do you mean? Chao Fengyuan stared at Chen Mo, who had a calm and youthful face. Said loudly. Boss Luo, I don't accept it. The people around were in an uproar. No one expected that Chao Fengyuan would dare to openly disobey Boss Luo's orders. I'll kill you. Luo Tianxong instantly came in front of Chao Fengyuan. At some point a gun was pulled out and put to his head. His face was angry. I asked you to apologize to Brother Chen. Do you want to die? Chao Fengyuan closed his eyes and said loudly. Boss, then kill me. Brothers are working so hard out there, why should we let an outsider enjoy our achievements? Old 5, old 6, they're all dead. What? Jiang Dong's pupils suddenly shrank and he looked at the people present. He stepped forward and shouted. Chao Fengyuan, what do you mean? Chang Zi and the others are all dead. Luo Tianxong also stared at Chao Fengyuan with fierce and murderous eyes. What's going on? With the Lion's current armed forces, even if they go to the city center, as long as they don't go too deep, there shouldn't be any danger, not to mention that Chao Fengyuan and his men are a group of thugs who are willing to risk their lives. Chao Fengyuan opened his eyes and said with red eyes. Boss, I'm going to the city center with the 5th and 6th brothers. Somehow, a hand as big as a baby suddenly emerged from the ground, 6 or 7 meters high, and then the whole earth shook. There were only 9 people in our team, and 5 of them died there. Luo Tianxong's eyes widened and he became even more angry. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? At this time, Chen Mo, who had been watching coldly on the side, frowned. Arrived in front of Chao Fangyuan. You mean, you saw the hand? Luo Tianxong was stunned, then said. Brother Chen, do you know something? Chen Mo nodded, glanced at Chao Fangyuan and asked. Do you remember what happened at that time? Chao Fangyuan was stunned. Luo Tianxong slowly put down the gun and snorted angrily. Since it's Brother Chen who's asking you. Tell me the truth, what happened? Chao Fangyuan nodded and took a deep breath. We don't remember the details clearly. All I know is that the ground beneath my feet suddenly shook, and then a long crack appeared. Two huge arms stretched out from the crack, slapped Lao Wu and Lao Lu to death, and then threw them to the ground. It's like something huge is about to crawl out. When I was leaving, I heard a sound like a baby crying. Chen Mo's eyes flickered when he heard that. Why so fast? It's only the first month of the apocalypse. Logically speaking, even if the gods appeared, they would still be sleeping. We shouldn't take action so early. When the gods really start to take action, it will be at least after the attack of the Nian beast. Chao Fangyuan's description was exactly the same as Qiongqi's state when he woke up. Sukii is about to crawl out from under the ground of Tianhai City. Luo Tianxong also frowned and thought secretly. 6 or 7 meter long baby arms. From underground. Is it possible that there are more than just zombies in this apocalypse? Is there anything else we don't know? Chen Mo said slowly. And God. Tianhai City. Sukii. God. As soon as these words came out, the whole room was in uproar. Everyone present felt a chill down their spine. They looked at each other, and saw expressions of extreme shock on each other's faces. How is this possible? Even Luo Tianxong had a look of shock in his eyes. Lu Meng got goosebumps all over his body and spoke. Brother Chen. This is no joke. What Chen Mo said was like a 1-pound depth bomb. Everyone felt shrouded in a haze at this moment. God. This one word alone is enough to illustrate its power. Now, the lions are thriving in the apocalypse. You actually told me that in this apocalypse, the most powerful creatures are not zombies. But God. Chao Fangyuan, impossible. God. This is simply impossible. Chen Mo glanced at him indifferently. Then he said to Luo Tianxong. Lend me your gun. Luo Tianxong, the leader of the lions, seemed much calmer. He nodded and handed over the pistol. Chen Mo took the gun and pulled the safety. Click. Then he aimed at Chao Fangyuan. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and Chao Fangyuan was even more frightened. You. What are you up to? Bang. A gunshot rang out. Chao Fangyuan's breath stopped and he closed his eyes tightly. Own. Is he dead? Suddenly, there were loud noises beside my ears. Hiss. How is this possible? A mutant. Chao Fangyuan was stunned for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes. When I saw the bullet floating in the air right in front of me. Chao Fangyuan's pupils trembled violently. Then, Chen Mo waved his hand gently. That pistol bullet. In an instant, it burst out with power comparable to that of a sniper rifle. Bang. A small black hole with white mist coming out of it was directly pierced through the wall of the villa. This is a scene that shocks the world. Chao Fangyuan was stunned. Except for Luo Tianxong, who had seen the scene a long time ago, the rest of the Lion's members stared with their eyes wide open. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Mo returned the gun and said calmly. You see, nothing is impossible. With this feeling of surviving a disaster, Chao Fangyuan collapsed to the ground with a plop. Breathing heavily. He looked at Chen Mo in disbelief and horror. Then he knelt forward step by step and lowered his head. I was wrong. Brother Chen. They all knew about the mutants. But the lion's psychics generally have enhanced abilities, or some useless ordinary ones. So they have always thought that people with superpowers are just people with stronger physical fitness. I never thought that there could be such a terrifying power. Even bullets can be controlled and ignored. This is no longer something humans can do. Among lions, strength is the most respectable asset. At first, many people didn't understand why Boss Luo was so respectful to a young man. But when Chen Mo showed his strength, he undoubtedly conquered everyone. At this moment, Chao Fengyuan was completely convinced. Said loudly, "Brother Chen, I didn't recognize the real talent before. I, Chao Fengyuan, am responsible for my own actions. If you want to kill me, come at me." Chen Mo glanced at the people kneeling on the ground and was speechless. "Okay, why do you act like you all want to die? These guys just wanted to drive Qiongqi and I out of the villa. Not to mention that this is not my place, and I have already finished my meal." Seeing this, Luo Tianxong snorted coldly. "Why don't you thank Brother Chen, you bastard? I really want to kill you today. If it weren't for the fact that Chao Feng was an old member of the Lions, I'm afraid he would disappoint his brothers. He, Luo Tianxong, will never be merciful." Luo Tianxong looked at Chen Mo with some gratitude. "Brother Chen, I'm so sorry. I'll send some more food over right away." Chen Mo raised his hand to stop him. "No, I won't stay here long." "What?" Luo Tianxong was shocked and asked quickly. "Brother Chen, what do you mean?" Chen Mo glanced at the people around him, and Luo Tianxong quickly understood and spoke. "All of you, go down. I need to talk to Brother Chen alone." Chen Mo also looked at Qiongqi, put her down and rubbed her head. Said softly, "Qiongqi, you should also go out with that Uncle Lu." Qiongqi said with some reluctance on her face. "Ah. Brother, why?" Chen Mo, be obedient." Qiongqi nodded, and Lu Meng came over, trying to put on a kinder smile. Said with a smile, "Hee, Qiongqi, Uncle will take you out to play, okay? We have a lot of toys here." Sure enough, it is children's nature to love playing. When Lu Meng said this, Qiqi's eyes immediately lit up. "Close the door." Luo Tianxong specifically instructed before the group of people left. Bang. The door was closed. Chao Fengyuan still looked at Jiang Dong with some lingering fear. Whispered, "Brother Dong, who is Brother Chen? How can there be a superpower who is not afraid of bullets?" Jiang Dong looked at him unhappily and spoke. "You still dare to say that? If it weren't for the fact that Brother Chen doesn't bear grudges, you would have been shot by the boss a long time ago. How can someone who is valued by the boss be just an ordinary person?" However, having said that, the scene just now also made Jiang Dong extremely shocked. "Then young men, is the god that Brother Chen talked about real? There are no gods in Tianhai City, are there?" Someone beside him said awkwardly. Jiang Dong snorted coldly. "What are you afraid of? With the boss and Brother Chen here, I, the lion, am not afraid even of gods." At this moment, inside the villa, Luo Tianxong and Chen Mo came to a sofa. Luo Tianxong took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit it with a click. "Enjoy a long breath. You know, in the last days, even a piece of bread is extremely precious. If we cannot even meet the material needs for survival, let alone spiritual satisfaction. Only the lion's boss Luo Tianxong can afford to smoke a cigarette and relax." Luo Tianxong subconsciously pulled out one. He handed it to Chen Mo, but soon stopped in midair. "Brother Chen, have a cigarette." "Oh, right, ha ha ha, look at my memory, I almost forgot that you don't smoke." Luo Tianxong laughed. Said, "I wonder where Brother Chen is going." Chen Mo stared at him and spoke slowly. "North China City. Huab City." Luo Tianxong's pupils shrank and he spoke immediately. "Brother, this Huab City is not a good place. I just got the news a while ago that people from the military district went to Huab City for rescue. We sent a regiment of troops, but they were all wiped out there." Chen Mo frowned when he heard this. In his memory, there were no gods in North China City, only a few overlord-level monsters. If even the strength of an entire regiment of the military region was destroyed here, there is only one possibility. That was the year before, just like the Sukii goddess, he resurrected ahead of time. Luo Tianxong, Brother Chen, excuse me, are you planning to go? Go find someone. Chen Mo said lightly. Luo Tianxong shook his head and sighed that it was a pity. With Chen Mo's powerful strength, if he joined the lions, the lions will definitely reach a higher level. It seems that I, the lion, am not destined to be together after all. But this does not prevent me from making friends with him. Luo Tianxong took a puff of cigarette, then said seriously. Brother Chen, you helped me once before, and I, Luo Tianxong, will always repay a favor. I will send a group of brothers to go with you right away. Chen Mo waved his hand. No, I can go alone. I came to Lion this time because I have something I want to ask you. Oh. Luo Tianxong became interested when he heard this. He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, you can say whatever you want. As long as I, Luo Shitzi, can help, I will definitely help with all my strength. Chen Mo nodded, stared into his eyes, and said in a deep voice. Luo Tianxong, did you see the little girl I was holding before? Her name is Qiongqi. Could it be that what you said, Brother Chen, is related to that little girl? Luo Tianxong was curious. Chen Mo, yeah. Huab City is full of dangers. It is not convenient for me to bring Qiongqi with me this time. Luo Tianxong immediately understood what Chen Mo meant. Directly and solemnly promised. This is just a small matter. Don't worry, Brother Chen. Just leave the little girl with me. I, Luo Tianxong, will definitely treat her as my own daughter. I will not let her do anything dangerous or be bullied by anyone. He didn't expect that this divine man came for this reason. But it's better this way. It seems that the little girl has a close relationship with Chen Mo. The lion himself could also get in touch with Chen Mo through the relationship with the little girl. Luo Tianxong's eyes were bright and he smiled. Brother Chen, don't worry. Anyone who dares to touch Qiongqi will be against me, Luo Tianxong. Chen Mo nodded, his eyes flickering when he saw this. Actually, that's not what I'm worried about. Luo Tianxong, the Shoshi god that your men mentioned earlier may be resurrected soon. Luo Tianxong was stunned and his face became serious. Is even Brother Chen so afraid? Brother Chen, with my lion's power, what do you think? What are the chances of winning against the god you mentioned? Chen Mo glanced at him and spoke without hesitation. 0. What? Luo Tianxong's breath choked and his pupils dizzied. I couldn't help but feel a chill down my spine. You know, the lions now have 200 to 300 fully equipped members. 0 chance of winning. He had no doubt that Chen Mo was lying. Such a godlike person can even predict the coming of the end of the world in advance, so why would he need to lie to himself? Chen Mo said quietly. Don't worry, I will help you solve the last trouble in Tianhai City before I leave. By then, you, the lion, only need to be careful with the remaining zombies and alien species, and they will be able to slowly develop. Dealing with Sukii was just a side job, and Chen Mo also wanted to take a look. Can my supernatural power of heaven be enough to enslave the gods? If he could recruit Sukii into his army, his combat effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. Luo Tianxong was overjoyed and bowed. Brother Chen, thank you so much. If you need anything, just tell me. As long as I have it, I will give it to you with both hands. With Chen Mo's words, he felt relieved. Chen Mo began to think. The current Sukii, having just awakened, should be in a state between the 3rd and 4th stages. There is Qiongqi by his side. Since Qiongqi was able to tear a god into pieces before his rebirth, he must have his own unique way of restraining himself. After Qiongqi advances to the 2nd level and his own Tianquan ability reaches the 2nd level, should be able to defeat it. Chen Mo, I heard that you have collected a lot of crystal cores. I need some. Crystal core. Luo Tianxong was a little puzzled. This is it. Chen Mo took out a 1st-level crystal core from his pocket. When he saw this thing, Luo Tianxong immediately realized what it was. He said it in a very heroic manner. Ha ha ha. Brother Chen, you are talking about the stone in this zombie's brain. I have indeed collected a lot from my lion. If you need them, just take them all. Not many, just over 3,000. Consider these as a thank you gift to you, Brother Chen. Brother Chen needs this, you can come and get it anytime in the future. Chen Mo's eyes lit up and he said. Thank you very much. Luo Tianxong, Brother Chen, if that's the case, I'll take you to the warehouse to have a look. Let's go. The two came to a small warehouse together. A large amount of supplies of the lions are also stored here. Boss. Luo Tianxong nodded and directly ordered the guard to open the warehouse. Squeak, followed by a sound. Luo Tianxong looked at Chen Mo beside him and said with a smile. Brother Chen, come with me. The two entered the warehouse together. What comes into view are crystal cores that look like small hills piled up like sand. Next to them were boxes filled with tightly sealed supplies. Chen Mo looked at the crystal cores in front of him. They are sorted in this order, and there are not only a large number of inferior crystal cores among them. Unexpectedly, he even possessed a second-order crystal core. Chen Mo held the pale purple second-level crystal core, which was larger than the other crystal cores. I am a little skeptical. Can a lion's power fight against second-level zombies or alien species? Luo Tianxong brought Chen Mo to the crystal core and said softly with a sigh. These things were all obtained from those damn zombies and monsters. Brother Chen, this is what you hold in your hand. It was a dog-like monster that one of my lion members accidentally discovered. It was about the same size as your pet. It took more than 20 of our brothers to kill him. Chen Mo looked at the second-level crystal core in his hand. After all, zombie species below level 3 can withstand fire damage. But if you go further up, it will be basically difficult to hurt it at all except for some weapons that use the characteristics of the corpses of gods and alien species. Luo Tianxong, Brother Chen, what are these things used for? Why do you need them so much? Chen Mo glanced at him and spoke slowly. Psychics can use this to strengthen their abilities or restore their physical strength. But you can't absorb too much, otherwise you will lose your mind and become no different from a zombie. Luo Tianxong nodded and pondered. I see. No wonder I was playing with a crystal core that day and it disappeared from my hand for no apparent reason. But don't worry, Brother Chen. If we lose these things, I, the lion, can go and get them again. If you need it, don't be polite to me, just take it all. Chen Mo glanced at the thousands of crystal cores on the ground and shook his head. He took away the only second-order crystal core and more than 40 first-order crystal cores, and then spoke. These are enough. Luo Tianxong was surprised and thought that Chen Mo was being polite to him. Won't you take some more? Chen Mo, the inferior crystal core has little effect on me now. That's enough for me. Luo Tianxong looked at the crystal core that Chen Mo took away, and they seemed to be a little bigger. He took notice and said. When does Brother Chen decide to set off? Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he spoke softly. Early tomorrow morning. So fast? Luo Tianxong said in surprise. Chen Mo nodded. With these crystal cores, it is enough to advance his Qiongqi ability and Qiongqi to the second level. After going to the city center and killing or conquering Sukii, you can set off for Huab City. Don't mention this to Chi. Chen Mo said. Luo Tianxong nodded. Brother Chen, I definitely understand this. But, are you really not going to stay in the lion for a while? Brother, I have finally found you, Brother Chen. I feel bad if I don't show my hospitality as a host. Chen Mo said after thinking for a moment. Tonight, then. It just so happens that there is something I want to tell you. What he wanted to tell Luo Tianxong were some extremely important things in the end times. He didn't want to find Yuer and come back together, only to have the lion be killed by someone or some zombie king. Luo Tianxong's expression also turned serious when he heard this. Guessing that this god might have something important to tell him, he spoke. I'll have someone prepare it right away. Brother Chen, if you need anything, just send someone to notify me. Luo Tianxong said. Chen Mo nodded and said softly. Don't let anyone disturb me. Luo Tianxong understood. After Luo Tianxong left, Chen Mo came to the side of Qiongqi and casually threw out 10 first-level crystal cores. Said lightly. Eat it. This time, it's not about your brain. Whoa. Qiongqi, who was lying outside, was stunned. When he saw these crystal cores sparkling with lavender light, his huge pupils were filled with excitement. Unlike humans who can only cultivate by absorbing crystal cores one by one, there is not only an upper limit. If more is absorbed, distortion and mutation will occur. Aliens and zombies like Qiongqi seem to have no restrictions at all. Qiongqi opened his bloody mouth and swallowed all the crystal cores into his stomach. Click, click. A chilling chewing sound. Then, Qiongqi actually lay on the ground, slowly closed his eyes, and breathed regularly. The orange-yellow hair on the body became more lustrous, and layers of lavender ripples were constantly washing over it. Luo Tianxong was very tactful and evacuated all the people here 100 meters away. No one is allowed to disturb. You know, this is an important place for lions to store food and supplies. Luo Tianxong was completely defenseless and allowed Chen Mo to take it, which showed that he trusted Chen Mo immensely. Chen Mo took out the second-level crystal core. Prepare to use it to enhance the Qiongqi supernatural power. Tianquan's ability is so unique, it's obviously just the first level. Ordinary low-quality crystal cores seem to be unable to meet its advancement needs at all. Only the first-level crystal core can feel some improvement. I hope you won't let me down. Chen Mo murmured softly. He then held the second-level crystal core in his left hand, closed his eyes and began to absorb the power of the crystal core. Every improvement in superpowers not only strengthens them. It can also strengthen your physical fitness again and again. This is why even the lowest level F-level psychic. Their status is also far higher than that of ordinary people. Until the evening. Luo Tianxong and Jiang Dong came here. Looking at the few people guarding the door. Boss Luo, Brother Jiang. Jiang Dong spoke. Where's Brother Chen? He hasn't come out yet. The gatekeepers looked at each other and said. Brother Dong, not yet. Luo Tianxong on the side frowned. After knowing that Chen Mo was leaving tomorrow, he asked someone to prepare a sumptuous dinner. In addition, they also sent people to hunt down a lot of crystal cores from the zombies' brains nearby. If Brother Chen didn't show up, all my efforts would have been in vain. Boss, should we go in and take a look? Jiang Dong said beside him. Luo Tianxong raised his hand and shook his head. Wait here. Brother Chen said that no one is allowed to come in and disturb us. Jiang Dong was somewhat unbelievable. He has followed Luo Tianxong the longest, and he knows Luo Ji's temper best. It has always been others who have been waiting for him, and there has never been a situation like Luo Gu and others appearing. Seeing that the boss was so respectful, Jiang Dong simply waited patiently here quietly. It's a bit boring to just keep waiting like this. Jiang Dong said with some curiosity. Brother Luo, what do you think this god looks like? Are there really gods in this world? How is this possible? Luo Tianxong glanced at him and snorted coldly. Nothing is impossible. Before the end of the world, would you have thought that what is happening now would happen? If I hadn't reminded you to come over, you would have died in your girlfriend's belly. As expected, the mistresses that Jiang Dong kept all turned into zombies. If you are working hard, your mistress suddenly turns into a zombie. Hiss. I dare not even think about that scene. Jiang Dong suddenly felt creepy and said with some embarrassment. 2. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from right in front of the two of them. Sorry for the wait. Seeing the person coming, Luo Tianxong's eyes lit up. Then he said with a smile. Brother Chen, are you ready? The person who came was Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded slightly, a rare smile appearing on his face. He is in a good mood. The resources stored by the lion are indeed not small, even at the beginning of the apocalypse. These crystal cores are also fully capable of cultivating a strong person. I didn't expect that after knowing the function of the crystal core, Luo Tianxong would be so decisive in handing it to me. Today, Tianquan's supernatural power has reached the second level, and the same is true for Qiongqi. Before, just putting Qiongqi into the Tianquan supernatural power and turning it into a tattoo made him feel a mental burden. In other words, the first level Tianquan ability has almost reached its limit in accommodating one Qiongqi. The power of the Qiongqi tattoo cannot be used for a long time. And now, even if Qiongqi turns into a tattooed state for several days, he will not feel any burden. Thank you for those crystal cores, Chen Mo said. Luo Tianxong was delighted when he saw this and laughed. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, it's really polite of you to say that. I think Brother Chen's strength has improved again. Congratulations. Jiang Dong also happily congratulated him. Luo Tianxong looked around Chen Mo, as if he had thought of something. He spoke with some doubt. Brother Chen, where is your pet? Chen Mo smiled faintly. Maybe he was too hungry and went out to look for food. Chen Mo didn't want too many people to know about his second supernatural power, Qiongqi. Fortunately, the awakening dark pattern can also be hidden. Luo Tianxong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he heard this. Brother Chen, your pet is even more domineering than any lion I've ever seen before. If it's not allowed, I would also like to get one to play with. Let's not talk about this for now. Come on, Brother Chen, the dinner is ready. Now, all we need is you, the protagonist. Chen Mo nodded, let's go. Inside Villa Number 1. This is where Luo Tianxong lives. It is also the only place here that is relatively intact and extremely clean. There are no less than 7 or 8 lion members patrolling here every day. Luo Tianxong slowly pushed the door open. The hall was extremely bright, with candles lit all around. On a long table, there was an extremely sumptuous meal. It was as if I had returned to the time before the end of the world and was enjoying delicious food in an expensive restaurant. And in the hall, Qiqi, Lu Meng, and several of Luo Tianxong's confidants are all here. Seeing the person coming, Qiqi's eyes lit up and she jumped off the stool. She threw herself into Chen Mo's arms. Elder brother. Chen Mo smiled and touched her head. Looking at this grand and solemn scene before my eyes, he couldn't help but feel the gap between the lion and the survivors he had met before. As long as you have the means, strength, and status, you can still live a very comfortable life even at the end of the world. In fact, without the constraints of the law, people can live more unbridled lives than before the end of the world and do whatever they want. Women, food, respect. Luo Tianxong has everything. What he wanted. It is the higher level of power and status. Luo Tianxong laughed and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. Brother Chen, how about the dinner I prepared for you? Although there is no music or electricity here, these candlelights are quite flavorful, haha. Now. Jiang Dong next to him looked at the group of people sitting in the seats and said loudly. What are you all doing there? Why don't you come over and meet Brother Chen? A group of Old Lion's members including Chao Fengyuan and Lu Meng stepped forward. All of them said loudly. Hello, Brother Chen, nice to meet you, Brother Chen. Apparently, pre-apocalyptic habits are still well preserved. It can be said to be a grand occasion. The cruelty of the end of the world seemed to have no effect on the lion at all. It seems like there is a sense of, why not eat meat? But Chen Mo knew that as the apocalypse passed day by day, when the 4th-level creatures appeared among the zombie species, there will be earth-shaking changes. If you are not strong, the beauty before your eyes is just like a mirage. It breaks at the slightest touch. Luo Tianxong and Chen Mo sat down together. He deliberately gave up the first seat and sat aside. The old members of the group of lions then sat down and swallowed unconsciously as they looked at the dazzling array of delicacies on the table. Even they can't eat these things every day. Luo Tianxong looked at Chen Mo, who had a calm expression on his side, and asked with some doubt. Brother Chen, is it because I didn't plan it well? Or are these meals not to your liking? Chen Mo shook his head and smiled faintly. Such hospitality left me unable to react for a moment. Luo Tianxong was stunned. Then he took a sip of wine and smiled. Haha, if Brother Chen is willing to stay in my lion I promise that as long as I, Luo Tianxong, stay at Qiongqi, you, Brother Chen, will have delicious food every day. Qiqi even picked up a piece of braised pork, smacked her cheeks and spoke vaguely. Brother and I eats too. Tasty. Chen Mo took a few bites symbolically, and then the 5 or 6 extremely restrained lion members around him started to eat. The burly men in tight clothes ate more elegantly than girls, for fear of displeasing the boss. After eating for a while, Qiqi held her bulging belly and yelled, "I'm full." She jumped off the stool and looked at Chen Mo and said in a tender voice, "Brother, Qiqi wants to go out and play for a while." Qiqi made several new friends today. Oh. Chen Mo asked curiously. New friend. Lu Meng spoke awkwardly at this time. Haha, Brother Chen. Among the survivors in the underground garage, there happened to be a few children who were about the same age as Qiqi. Those kids have been playing with Qiqi for a whole day and they have a pretty good relationship. Chen Mo nodded when he heard this. Well, don't play too late. Come back to bed soon, okay? Qiqi nodded obediently and ran out quickly, carefree. Luo Tianxong instructed. Lu Meng, you can follow along. I've seen those kids before, too. Since they have a good relationship with Qiqi, let their relatives live here together. There were nearly 100 survivors in the underground garage, all of them trying their best to join the lions and live in the house. Lu Meng nodded quickly, stood up and followed him out. Luo Tianxong then looked at Chen Mo and said, Brother Chen, you need to tell me something about what you said before. I wonder what it is. Chen Mo put down the chopsticks in his hand and wiped his mouth. Staring at him he spoke. Luo Tianxong, let me ask you. If someone from the military district comes to you and asks you to hand over your resources and weapons to help others, you will be included in their group. Would you like to? As soon as these words came out, a hot-tempered man opposite immediately slammed the table. Bang. Said loudly. How ridiculous. My fellow lion brothers fought so hard to finally find a place to live. What they didn't do, we did. There are nearly 100 survivors here. What they couldn't do, we did too. It's the end of the world, how dare you requisition it? Luo Tianxong frowned and scolded. Did I ask you? Sit down. The man was shocked, then looked at his teammates around him awkwardly and stopped talking. Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was even more sober. In fact, this is what he is most worried about now. Now, at the beginning of the apocalypse, all the people in the military zone have gone to protect the most important leaders. Once everything is settled, it is time to start gathering the survivors around you. Relying on his previous prestige, the other party only needs to raise his arm and call, and the lion that he has painstakingly built will collapse. Whether in terms of equipment or strength, the large force formed by the survivors will eventually be swallowed up and unified. Luo Tianxiong had waited so long for this opportunity, how great would it be to be the king? How could I possibly give away my hard work to others? This is why he wants to search for survivors, train them, and build his own force. Luo Tianxiong looked at Chen Mo and said seriously. Brother Chen, if I say. What if you don't want to? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and stared at him for a long time without saying anything. Really? The person I was looking for was the right one. This may be quite difficult, Chen Mo said calmly. Luo Tianxiong is not a fool either. Since Chen Mo said so, there must be some way. Luo Tianxiong said with a moved expression. Brother Chen, according to what you mean. The old lion members around also pricked up their ears. Luo Tianxiong, don't worry, Brother Chen, everyone here is my brother who has been through thick and thin with me. Chen Mo nodded and said. In fact, your idea is not impossible. There are many people who share Luo Tianxiong's ideas. Before his rebirth, there were several forces that were no weaker than the military district and were all organized by people with special abilities. Of course, there are certainly reasons for internal discord within the military regions, otherwise there would not be several major war zones. Chen Mo, Luo Tianxiong, you can't possibly beat him in terms of resources and firepower. But in the future, the power of the superpowers will be beyond your imagination. You mean to start with the psychics? Luo Tianxong immediately understood what he meant. There was great respect in every word. Chen Mo smiled and shrugged. I didn't say anything. I will eliminate the greatest threat to Amami City, Sukii, for you before I leave. Although Tianhai City is not small, it still has too few talented people. This is only the early stage. Once the major forces have taken shape, the survivors will naturally come and seek shelter. Instead of wasting human resources searching for survivors, we should start from other aspects. As he spoke, Chen Mo casually handed over a note. He had written this note in his old rental house. Luo Tianxong took the note. Took a look. Pupils trembled. Even the hand that was holding the note tightly couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were burning and he murmured with great excitement. These are all. Even the old members of the lions around couldn't help but come over one by one. They huddled together and stared at the note. Boss, let me see it too. Don't squeeze me, fatty. I want to see it too. Luo Tianxong put the note into his clothes and looked at Chen Mo with extremely excited expression. He said with great respect. Brother Chen, thank you so much. If there's anything you need from me in the future, I, the lion, can help you. Just say it, I, the lion, will definitely help you. The note given by Chen Mo was filled with a page of names. Those people, including Shi Yuan. Without exception, they are all well-known figures in major war zones and survivor forces. Of course, based on Chen Mo's memory, he only had a preliminary understanding of these people with special abilities. Have a rough idea of where they will appear. As for the more specific, Chen Mo raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled faintly. These should be helpful to you, lion. This list contains some of Chen Mo's selfish motives. Those are more specific locations. Most of them were teammates with whom he had a good relationship before his rebirth, and who also died tragically in that crusade. I still have a lot of things to do and I don't have the time to look for them one by one. Let Luo Tianxong go. This can be regarded as some psychological comfort that Chen Mo gave himself. Luo Tianxong said with great joy. Brother Chen, that's enough, absolutely enough. This thing is really too important. I, Luo Tianxong, am a rough man. Brother Chen, you have helped me time and again. I will repay you with gratitude one day. The people on the list possess supernatural powers that are simply unimaginable. Luo Tianxong took a deep breath. What I should consider now is how to find those people on the list and get them to join the lions. Several old lion members around shouted with great curiosity. Brother Chen, what exactly did you give the boss? Let us see it too. Yeah, we guys are a little bit itchy, we really want to know. Luo Tianxong was obviously in a good mood, and he laughed and scolded at the crowd. Ha ha ha. All of you, get back to your seats. If you don't want to eat, just get out of here. Luo Tianxong poured a glass of wine himself and took the initiative to hand it to Chen Mo. He said with burning respect in his eyes. Brother Chen, come here, I'll toast you a glass. Chen Mo wanted to decline, but seeing Luo Tianxong's enthusiasm, he couldn't refuse. I just had a few drinks. Seeing this, the crowd became even more noisy and cheerful. Luo Tianxong drank a glass of Lao Bai generously, and laughed when he saw Chen Mo frowning. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, I'm not saying that. If we talk about supernatural powers, I am not as good as you. But you're not as good as me in drinking. Come on, Brother Chen has to leave early tomorrow morning. Brothers, we must get him drunk today. We won't go home until we are drunk. Luo Tianxong shouted loudly with a red face. This is the end of the world. Only strength can earn the respect of those you use. A group of burly men gradually became familiar with Chen Mo. He was not as restrained as before and ate meat and drank wine with big mouthfuls. I don't know how much time passed. Luo Tianxong and others left drunkenly. Luo Tianxong specially gave up his residence and tentatively asked Chen Mo whether he wanted to arrange for a few female students to come. Although he was righteously rejected by Chen Mo, He still said before leaving that he would give Chen Mo a surprise tomorrow. Lu Meng came back with Qiongqi. On the soft big bed, Qiongqi was covered with the quilt and poked her little head out. Chen Mo smiled and patted her quilt and said, "You haven't slept yet. How was it? Did you have fun today?" Qiongqi nodded and said with a smile, "Well, I met some new friends. Everyone was very nice to me. But one little boy tried to steal my toy, so his mom beat him up. He screamed so hard. Brother, why don't they live in the house? Instead, they are all setting up tents in the underground garage." Chen Mo smiled. Qiongqi is protected by herself and Luo Tianxong, and the old members of the Lions dare not make her unhappy. Not to mention the survivors. Chen Mo said softly, "Maybe it's because it's more lively there." "Qiongqi, do you like it here?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. Qiongqi blinked when she heard that and looked at the quilt covering her body. Said in a delicate voice, "Like. The bed here is so soft. Besides, my brother is here too." "That's good." Seeing this, Chen Mo smiled and nodded and said, "Then go to bed quickly." Qiongqi closed her eyes and tossed and turned in bed. Suddenly he said faintly, "Brother, Qiongqi misses Dad a little bit." Chen Mo was slightly stunned. I didn't know what to say for a moment. He covered her with the quilt and spoke softly. "Go to sleep. You have a brother with you. How about I tell you a story? Until the dead of night." Looking at Qiongqi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed with a smile on her face, Chen Mo gently got up from the bed. One person came to another room and began to rest. I have to say that the place where Luo Tianxong lives is indeed comfortable. This incredibly soft big bed is a world apart from the bed in the rental house that felt like a piece of steel and caused so much back pain. Chen Mo lay on the bed and relaxed for a rare moment. This may be the last time I enjoy myself like this. Compared with Tianhai City, Huab City is extremely dangerous. Moreover, Chen Mo remembered it clearly. 6th Military Region. That is, Lin Chu's grandparents were also in that place. The next morning, outside the villa area, Luo Tianxong and Chen Mo were walking on this avenue. Looking at Chen Mo beside him, Luo Tianxong tried to persuade him to stay. "Brother Chen, are you really not going to stay here for a few more days? I had promised Uncle Jiangwo that I would send Qiongqi to a safe place." Chen Mo shook his head and spoke. "My mission is accomplished. After Qiongqi, I'll leave it to you to take care of her." Luo Tianxong nodded. "Don't worry, wait for you to come back, Brother Chen, and I promise to let you see a plump little princess." The two of them came to the entrance they came from. Here, Chao Fangyuan, Lu Meng, Jiang Dong and other members of the Lions were waiting. There are nearly 100 people. Next to the Lions members, there were piles of supplies of all sizes laid out. "Brother Chen." "Boss," they shouted in unison. Luo Tianxong's face changed slightly and he said angrily, "Keep your voice down." The little girl was still sleeping in the villa. Luo Tianxong turned and looked at Chen Mo. Said with a smile, "Brother Chen, since you have made up your mind to leave, I won't say anything more. But look at these things I prepared for you, brother." Chen Mo looked at the big and small bags on the ground with a strange expression on his face. Luo Tianxong laughed and stepped forward to introduce them one by one. "Look, Brother Chen, these blue bags contain some instant food, enough for you to eat for 10 days or half a year, absolutely fresh. These bags contain some daily necessities. Aren't you going to Huab City? I also sent someone to prepare a map of Huab City. And this and this. Inside and out, there are a total of 12. There were 7 bags of food alone. Add to that all the sundry daily necessities, even Qiongqi probably wouldn't be able to carry so many things." Chen Mo couldn't help but remain silent for a moment. Luo Tianxong said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha. Brother Chen, what's that expression on your face? Next, it's the highlight." He clapped his hands. At this time, the sound of an engine starting came from not far away. I saw Qiongqi running over and driving an off-road vehicle. Car. Luo Tianxong strode forward and opened the trunk of the SUV. Wow. There were actually blades and several firearms inside. So gorgeous. Luo Tianxong said with great pride. Brother Chen, how is it? I have marked the map of Huab City. Just follow the route on the map. This car is definitely useful. Chen Mo didn't know what to say at this moment. It's numb. Luo Tianxong thought Chen Mo was too excited. Get ready to step it up. Looking at Chao Fengyuan in the crowd. Chao Zi, come here, don't you still have to apologize to Brother Chen? In the crowd, Chao Fengyuan walked forward with a cloth bag hanging from his waist, looking a little embarrassed. He came in front of Chen Mo and lowered his head. Brother Chen, I apologize for any offense I caused you yesterday. These were made by my brothers last night. This is my way of making amends. As he spoke, Chao Fengyuan opened the cloth bag, and it was actually filled with crystal cores. Moreover, they are all first-order crystal cores. There are about 20 or 30 of them. By now, the zombies in the apocalypse have gradually evolved into the first level. But in such a short period of time, Chao Fengyuan was able to get so much. You can imagine how fierce the fight was last night. Chao Fengyuan looked a little nervous and said, Brother Chen, the Sukii is in the direction of the new emperor group. It has become a ruin. We went there when we came back. That monster Sukii that is as big as a mountain has come out. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it out? Chen Mo nodded. I see. Thank you. I'll take the crystal core. As for these supplies and off-road vehicles, they are not needed. The journey to North China will definitely not be smooth sailing. After all, off-road vehicles are not as flexible and convenient as Qiongqi. As for the food, Kiki will leave it here, and you only need to take one portion with you. With your own strength, you can always find a place to get it. Luo Tianxong was shocked when he heard this. It seemed that he had not expected that the farewell gift he had carefully prepared would be so vulnerable in front of the crystal core. Chen Mo turned and looked at Luo Tianxong. Luo Tianxong, if you have the chance, store as many crystal cores as possible. They will be very useful in the future. Luo Tianxong was stunned and said with a smile. Brother Chen, I definitely understand this. Ever since Chen Mo said yesterday that these crystal cores are useful for people with special abilities. Luo Tianxong specially placed the remaining crystal cores in a new place. Chen Mo shook his head. That's not what I'm talking about. He glanced at everyone, came to Luo Tianxong and said in a deep voice. If one day, a mysterious businessman about 1 meter tall, wearing a black robe and with an unclear face, appeared in Tianhai City. Be sure to seize the opportunity and go find him with a large number of crystal cores. There will be something you need. I'm leaving. Take good care of Chi-Chi. After he finished speaking, Chen Mo didn't say anything else. Instead, he headed directly towards the center of Tianhai City. Under the influence of Tianquan's supernatural power, Qiongqi turned into a tattoo on his body. It has greatly enhanced Chen Mo's current physical condition and his speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared. Luo Tianxong was shocked. Looking at Chen Mo's back as he left in a graceful manner. I was absent-minded for a long time, feeling a little lost. Mysterious businessman. What is that? Luo Tianxong has marveled at Chen Mo's foresight more than once. He didn't understand what this meant. But he believed that Chen Mo would definitely not lie to him. At this time, Qiongqi on the side couldn't help but sigh. Hey, Brother Chen is such a great man, he is so decisive and quick to act. He just goes wherever he wants. Only people with such powerful strength can thrive in this apocalypse. Before the lions set out, they must check again and be fully armed. Luo Tianxong nodded in agreement. Yes. It's a pity that he is not my lionsman after all. Qiongqi, boss, do you think Brother Chen will really kill that god? When Sukii was mentioned, Chao Fengyuan's face changed. It was like recalling some bad memories. In the venue, he and a few others were the only ones who had glimpsed Qiongqi's appearance from afar, but did not dare to get close to him. Luo Tianxong, don't worry, we just need to trust him. Brother Chen's mystery is far beyond our imagination. We, the lions, have a lot to do next, Luo Tianxong said with excitement in his eyes. The appearance of Chen Mo once again gave him a direction. Find the person on that list. As well as store the crystal core and find the mysterious merchant mentioned by Chen Mo. The mysterious businessman appeared 3 months after the end of the world, or possibly earlier. Different from the wandering merchants in the apocalypse who sell resources for profit. It is an extremely special existence in the end times. It seems to have special abilities and can appear anywhere silently. It is not hostile to humans, and many unimaginable things can be exchanged for it. Supplies, weapons, information, power. And it will give you a price. Because of its mystery, many people speculated about the true identity of the mysterious businessman. Could it be a god as well? The reason why I helped the lion. It was because his appearance had been noticed by the military personnel who came to rescue Lin Chu that day. If he killed Lin Chu, he would not be able to join the 6th special zone in this life like he did before his rebirth. But they are incompatible with each other. The lion can be regarded as a means that Chen Mo left for himself to fight against the 6th special zone. In the center of Tianhai City. Before defeating Sukii, Chen Mo plans to familiarize himself with the use of Tianquan's supernatural powers first. Puchi. Puchi. Several beams of silver light directly pierced through the bodies of the zombies in front of them. Blood flowed like a river. Zombies were startled by the sound and came from all directions in a flood. Coming out from the ruins, the dark store pounced with its fangs and claws. After more than a month of evolution, there are still zombies remaining in the city center. It is no longer what it used to be. It is far from being easily knocked down by pistols and bullets. Chen Mo held the sword in his hand and swept it across, causing heads to fly up one after another and blood to spurt out like a fountain. The power of Qiongqi and the power brought by the Qiongqi tattoo. Chen Mo felt as if his physical strength would never be exhausted, and he was very excited. Full of strength. After killing several zombies in succession, Chen Mo simply put down the sword in his hand and punched at the dozens of zombies in front of him with the purest physical strength. An amazing scene appeared. The shadow of Qiongqi's claw actually appeared above the right fist. Swish. This attack was extremely brutal. A long arc of blood passed by. Half of his body, intestines, and internal organs were torn into pieces. The zombies blocking the road fell down one after another. Chen Mo's face was overjoyed and he looked at his hands in disbelief. With a light swing, he shattered a huge rock beside him. Boom. This is the power of Qiongqi. The Tianquan ability not only allows one to control alien species, but also allows one to control the power of the alien species that one has subdued. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly dropped. Incredible. The Tianquan supernatural power is lifted. He released Qiongqi as well. Let him quickly master the power of the 2nd level so that he can prepare for the next battle with Sukii. The Qiongqi today is a whole circle larger in size. Its body is majestic and huge, the orange-yellow hair on its body becomes darker, and its 4 claws are thick and powerful. What is surprising is that on both sides of its forehead, a hint of tiny horns has actually begun to appear. Apart from the hair, there is no trace of the orange cat at all. Roar, a heavy and majestic roar sounded. Qiongqi looked at the zombies in front of him, and moved extremely quickly. With a clap of his hands, he easily turned the zombies into a pool of meat paste. Boom. Gravel flew everywhere, and a deep pit appeared on the ground beneath their feet. Even the crystal core in the zombie's brain was shattered and ceased to exist. Roar, Qiongqi roared towards the sky. This majestic voice made the zombies that were swarming in like a tide lose their minds for a moment. As a fellow alien species, the roar of Qiongqi has a great deterrent effect on this group of zombies. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo grinned. It seems that after swallowing those crystal cores, you have improved a lot. Here, we are almost reaching the location of Sukii. Chen Mo couldn't help but recall the horrific scene he had seen in the new Emperor group before. His eyes flickered. In the early days of the apocalypse, Tsukiyomi should only be at the 4th level now. Tsukiyomi is huge in size and moves extremely slowly and clumsily. Use your own supernatural power to coordinate with the power of heaven's power and Qiongqi. I think it shouldn't be a problem to take down Tsukiyomi. Chen Mo's heart was a little overwhelmed at this moment. Kill gods. This is me before rebirth. A scene I dare not even imagine. I never thought that I would actually come here alone. Chen Mo felt more excited than ever before. He murmured with great excitement. Bring it on. At the same time, inside the lion villa, Luo Tianxong was looking at the yellow paper, thinking about something. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Luo Tianxong said. Lu Meng walked in, accompanied by Chao Fangyuan and Jiang Dong. When I saw the person coming, Luo Tianxong couldn't help but feel a headache. That little girl, is she still crying? Lu Meng sighed and said helplessly. Boss, there's really nothing we can do. Chi-Chi is always crying and making a fuss, looking for Brother Chen. I've tried everything, and nothing works. Luo Tianxong pinched the Qingming ache appointment. The problem is that he doesn't know how to take care of children. What are you doing now, little girl? Lu Meng, it's been a long time since I made a fuss, and now I'm asleep again. Luo Tianxong nodded. Hey, isn't it better for Chi-Chi to play with those people of the same age? Go and bring them all over to accompany her, and tell their parents that whoever can make Chi-Chi happy will belong to me, the lion. And bring some delicious snacks over. It's just a child, just coax him. Lu Meng nodded and left helplessly. Luo Tianxong looked at Chao Fangyuan on the other side and asked puzzledly. What are you two doing here again? Jiang Dong's face looked a little serious as he spoke. Boss, Lao Yun and the others haven't come back yet. What? Luo Tianxong frowned and asked. Didn't they go out hunting for crystal cores together last night? I was wondering before, where are they? At this time, Chao Fangyuan on the side shook his head and spoke. Boss, they went to the west side of downtown. They said they would split up with us to see who could hunt more crystal cores. Luo Tianxong frowned even deeper when he heard this. He had previously sent Chao Fangyuan and others to the city center to hunt for some crystal cores and bring them back to Chen Mo. In the city center, there is Sukiyamazu. Coupled with the numerous zombies, it is already dangerous. Jiang Dong, could they have encountered the god of Tsukiyomi? Boss, do you want to send someone to look for her? Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered and he pondered for a while before speaking. It should be fine. Tsukiyomi is in the new emperor group. They're not going there. And just at this moment, suddenly someone rushed in from outside the door. With an anxious look on his face, he rushed in and spoke loudly. Boss. Boss. Oh no. Li Fengyun is back with serious injuries. Bang. Luo Tianxiong suddenly stood up from the table. Where is he? Outside the villa area. Luo Tianxiong looked at Li Fengyun, who was covered in blood and missing an arm. My heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling arises. He clearly remembered that Li Fengyun and Chao Fangyuan set out together yesterday. Li Fengyun's team consists of 10 people. But now, only Li Fengyun came back. Chao Fangyuan's pupils shrank and he rushed forward. Li Fengyun. Why are you the only one back? Where are the members of your team? Li Fengyun was extremely weak and lay on a stretcher. He looked at Luo Tianxiong, Chao Fangyuan and others with blurred vision. When he saw Chao Fangyuan, he suddenly became much more sober. He stood up and stared at Chao Fangyuan with his pupils captivating, and roared like a ghost. Chao Fangyuan. You bastard. Why did you lie to us? I kill you. Li Fengyun grabbed Chao Fangyuan's collar tightly with his only remaining hand, his eyes red. All the lions present suddenly looked over. Luo Tianxiong was also stunned and said. What on earth is going on? Where are the members of your team? Li Fengyun smiled miserably and said hoarsely. Boss, they're all dead. We saw the Tsukiyomi. What? Everyone present was horrified. Chao Fengyuan's face turned pale. This is impossible. That Tsukiyomi is clearly at the Xinhuang group in the city center. I took you guys to avoid that place last night. Li Fengyun yelled. Damn new emperor group, we saw that monster in the Waldema Mall. You mean, could this monster be able to teleport? Not in the new emperor group. Chao Fengyuan's breath was choked and he said loudly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The distance between Xinhuang group and Wodima is several kilometers. When we came back, several of our team members went to the new emperor group to check it out. Everyone in our team can testify to this. With that monster's size, how could it possibly appear in two places in just one night? How would I know that? Li Yunfeng's pupils were bloodshot. He coughed heavily a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Luo Tianxong shouted angrily. That's enough. What the hell is going on? Where the hell is Tsukiyomi now? When the boss spoke, they both paused at the same time. Keep telling what happened last night. According to their description, the two teams sent out. They all saw the Tsukiyomi at the same time. Luo Tianxong frowned and became more and more irritated. At this time, Jiang Dong, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said in a low voice. Boss. You said that Tsukiyomi, is it possible that there is more than one? As soon as these words came out, Luo Tianxiong's pupils suddenly shrank. I feel a little cold all over. Even Chao Fengyuan and Li Yunfeng looked over here. It's bad. Luo Tianxiong's face changed suddenly. If this is true, Brother Chen might be in danger. Luo Tianxiong, how long has Brother Chen been gone? Jiang Dong said, 4 or 5 hours. Damn it. Luo Tianxiong's face changed from gloomy to bright and he cursed angrily. Jiang Dong, bear. What bear? Luo Tianxiong spoke immediately. Jiang Dong, hurry up. Go and call all the brothers and bring their equipment. This damn thing, if there really are 2 of them, it will be troublesome. On the other side, in the center of Tianhai City. This used to be the workplace for Tianhai City's elite and white-collar workers. There are tall buildings everywhere, which make people look up to them. Now, those tall and magnificent buildings have all been destroyed and collapsed. In the wasteland, zombies roared at those who came. Ho ho ho. An extremely dark shadow jumped out from a group of zombies. It is about 4 or 5 meters high. It turned out to be a second-level zombie with only half a head and its body covered with rotten maggots. The zombie was extremely fast, with a foul stench coming out of its mouth, and it pounced towards Chen Mo to bite him. Roar. Chen Mo frowned. A stroke of the right hand. The steel balls floating around his body shot out like bullets. Just when it was about to hit the center of the second-level zombie's forehead. The zombie actually turned sideways, and the steel ball directly pierced its shoulder. Zombies can also improve their abilities after advancing. The zombie in front of us has obviously had its speed greatly improved. Oh. Chen Mo was a little surprised and said lightly. What about this? Dominate the use of supernatural powers. Squeak. Squeak. The surrounding ruins began to shake violently. In an instant, pieces of scrap metal suddenly clamped towards the zombies rushing in front of them, like sandwiches. Bang. There was a loud and crisp sound of metal colliding. The sword in his hand chopped down cleanly and neatly. The zombie's head rolled down with a thump. Looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground in front of me, and the zombies that kept rushing towards me and seemed endless to be killed. Chen Mo spoke. We're almost there, Qiongqi, be careful. The closer you are to where the gods live, the more dangerous the zombies nearby become. With such a dense population, it's no wonder that the lion's men don't dare to explore deeper. The Qiongqi beside him growled in response. Sudden. A shrill roar came from the front. Immediately afterwards, another piercing sound like a baby crying rang out. The ground beneath my feet shook. When you hear this sound, The zombies that were pouring in from all directions suddenly stopped. He turned and left in a very strange way. Chen Mo was stunned. This voice sounds familiar. Tsukiyomi. Chen Mo frowned, slightly surprised. He looked at Qiongqi, who was devouring the zombie's brain beside him, and spoke. Qiongqi, let's go. Chen Mo directly rode on the back of Qiongqi. Qiongqi slowly squatted down with its hind legs, and then jumped up. In this ruin of rocks, he ran forward with great agility. Behind a collapsed building. When you come here. Chen Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. Because the scene before my eyes was so shocking. Boom, the sound of destroyed buildings collapsing was endless. Under this bloody sky. The sky was filled with dust, flames, roars, and a dense swarm of corpses like a tide. There was a huge object lying on the ground in front of us, like a huge mountain. It is more than 20 meters high. It looks like a giant baby, with fair skin and full of fat. The monster had no face, no eyes, no nose, only a mouth. Both legs seemed to be sewn together, and they kept wriggling like a worm. It was flapping its arms constantly, and every time it struck down, countless rubble buildings would collapse, crushing groups of corpses. Makes an extremely harsh sound. Tsukiyomi. This terrifying feeling of oppression made Chen Mo tremble all over. The Qiongqi beside him also had his hair standing on end, grinning and roaring non-stop. Before his rebirth, he had already left Tianhai City before Tsukiyomi was born. This was the first time Chen Mo saw the true appearance of Tsukiyomi. In front of Tsukiyomi. Everything is so small. Chen Mo felt goosebumps all over his body. There was an incomparable enthusiasm and excitement in his eyes. Is this the god of Tsukiyomi? Who is the other one? In front of the huge monster Tsukiyomi, there is a strange-looking zombie that looks like a female. The female zombie had disheveled hair covered with countless blood scabs. There are many barbs on the back and between the hands, which look like white bones. Keep roaring. Chen Mo also felt a great sense of danger from it. Level 3. Chen Mo's eyes kept flashing. Like fighting. The female zombie roared to the sky, and thousands of zombies around her rushed towards Tsukiyomi without caring about their lives. Bang. Another slap came down, like a huge hammer. The earth cracked, and thousands of waves rolled up. Everything around began to shake violently. This familiar voice suddenly reminded Chen Mo of something. That's it. The Corpse King in the supermarket that day. What's going on with these two monsters? Chen Mo pondered for a moment. This scene was something he had not expected. When the alien zombies advance to a certain level, they will develop a lord consciousness. The zombie in front of him is challenging the overlord of Tianhai City, Tsukiyomi. Chen Mo's eyes lit up and he murmured. I didn't expect that someone else got there first. Roar, the Qiongqi on the side kept growling, seeming eager to try. Chen Mo, wait a minute. It's just right that I can take this opportunity to see the truth about this Tsukiyomi. He once took a quick look at Tsukiyomi's information. It has high defense and thick health, its power is limitless, and its most noteworthy ability is Tsukiyomi's scream. In mild cases, the eardrum will be shattered, and in severe cases, the person will die instantly on the spot. Chen Mo and Qiongqi hid here. The female zombie with barbs all over her body that was challenging Tsukiyomi didn't look very good. Countless zombies as dense as small black dots surrounded the huge monster Tsukiyomi. But their attacks couldn't even penetrate Tsukiyomi's skin. Boom, a loud noise was heard, and Tsukiyomi moved his huge body slightly. In an instant, he crushed to death hundreds of zombies surrounding him. The scene was extremely bloody. It's as simple as crushing an ant. The female zombie let out a long roar, and actually jumped several meters high, directly jumping onto the huge body of Tsukiyomi. The extremely sharp nails penetrated into Tsukiyomi's flesh and climbed upwards at an extremely fast speed. When she reached the top, the female zombie used the barbs on both of her hands to pierce into the huge body of Tsukiyomi in an instant. Then it slid downwards, and relying on inertia, it tore two bloody cuts that continuously gushed out green blood. This blow obviously caused Tsukiyomi to feel pain. Tsukiyomi let out a long, piercing cry of pain, like the hum of a bee. It began to become violently agitated, and countless ruined buildings around it collapsed and fell. As the screams continued to echo, Chen Mo, who was hundreds of meters away from there, was still affected. My whole body trembled and I had a splitting headache. Chen Mo's face changed. With the help of Tianquan's special ability, he seemed to hear clearly what Tsukiyomi was saying. It hurts so much. Is it hurt? Tsukiyomi's huge arms began to swing downwards continuously, grabbing hundreds of zombies each time. He put it into his mouth, making a chilling chewing sound. Click, click. As if he was recovering his strength. In this battle between zombies and Tsukiyomi, there were thousands of zombies around, but after just a short while, only 1 in 10 survived. The female zombie is very powerful and continues to cause damage to Tsukiyomi. Another long roar. And at this time, Tsukiyomi simply flapped his fat and bloated arms, sweeping away the surrounding ruins one by one. Shot towards the female zombie. Boom. Dust and fog covered the sky, and the barbs on the female zombie's body were shattered and she flew backwards. It fell heavily beside Chen Mo. All the bones were broken and even the chest was dented. If he wasn't a third-level corpse king, he would have been beaten into a pulp by a slap. Qiongqi let out a low growl and looked over with extreme vigilance. The female zombie, whose body was stained with the blood of Tsukiyomi, looked up. When he saw Chen Mo, his whole body was shocked. Then he let out a roar, lowered his head, and fled into the distance. Run away. The extremely weak information came through the Qiongqi supernatural power. Chen Mo frowned. He looked at the fleeing female zombie's back without saying a word. Is it the supernatural power of Qiongqi? Or is it talking? Before he had time to think, the injured Tsukiyomi behind him began to rampage wildly as if he was furious. Rumble. The scene is extremely horrifying. The ground cracked, rocks rolled, dust, explosions. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and looked at Qiongqi. It's our turn, Qiongqi. Buzz. The master used his special ability, and countless molten iron surged around him, and several steel balls in his pocket also floated up. Qiongqi was eager to try and pounced out immediately. Chen Mo, holding a sword, climbed up the ruins at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the huge monster in front of me, it kept crawling towards me. His face revealed an incomparable calmness. Is this the destructive power of Tsukiyomi? Although not as powerful as those gods who destroyed the world before his rebirth. But in the early days of the apocalypse, it is definitely an existence that makes everyone despair. Chen Mo waved his right hand. He manipulated the dominant power to transform the countless liquid iron around him into steel balls that shot out. There were series of air explosion sounds. Puff. Puff. Today, his supernatural powers are no longer what they used to be. The power of these steel balls instantly penetrated into the huge body of Tsukiyomi. Deeply embedded in the flesh and blood. The size of Tsukiyomi is really too huge. These steel balls can't cause any substantial damage at all. But what can be done is that it is as dense as a rainstorm. Soon, tiny holes began to appear on Tsukiyomi's body. Streams of green blood flowed from it. Coupled with the damage caused by the female zombie earlier, he looked extremely creepy. Shoshishin let out a long roar of anger, then grabbed a huge rock and threw it at Chen Mo. After becoming a dual-powered person, Chen Mo's physical fitness was greatly enhanced and he dodged it very easily. Boom. A loud noise came from behind. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, even Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little tricky. Although Tsukiyomi has difficulty in moving, his vitality is extremely strong. The zombie just now tore it open with 2 long cuts but couldn't hurt its life, let alone these steel balls. Rumble. Tsukiyomi grabbed the ground with both hands and kept crawling towards Chen Mo. A few little bugs challenged themselves again and again, making it even more furious. Eat. Eat. Chen Mo walked forward. When he heard the voice, his face remained calm and he sneered. Want to eat me? Then give it a try. Objects containing metal floated in the air and turned into liquid. The continuous interweaving and surging gradually condensed into an extremely sharp metal blade that was several meters long and wide. To deal with a giant, you need a giant. This metal blade, constantly condensing, is enough to cause huge damage to Tsukiyomi. Mobilizing such a huge amount of dominant supernatural power requires a consumption that is far beyond the reach of just a dozen small steel balls. Since a small steel ball can't do anything to you. What about this? Excitement appeared in Chen Mo's eyes. The right hand slipped. Directly urged the metal blade to stab towards Tsukiyomi. Tsukiyomi is bulky by nature, and moves extremely slowly like a mountain, making it impossible to avoid him. It raised its hand and tried to block with its arm. Puchi. The huge metal blade actually pierced through his palm. Green blood spurted out like a fountain, and soon a pool of green blood appeared on the ground. This time, as if feeling great pain, Tsukiyomi's screams were even louder and more piercing. This sound wave splashed out directly, and the molten iron floating around instantly turned into a pool and fell to the ground. The metal blade on the palm that pierced the flesh and blood actually began to drip liquid. Its cry can not only affect people's intelligence, but also their supernatural powers. And just at this moment, a roar was heard. Roar. Qiongqi climbed directly onto the bloated body of Tsukiyomi and slapped down heavily with his claws, which were so powerful and sharp. He tore through Tsukiyomi's defense with ease. The most frightening thing is, Qiongqi actually opened his mouth and began to bite the flesh and blood inside, with half of his body sinking directly into the body of Tsukiyomi. The severe pain from both places made Tsukiyomi shake his body like crazy, as if there was an earthquake. Pain. Pain. Tsukiyomi's bloated flesh created waves of flesh. He kept trying to pat the Qiongqi off his body with his other hand. Qiongqi's movements are extremely flexible and he can avoid the obstacles perfectly every time. Chen Mo looked at Tsukiyomi, who was in great pain. No wonder the Tsukiyomi, whom even a lion couldn't deal with, was eventually killed by Qiongqi. Most of the people in the lions are ordinary people. When Tsukiyomi screams, even ordinary psychics can't resist it. Not to mention them. However, Qiongqi was agile and such a slow-moving behemoth could do nothing to it. Even if you bleed it slowly, you can still grind it to death. I don't know how much time passed. At this moment, Tsukiyomi's fair skin. It was already covered with scars, with countless wounds and green bloodstains. He slapped the ground and the surroundings wildly. Chen Mo's eyes flickered when he saw this. I began to think secretly. Can Tianquan's supernatural powers really subdue the gods? Chen Mo came to a high raised piece of waste rock. Try to release the Tianquan power to communicate. He looked up at the huge monster in front of him with a cold expression. Tsukiyomi. Submit to me. It hurts. Pain. Chen Mo walked over without any fear. Tsukiyomi kept wailing in pain, his bloated body shaking. After hearing Chen Mo's communication with it, Tsukiyomi was stunned and suddenly paused for a moment. Its head, which consisted only of a mouth, turned around. Although he has no face, he seems to be looking at Chen Mo. Seems confused. Why? This bug can talk to itself. Seeing this, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Submit to me. Otherwise, die. He stopped Qiongqi from wreaking havoc on the huge body of Tsukiyomi. Qiongqi understood and leaped deep, spanning a distance of dozens of meters. Boom. A huge cloud of dust was raised and he came to Chen Mo's side. Keep making loud roars. Roar. Roar. It is also communicating with Tsukiyomi. The air suddenly became quiet. Even Chen Mo couldn't help feeling nervous at this moment. My heart was pounding. The huge mountain before us is the god of the end times. Even though Tsukiyomi is just a god who is not very powerful. But conquer a god. This is something that has never happened in the end times. It is a horrifying thing. Tsukiyomi is huge in size and is undoubtedly an oppressive and terrifying siege monster. If it could continue to grow, Chen Mo had no doubt that it could easily smash the military district's indestructible walls that were dozens of meters high. The current Tsukiyomi is at the 4th level of strength. But his IQ seems to be extremely low. Not as good as Qiongqi at all. Under the communication between Chen Mo and Qiongqi, I seem to have roughly understood the meaning. It slowly squirmed its body, and the remaining wasteland was crushed by its huge body. He stretched out his fat, bloody right hand. A low groan was emitted. Chen Mo's eyes lit up when he saw this. Could it be? Eat. Eat. Soon, Chen Mo understood what it meant. Some doubts. Eat. Suddenly, the hand that was slowly coming towards him rumbled and slapped the place where he was. Boom. Dust and fog rose up in the sky, and a deafening roar broke out. In that area, under the terrifying power of Sukii, the huge rocks were crushed into powder, and not even a residue was left. Sukii let out a mocking cry. We laugh. Swoosh! Qiongqi broke through the dust and fog, drawing a long arc in the air. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was holding onto its hair tightly and was also taken out by Qiongqi. Bang! Qiongqi landed steadily on a ruin. With a ferocious expression, he bared his teeth and roared. Chen Mo next to him had a dark face. His face looked extremely ugly. Now, he finally understood what the Sukiyamazu in front of him meant. It wants to eat itself. How shameless. I've given you a chance. Then kill the gods. A cold light flashed across Chen Mo's eyes. He snorted coldly. Qiongqi, kill it. Qiongqi immediately rushed out like a meteor. Chen Mo waved his hand. Use the domination ability to the extreme. 20 meters, 25 meters, 30 meters. Suddenly, streams of silver liquid burst out from the surrounding wasteland, coming from all directions. It seemed to have turned into a long river floating in the air. Chen Mo's face was cold. The molten iron metal was transformed into an extremely huge spear. Using both hands to drive the dominant supernatural power, he rushed heavily towards the huge monster in front of him. Sukii had already suffered considerable damage in the battle with the female zombie. But this time Chen Mo doesn't intend to hold back at all. Prepare to kill him alive on the spot. The spear instantly pierced deeply into Sukiyomi's bloated body. The violent roar resounded through the sky, deafening people's ears. Countless green blood spurted out, as if a green rainstorm was falling between the sky and the earth. Qiongqi climbed all the way to the neck of Sukii, where there were layers of fat. The beast's instinct made its eyes bloodshot, shining with an extremely captivating light as it bit into the layers of fat. Roar! Pieces of flesh were torn off. The 4 pairs of claws were like a vice, firmly gripping the flesh of Sukiyamazu. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape the bite of Qiongqi. Looking at Sukii, who was still struggling despite bleeding profusely, Chen Mo said coldly, "Life is really tenacious." Using the master's ability to condense such a huge weapon 2 or 3 times in a row also consumed a lot of his physical strength. The master ability is ultimately only level 2. If he did not have dual superpowers and a stronger physique than those of the same level, he would have probably been exhausted long ago. Chen Mo's eyes were full of ferocity. He took a deep breath and used his master power again. I want to see how long you can hold on. And just at this moment, the ground beneath my feet suddenly began to shake violently. In the distance, the sky was filled with dust and fog, sweeping in like a sandstorm. Ruined high-rise buildings collapsed one after another, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Boom boom. Chen Mo staggered and frowned. What happened again? When he looked towards the place filled with smoke and dust. Boom. Such as being struck by lightning. Chen Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. In that direction, a huge monster that looked exactly like Sukii appeared. How is this possible? It does not move by crawling, but by rolling by inertia. The 2 Sukiyami screamed at the same time. Countless precarious rubbles around were shattered by these 2 terrifying sound waves. This voice spread throughout the entire Tianhai city in an instant. At this moment, whether they are in a safe place or the survivors in Tianhai city fighting with zombies, they all look towards the city center at the same time, each with a look of fear on their face. Extremely scared. As the driver's vehicle approached, hundreds of fully armed members of the mighty lion were shocked. Everyone covered their ears in pain. Ah! What's that sound? My head is going to explode. Luo Tianxong, who is a psychic, is in better condition when he heard this voice. He stood at the front of the car, picked up the telescope and looked towards the city center, watching the sandstorm sweeping in from the other side of Tianhai City. And that huge monster. His face was pale, he said in disbelief. What the hell is this? It's bad, cheer up and keep moving forward. It must be Brother Chen, fighting against that Sukii. Boss. It's bad. The road ahead is blocked by collapsed buildings. The vehicle can't pass. At this time, a shout came from the front. Luo Tianxong was startled and jumped suddenly. The vehicle under my feet collapsed and sank instantly, with half of the car body submerged. He jumped several meters high and came to the front. When I saw the huge rock in front of me that was 5 or 6 meters high blocking the way, Luo Tianxong roared, and his muscles became engorged with blood, swelling up in an instant. Luo Tianxiong's eyes were red as he looked at the horrified gazes of the lion's members. Punch out with both fists. Boom. A-level ordinary supernatural power, 100-fold increase. He is a first-level psychic. Now it can increase its power 10-fold. And the other side. Chen Mo looked at the dying creature in front of him. Sukii is covered in green blood. And the other Sukii is crawling towards this place, creating a terrifying sandstorm. The whole body is cold. Chen Mo muttered with a hoarse voice. Why? There will be another Sukii. 2 Sukii, this had never been recorded even in the military district before his rebirth. Chen Mo's eyes kept flashing. In an instant, everything about the Sukii of Tianhai City flashed through my mind. Based on the information left in the military zone, the god of Sukii wreaks havoc in Amami City. Luo Tianxong, the leader of the survivor organization Lion Faction, sent thousands of fully armed men to launch an attack. Completely annihilated. When the 6th Special Zone sent a team of psychics to Tianhai City, Luo Tianxong and the lion are nowhere to be found, and the traces they left behind indicate they were evacuating. Then Qiongqi fought with Shoshi God, killed him and ate him. The superpower team suffered heavy losses in vain, and Qiongqi became the new overlord of Tianhai City. Evacuation. Chen Mo murmured. Although the strength of the Sukii is at the 4th level, but he couldn't do anything to himself and Qiongqi who were at the 2nd level. Even though it had advanced to level 6 at that time, the lion was still growing. There is no way that so many people can't do anything to the lions. Chen Mo's pupils narrowed. As if he thought of something. A terrible possibility suddenly emerged in my mind. Could it be that Luo Tianxong and others at that time didn't expect the second one to appear at all? So after suffering heavy losses and being unable to fight, they finally chose to leave Tianhai City. And the one that Qiongqi swallowed was the second one. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in front of me. The huge body of the Sukii that was rolling over from afar collided heavily with the one in front of him. The collision between the 2 meat mountains caused the fat on their bodies to rise layer by layer like waves. The terrifying airflow in the venue can even blow people away. Don't have time to think too much. Chen Mo's face was solemn and he shouted loudly. Qiongqi. Roar, Qiongqi leaped down from the air. Use Tianquan's supernatural power. The Qiongqi in the sky turned into starlight and disappeared in an instant. And on Chen Mo's left arm, a Qiongqi tattoo suddenly appeared. The supernatural power of Qiongqi allows one to share the abilities of Qiongqi. Chen Mo suddenly felt full of energy, light and agile. With a deep leap, he quickly opened up a gap of 20 to 30 meters between himself and the dying Sukii in front of him. This huge airflow swept up countless pieces of gravel. Chen Mo condensed a wall of metal to block in front of him. Ding! Ding! The second Sukii let out a cry. He actually opened his mouth and started to bite off the dying Sukii piece by piece. The scene was shocking: scorched earth, ruins, and a mountain of flesh eating another mountain of flesh. Just the air current brought about by the arrival of Tsukiyomi was enough to destroy everything. Behind him was the devastated and ruined Tianhai city. What it brings is the end of the world due to natural disasters. The dying Tsukiyomi continued to struggle and roared in extreme pain. The second Tsukiyomi grabbed its flesh and blood with both hands, tore off a large piece and swallowed it into his stomach. Makes a creepy chewing sound. Tasty. Even Qiongqi couldn't help but feel a little creepy when he saw it. The smelly and sticky green blood seeped into every crevice in the ruins. In my consciousness, I heard Qiongqi's call. Qiongqi said to himself. I know. During this period, he took out several first-level crystal cores to restore his strength. Eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder the military personnel did not find the first Tsukiyomi when they arrived here. It turned out that it had been eaten up long ago. And this Tsukiyomi seems to be smarter. It didn't come earlier or later, but came at this time. With the blessing of Qiongqi's power, Qiongqi rushed forward with a sword in hand like a beast. He avoided many obstacles and leapt onto the dying Tsukiyomi. Perhaps compared to this, Qiongqi's size was too small as an ant. The second Tsukiyomi seemed to have not noticed Qiongqi's existence at all. Open your mouth and prepare to bite again. Qiongqi took this opportunity to squat down and jump directly on it, saying in a cold voice. Don't touch other people's things. Puchi. The sword in his hand instantly pierced into the mountain of flesh. The master's ability is used. Countless silver molten iron surged out from the surrounding ruins and swept towards this place. It turned into whirlpools and gathered in the sword. With the blessing of Qiongqi, the range of his own dominant supernatural power has been expanded to 60 meters. Infinitely approaching a third-order psychic. Qiongqi held the sword tightly in both hands, and his eyes revealed a captivating light. Behind him, there seemed to be a phantom of Qiongqi helping him. Qiongqi roared. Use the domination ability to the extreme. Countless molten iron rose into the air around, like streams flowing into rivers and seas. Immersed in the sword. The weight of the sword in his hand was getting heavier and heavier, sinking deeper and deeper into his heart. Green blood gushed out from the Tsukiyamazushin that he was stepping on. I just felt my body becoming heavier and heavier. But he still did not give up and wanted to tear off the flesh and blood of the dying Tsukiyomi and devour it. You know, the corpse of a god is a good thing. And, if I remember correctly, after killing the gods, the legendary mysterious businessman will come to find you. In exchange for the corpse of the god. See this shameless Tsukiyomi still showing off his trophies. You still eat. At this moment, Qiongqi was really anxious. His eyes were red as he roared. I told you not to eat other people's spoils. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out from Qiongqi. 80 meters. 100 meters. At this moment, all the metal within a radius of 100 meters condensed into an extremely sharp long blade, dozens of meters long and wide. Like the sword of Damocles hanging in the sky. Suddenly, he smashed down towards the spine of the Tsukiyama's god under his feet. A shrill and extremely painful sound rang out. Qiongqi, who was on his body, was stained by the gushing green blood, like a ghost. Boom. There was a deafening roar and dust explosion, the earth cracked, and a feeling of weightlessness came from underfoot. This heavy metal sword was so terrifying that it nailed the Tsukiyomi god to the collapsed ground. A Qiongqi with depressions hundreds of meters deep. In the center, a doomsday god was nailed to death. No matter how hard the Tsukiyomi struggled, it could not escape the giant metal sword stuck in the center of its body. Qiongqi was breathing heavily. Qiongqi emerged from the Qiongqi power, came to his side, and kept growling with concern. Qiongqi's eyes were bloodshot and he waved his hand. I'm fine. He stood up from the ground tremblingly, looking at the giant metal sword stuck in the body of Tsukiyomi. This blow directly drained all his strength. Relying on the power of Qiongqi, he burst out with an ability far beyond the limits that a second-level psychic can use. A second-level psychic slaughters a fourth-level god. Look around. It was a mess and ruins, with smoke rising everywhere. There was nothing intact anywhere in sight. Under this bloody sky, two huge creatures were dying here. Chen Mo did not enjoy the satisfaction of killing a god alone. Instead, he looked at the Tsukiyomi whose half-body was eaten. He stomped several times viciously at the Tsukiyomi below him. "I'll let you eat. You can eat it." The spine pierced by the giant metal sword seemed to be its lifeline. A faint groan came from the extremely weak and dying Tsukiyomi at his feet. "Rao. Spare my life." The dying Tsukiyomi, whose feet were pierced by a giant metal sword, seemed to be calling out. Chen Mo was stunned. Eyes narrowed slightly. Oh! This Tsukiyamazu-sama actually begged for mercy. Chen Mo pondered for a while, then squatted down. Place your left hand on the body of Tsukiyomi. Use of Qiongqi supernatural power. Submit to me. This Tsukiyomi is obviously much smarter than the first one. When he felt this consciousness, he stretched out his hands weakly. He let out a weak groan. Willing. When this thought came. In the palm of Chen Mo's left hand. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light burst out. On the body of the gigantic Tsukiyomi beneath him, tiny stars gradually appeared. It transformed into purple auras and sank into Chen Mo's left hand. Boom. It was like something hit my brain hard. Chen Mo suddenly felt a splitting headache. It hurt so much. On his left arm, a strange tattoo suddenly appeared. The tattoo continued to spread upwards, all the way to the left chest. It reveals an eerie beauty. Chen Mo gritted his teeth tightly, trying to suppress the unbearable pain. Tianquan's supernatural power can actually subdue the gods. But now Chen Mo only has the second-level Qiongqi ability. It was obviously extremely difficult to accommodate this fourth-level Tsukiyomi. The huge Tsukiyomi beneath him trembled. I became restless and uneasy. The huge metal sword that pierced his body suddenly turned into liquid. Rumble, stones rolled and dust rose everywhere. Sudden. Ah! Chen Mo's eyes were bloodshot and he roared with a ferocious look. In my mind, I inexplicably established a connection with this Tsukiyamazu. The Tsukiyomi under his feet suddenly turned into countless purple mists and merged into his left hand. Qiongqi held the painful Chen Mo in its mouth and jumped onto a ruin. Keep licking his cheek with your tongue. I don't know how long it took. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. When I saw that the surroundings were empty. And the Tsukiyomi who was already dead and only half of his body was left. He murmured somewhat bewilderedly. Successful. Chen Mo felt a little unbelievable and he pulled up his sleeves. On the left arm, there suddenly appeared a hideous tattoo that looked like a symbol. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Main Master. That extremely weak voice echoed in my mind. Tsukiyomi. Chen Mo was delighted and released him. Boom! A huge monster appeared in the deep pit. There was a huge wound on its body, like a crack in the abyss. Qiongqi growled. The Tsukiyomi also kept humming in response. However, its IQ is slightly higher than the previous one. But it's not that high. Chen Mo asked it many questions, but it only had half the answers to all of them and could only understand the most basic commands. Tsukiyomi moved his huge body and turned over. Countless pieces of gravel and sand were shaken off. It was staring straight at Chen Mo with its face which consisted only of a mouth. The huge creature in front of him made an extremely eager request. Eat. Want to eat? Chen Mo frowned when he saw this. Does it want to eat the other Tsukiyomi? No. Chen Mo stopped him without hesitation. He had already eaten most of his prey. The body of Tsukiyomi will be of great use to me. Don't let it eat you. Pain. Chen Mo looked at the injuries on Tsukiyomi's body. The giant metal sword pierced through his spine. Until now, a large amount of green blood is still flowing out. Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he spoke. There are still a lot of first-level zombie corpses around here. You can eat them all to recover from your injuries. Before, when the Corpse King came to challenge, thousands of zombies died here. I think that should be enough. Tsukiyomi kept repeating the word pain for a long time, and it just couldn't understand even after Chen Mo said it several times. Until the Qiongqi on the side picked up a zombie from somewhere and growled. Roar. Eat the zombie in front of it. Only then did Sukii understand what he meant. Dragging its fat and bloated body, it crawled forward, making a huge noise. Chen Mo just let it go. Now my headache started. This is just one Sukii that has been included in the Qiongqi supernatural power. It puts a huge burden on one's spirit. If I take Qiongqi in again, I'm afraid my head will explode with pain. The second-level Qiongqi ability is a bit too forced after all. Chen Mo glanced at the Qiongqi beside him. Fortunately, Qiongqi is very easy to communicate with, and it is convenient to travel with it. As long as Qiongqi and Shuxishan are not included in the Qiongqi supernatural power at the same time, there will be no problem. But this incident also made Chen Mo understand. Tianquan's special ability is not only able to subdue alien species. Even apocalyptic gods like Sukii can be subdued. Chen Mo took out a few first-level crystal cores and threw a few to Qiongqi. Well done. Then he began to absorb and restore his strength. Looking at the devastated and smoke-filled ruins, Chen Mo's eyes flickered and he came to the corpse of Sukii. The remaining half is still a huge behemoth. And Sukii, who was digging the ruins with his bare hands in the distance, picking up dozens of zombies and chewing them in his mouth. Chen Mo's face was full of black lines. This half-head. I wonder if this will lead to the appearance of the mysterious businessman. According to what I remember, the mysterious businessman could appear anywhere. And they won't stay there for long at all, perhaps disappearing after an hour. If you want to find him actively, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. But there is another way. Let the mysterious businessman come to you. The mysterious businessman came and went without a trace. When the corpse of a god or a treasure appears, there is a high chance that it will appear here. And actively ask you to exchange goods. No one knows how it does this. Chen Mo took a deep breath, found a place to sit down and waited quietly. I don't know if half a body will work. I hope that mysterious businessman can come. Among the treasures of the mysterious merchant, there are countless treasures. Everything you want, it can satisfy you. Before his rebirth, he was a 6th-level mutant. But I have never met the mysterious businessman and only heard about him from hearsay. Chen Mo looked into the distance. Looking at the gradually darkening crimson sky, I wonder what I was thinking. At this moment, in this wasteland. Call. A cool breeze blew by. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound of footsteps behind me. Da-da-da. Under the deep red sky, a short man in a black robe, less than 1 meter tall, walked step by step through the ruins. Qiongqi, who was beside him, keenly noticed the movement behind him. It suddenly turned around, its hair standing on end, and kept growling. Chen Mo, who was resting with his eyes closed, was stunned. He stood up and looked behind him. When I saw the short man in black robe whose face I couldn't see clearly, the pupils shrank suddenly. Somewhat unbelievable. Mysterious businessman. He actually came. Chen Mo didn't know what his mood was at the moment. Before rebirth, many people spent their entire lives trying to find it. But the only ones who can see the mysterious businessman are some high-ranking officials in the military district and a very small number of top psychics. The man in black robes walked through the wasteland like a ghost. It slowly came in front of Chen Mo and just stood there without saying anything. For a long time. A somewhat surprised hoarse voice sounded. It's you. Killed Sukii? Chen Mo nodded calmly. It's me. The mysterious businessman paused, as if looking at Chen Mo in front of him. Then he said quietly. I want to exchange that body with you. Exchange. In the early days of the apocalypse, many people with special abilities did not know the origins of the mysterious businessman. When you choose to refuse the exchange, the mysterious businessman in front of you will disappear in an instant. Chen Mo said without hesitation. Exchange. The mysterious businessman said simply and clearly. What do you want? Chen Mo pondered for a while and said tentatively. I want a boundary crystal core and a sword that can kill gods. The The boundary crystal core is something that can enable a psychic to break through the upper limit of their abilities and strengthen their abilities. As soon as these words came out, the mysterious businessman was shocked. It hasn't spoken yet. Does this person know about the boundary crystal core? You. Where did you know about the boundary crystal core? Asked the mysterious businessman. Chen Mo, is this an exchange? The mysterious businessman shook his head. He looked at the corpse of Sukii and spoke. Not enough. It's only half of its body left. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Which one is not enough? Boundary crystal core, or a sword that can kill gods? Not enough, said the mysterious businessman. Since you know about the boundary crystal core, you should understand its value. The boundary crystal core can enhance the supernatural power to a level beyond the same level. Its existence is equivalent to giving the psychic an extra level out of thin air. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. It was originally an incomplete corpse of Sukii, so he didn't have high hopes. Mysterious businessman, your powers are very powerful. You don't need this thing. If you add the complete one, I can give you a sea-level boundary crystal core. Chen Mo refused. Tell me your conditions. The mysterious businessman nodded. It doesn't have any movement. But in the space beside it, ripples actually appeared. From it, a pitch-black and extremely sharp sword suddenly emerged. The sword was dark black in color, with a smooth and sharp blade. A blood line stretched down the middle from beginning to end, and the blade was stained with bloodstains that had existed for who knows how long. The handle of the knife was wrapped with cloth, and a wisp of white cloth was floating. It looks full of blood and evil spirit. Ghost cutting can absorb a small amount of blood and chi to restore physical strength. The metal in it is the hardest thing in the world. Your master ability can also be controlled. It's enough for you to use now. The mysterious businessman said without any emotion. The voice was hoarse and indifferent. Chen Mo looked at the sword in front of him, his eyes flickering. The mysterious businessman always made fair exchanges, always of equal value or a little more. I've never heard of anyone being scammed. Not only can Tianquan's supernatural power be controlled, but it can also absorb blood and chi to restore physical strength. Chen Mo was somewhat tempted. After weighing the pros and cons, he spoke. Change. The mysterious businessman nodded. The katana Onakiri was floating in front of Chen Mo. The dominant ability is activated. The ghost cut in front of him instantly turned into a pool of dark molten iron. Under Chen Mo's control, it recovered. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Really? I want to change some things. Chen Mo said. Mysterious businessman, what? Chen Mo, F-level recovery potion. Mysterious merchant. 5 first-level crystal cores in exchange for 1 bottle. Chen Mo nodded and exchanged all his remaining first-level crystal cores for recovery potions. A total of 20 bottles were exchanged. This is all thanks to the zombie king who called upon thousands of zombies to come. In the free time just now, he and Qiongqi collected more than 100 first-level crystal cores. There are even dozens of second-level crystal cores. Of course, a large part of it was eaten by Sukii to recover. There is a daily limit on the amount of crystal cores that can be absorbed. F-level recovery potion can not only cure zombie infection, but also quickly restore physical strength. Before the rebirth, many of the military district's magical potions were simplified versions developed based on the items exchanged by the mysterious merchant. After exchanging everything, the figure of the mysterious businessman gradually disappeared from the spot. Even it was a little confused when it left. Why does the person in front of me know so much? Chen Mo watched the mysterious businessman disappearing from the scene. Suddenly he spoke. Am I the first person to kill a god? The mysterious businessman said nothing. At the last moment of disappearance, it said faintly. If we meet again next time, I will tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious businessman disappeared like a gust of wind. Not far away on the other side, there was a huge monster with only half of its body left. The body of Sukii also disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared here, leaving no trace. Chen Mo laughed loudly, his eyes burning with laughter. I think we will meet again next time. After the mysterious businessman left, Chen Mo directly took out a small bottle of slender recovery potion. Swallowed it. All the physical strength in his body was greatly replenished in an instant. The physical strength from the previous battle with the two Shoshi gods was also completely restored at this moment. The effect is remarkable. Chen Mo's eyes were bright and he looked at the onigiri in his hand. I never thought that I could really kill the god of Shoshi by myself. After rebirth, he conquered the two great powers of Qiongqi and Sukii. This strange feeling feels like a world away. Chen Mo held onigiri tightly and slashed hard in front of him. The huge rock wall in front of him was actually cut in half easily by ghost cut, as if it were made of paper. Its sharpness and material are simply unmatched by any other metal in the world. If I face Tsukiyomi again, I, holding onigiri, can easily pierce through his huge body of flesh and blood. Instead of being directly embedded in his flesh and blood like steel balls that are comparable to sniper bullets. Put away the ghost cutter. Chen Mo's eyes were more determined than ever before. Muttered. Next, it's time to go to Huab City. Wait for me. And there is the sixth war zone that Lin Chu relies on. If they don't know how to live or die. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his face, and Chen Mo looked at the opposite side who was constantly digging at the ruins. Tsukiyomi seeks out zombie corpses to restore his strength. No words. A fourth-level Tsukiyomi, at the beginning of the end of the world. It will be a devastating disaster for any survivor force. Military regions are no exception. And just at this moment, in the distance, in the direction of Tsukiyomi, suddenly, there was an extremely fierce sound of gunfire. Bang. Bang. The Tsukiyomi statue seemed to be stimulated and let out a long moan. Chen Mo's expression changed slightly and he looked over. In the distance, hundreds of lions arrived here at some point. They were all fully armed and holding guns. Chen Mo frowned. A lion's men? Why are they here? Now. The lions and the others looked up at the gigantic beast with expressions as if they had seen a ghost, their scalps tingling. Many people's legs couldn't stop shaking, and they attacked with guns in hand. Monster. Die. What the hell is this? Bang, bang, bang. The dense sound of gunfire hit the huge body of Tsukiyomi like raindrops. Compared with Chen Mo's previous slaughter of two Tsukiyomi, these hundreds of lion members attacked as intensively as a storm. The bullets from these rifles couldn't even penetrate Shoshishin's flesh at all. Everyone's pupils were dilated and their eyes were horrified. This attack actually stimulated the Shoshi god and made it scream. In an instant, hundreds of menacing lion members were present. Everyone had a splitting headache, covering their ears in pain as if they were going to explode. What's more, his mouth and nose started to bleed, and he fainted on the spot. Boss. How about we withdraw? This monster can't be killed at all. Jiang Dong beside him said loudly with a look of fear on his face. When it screamed, several brothers fell down. Fart. As long as you live, there is no one who is not afraid of guns. Luo Tianxong, who was at the front, roared angrily. Beat them all hard. Go find Brother Chen. If he's alive, I'll find him. If he's dead, I'll find his body. If you can't find him, don't go back. Even though he had been attacking for so long, he couldn't even penetrate the opponent's defense. Also extremely desperate. Meet this monster. Brother Chen, is there really any accident? Luo Tianxong's face looked extremely ugly. He did not doubt Chen Mo's strength. But the monster in front of him was too terrifying. It's like a nightmare. Luo Tianxong looked around. Keep looking for Chen Mo's figure. Boss. That monster is about to take action. Jiang Dong's extremely frightened voice rang out. The huge monster in front of them actually swung its extremely fat arms and smashed down towards the crowd. If this blow goes down, I'm afraid that most of the Lion's members present will be beaten into meat patties. Ah! Members of the Lion roared madly and fired with their guns. Luo Tianxong widened his eyes and glared with anger. He would never allow so many of his brothers in the lion army to die here. Luo Tianxong, get out of my way. 100-fold increase. Luo Tianxong, who possesses A-level supernatural powers, is not weak in this doomsday. Luo Tianxong's whole body swelled up, and his tall body had reached 2 meters in height. He picked up a huge rock from his side and threw it at Sukii. Boom. But that huge rock was like an egg hitting a rock in front of the huge palm of Sukii. It was smashed to pieces in an instant. Just when that huge slap was about to fall. Sudden. The right hand of the meat mountain in front of him suddenly stopped in midair, turned into a point of light and disappeared. The lion group, who looked crazy, just stood there in a daze. Everyone looked confused and puzzled. No. Where's the monster? Why did he suddenly disappear? The huge monster that was 20 or 30 meters tall in the last second. In the next second, it suddenly disappeared. This incredible scene left even Luo Tianxong dumbfounded. Only the deep pits and gun shells left here indicated the presence of a huge monster. Jiang Dong rubbed his eyes, as if doubting whether he had seen it wrong. He came over cautiously. Whispered. Boss. What's going on here? Yeah, where is that monster? Why did it suddenly disappear? Many members of the lion group also stared at each other with wide eyes. You slap me and see if I'm dead. Bang. Are you really smoking? This feeling of surviving a disaster makes everyone in the lions feel very fortunate. Luo Tianxong took a deep breath and looked at the empty surroundings. Don't worry too much. Said in a deep voice. Let's not worry about that for now. We don't know when that monster will appear again. Hurry up and find Brother Chen Mo here. Luo Tianxong shouted to the group of lion members beside him. Don't look for me, I'm already here. At this moment, a faint voice sounded from a distance. In the distance, Chen Mo and Qiongqi were seen slowly approaching. Chen Mo did not want the lion to know that he had a second superpower that could subdue the gods as well. Because this matter is too shocking to the world. If this gets out, there will be countless troubles in the future. When he saw that the person coming was Chen Mo, Luo Tianxong was overjoyed. A group of lions members also stepped forward and said, Brother Chen. Brother Chen. Chen Mo nodded. Look at Luo Tianxong and say. What are you doing here? Luo Tianxong looked around with a vigilant expression. It seemed as if he was afraid that the Sukii would appear again. Said in a deep voice. Brother Chen. Come on, follow us. There may be more than one Sukii. We were just fighting a Sukii, somehow. The Sukii suddenly disappeared. This Luo Tianxong actually brought a lion to save himself. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. He spoke calmly. No need, I've already dealt with Sukii. There's only one here. Jiang Dong beside him frowned when he heard this. That's not right. Li Yunfeng said in person that he met the other side. How come? And Brother Chen, just now hundreds of us brothers were fighting with that Sukii. What was that thing? Jiang Dong had many doubts in his mind. And just at this moment, Luo Tianxong on the side shouted with his eyes flickering. Okay, Jiang Dong. Since Brother Chen has already said that the Sukii has been dealt with, then it must have been dealt with. Why are you asking so many questions? Luo Tianxong laughed loudly, walked forward and patted Chen Mo's shoulder heavily. He said loudly and heroically. Since Brother Chen is safe and sound, then we have understood the matter. From now on, this Tianhai city will belong to my lion's world. As soon as the Sukii disappeared, Brother Chen appeared. He was almost certain that this matter was related to Brother Chen. But Luo Tianxong is not a fool. Know that everyone has their own secrets. If we dig deeper into the matter, I'm afraid it will make Chen Mo unhappy. Chen Mo naturally knew that Luo Tianxong might have guessed something. Luo Tianxong is a smart man. It's comfortable to deal with smart people. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Don't worry, Sukii will never appear again. By the way, There is another special zombie in Tianhai City. You should be more careful. That female corpse king. Chen Mo gave a brief overview. Luo Tianxong nodded and expressed gratitude. I see. Thanks for the reminder. Brother Chen, are you planning to go to Huab City now? Chen Mo, well, take the highway. Luo Tianxong, I have done what I promised you. Take good care of Qiqi for me. Tell her to behave herself here. Brother will come to pick her up later. Luo Tianxong nodded heavily. His expression was solemn and he said with some reluctance. Brother Chen, have a safe trip. Chen Mo didn't say much and rode on Qiongqi. The sitting Qiongqi growled and jumped up. He disappeared from here with his nimble and agile steps on the rocks and ruins. Can you ride this tiger that Brother Chen raised? Isn't this much cooler than a car? In the end times, cars can hardly drive very far, and they will be blocked by ruins every few steps. The members of the Lions looked at Chen Mo's graceful back as he left, and each of them couldn't help but reveal an expression of envy on their face. It would be great if I could have the strength like Brother Chen. You can go wherever you want. Where did the Sukii go? Brother Chen said it has been resolved. Is it true that it will not appear again? Jiang Dong also said with lingering fear. Luo Tianxiong raised his hand. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. No one should ever mention this again. He didn't know what means Chen Mo used to make the Sukiyami disappear. But it is possible to do such an incredible thing. He, Luo Tianxiong, only believed that it was Chen Mo. We lions should show some strength to each other. Look at you all. I almost peed my pants just now. After you go back, train twice as much as I can. Whoever can awaken his special ability will be my confidant in the future. Let's go.